Chapter 16:23. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the day of the King of Fighters tournament finally arrived. The rules of this tournament were basically the same as last year's. First, a preliminary round would be held in each country to select several teams that could participate in the semifinals. Then, lots would be drawn, and the venue would be chosen for the semifinals. In the end, the two winning teams would return to Japan and compete in the finals in the Yodo Stadium. There was nothing much to say about the preliminary round. It was just a competition between the supporting teams and the supporting teams. Therefore, it was no surprise that all the supporting teams won the championship of their respective countries and were officially qualified to enter the semifinals. However, at this time, two unique people attracted the attention of the audience. They were Iori Yagami, who had a special invitation letter from the organizer and was going to compete alone. The other was Shingo Yagami, who got an invitation letter from an unknown place. He didn't team up with other teammates and fought to the end, but surprisingly, he won the championship. He claimed to be Kyo Kusunagi's disciple, Shingo Yagami. In addition, there was another team that took the original position of Team Hungry Wolves and qualified for the semifinals. I didn't expect the three of them to appear in advance. Seito chuckled as he saw the appearance of the three members of that team through the TV broadcast. "Do you know them?" Iris asked curiously. "Yes, I met them once," Seito answered casually. It turned out that the three of them were none other than the team that was supposed to appear in 1998, but whose invitation letter was snatched away by Seito in 1995. They were the American sports team. Then the two stopped talking. They continued to watch the drawing of lots on the TV. "Let's welcome the representative of Japan to the stage," the host announced on the TV. Then the scene changed. The camera aimed at the position of the Japanese team. Then Hanamaru, who was dressed like a cowherd, walked out of the team arrogantly and stepped onto the stage with the camera following him. He waved his arms at the audience in a showy manner. Needless to say, the shouts of a group of brainless fans faintly came from the TV. "Please draw your lot," the host reminded. Hanamaru walked to the lot box and casually took out a ball from the box. "Number 5, the host announced at the right time. At the same time, a beautifully dressed woman walked to a small whiteboard prepared in advance and wrote the name of the Japanese team below the corresponding black line with a black signal pen. "Let's welcome the representative of the Brazilian mercenary team to the stage," the host announced again. Hearing the announcement, Clark raised his hand to adjust his head and walked out of the group. Just like that, under the host call, all 10 teams, including Shingo Yabuki's solo team, drew lots for the competition. Their order was number 1, Superpower Team; number 2, the Brazilian Mercenary Team; number 3, the Avengers; number 4, Hellband; number 5, Japan's Representative Team; number 6, Korea; number 7, Dragon Tiger Fist Team; number 8, American Sports Team; number 9, Rookie Girl Character Fighting Team; number 10, Team Shingo Yabuki. Among them, the Avengers team was made up of Billy Kane, Mary, and Yamazaki Ryu. As for the name of the team, it was because the team leader was Billy, and his goal was to kill Mai Shiranui in the competition. That was why the team was given this unlovable name. As for Iori Yagami, who was also in the solo competition, Chizuru Kagura used her connections to send him directly to the semifinals. After all, if she wanted to complete the seal on the Orochi clan, Iori Yagami, who was also the inheritor of the artifact, was indispensable. Then, the teams drew lots again. They chose the national venue for the competition. There was nothing else to say. Therefore, 3 days later, in the morning, the Superpower Team and the Brazilian Mercenary Team officially began their battle on Mount Lu in China. The process was simple, although the training time was short, and the training process was always interrupted. Until now, Athena still hadn't been able to make her spirit power evolve into psychokinesis, but in terms of the comprehension of absolute power, she didn't stop improving. Until the day before the competition began, her comprehension of absolute power stopped at 99%. She was only a little bit away from reaching the perfect state and attacking the ultimate power. Therefore, when she faced Clark and Ralph, whose comprehension of absolute power was only around 70% or 80%, she almost crushed them. In addition, she was getting more and more familiar with the usage of her spirit power. After paying a certain price, she eliminated the two of them. However, Athena had basically completed the test of her cultivation results. When she faced Loanna, she surrendered and replaced her with Shikuni Takashi. Unfortunately, Chi Quan Chong, who used to be a righteous comrade, had made too little progress. Although he wasn't out of the mainstream yet, the gap between him and Loanna, who had the blood of madness in her body and had comprehended more than 90% of her power, was too big. Therefore, after a few moves, Chi Quan Chong was stabbed in the back by the experienced Loanna and lost the match. Then, Jinyuan Jai, who said he would retire every year, but still came to participate in the competition every year and lived so long that people thought he was already in his coffin, stepped onto the field. He fought Loanna, whose aura was a little unstable because of the blood she had seen, and it felt like she could erupt with ultimate power or dark power at any time. The result was needless to say. He was beaten out of the field by the half-crazy Loanna and lost the competition. If he didn't use his rich experience to dodge the knife at the last moment, he might have ended up like Shikuni Takashi and seen blood today. At this point, the superpower team, who clearly had the strength to advance further, lost the competition because of Shikuni Takashi's actions. But then again, if Zhen Yuanjai had properly arranged the order of appearance, this result wouldn't have happened. Perhaps Athena would have directly defeated all three of them and advanced to the next round. After the competition ended, the two teams returned to their respective hotels to rest. Then, in the afternoon, the battle between the Avengers and the Inferno Band officially began in a certain Hyben city in Mexico. It was worth mentioning that Charmy, Seven Cap Society, and Chris were all acting normal. They didn't have the dark aura of 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of the Serpent Clan. It was as if they hadn't awakened yet. But Sei Ito, as Charmy's man, knew that this was all just an illusion, because their real bodies were using the separation technique to collect the spiritual power needed for the resurrection of Orochi. Are you all ready? The staff sent by the organizer of the King of Fighters tournament asked the two teams. On the Avengers side, Billy was silent and looked at the 3 members of the Inferno Band with a cold face. Mary stretched her arms high and stretched her body. Yamazaki Ruji smiled crazily and stared at Charmy with an evil look in his eyes. In short, no one paid any attention to the staff. On the Inferno Band side, Nanaka Society nodded politely at the staff. At this moment, the staff members' impression of the Inferno Band multiplied. Unfortunately, this wasn't a competition like football or basketball, but a fighting convention with death permits. He couldn't take advantage of these favorable impressions to favor one side over the other. Then, the competition officially begins. Both sides, please send out your first contestants. The staff, who had officially become the referee and host, said loudly. Let me say this. Although Charmy had returned to her normal appearance because of the separation technique, awakening was awakening, and the change in her personality couldn't be changed back. So, Charmy, who was filled with violent emotions, took the initiative to ask. Okay, be careful. Nanaka's society nodded in agreement. Charmy, be careful, Chris said. Charmy nodded slightly and walked to the center of the field, swaying her waist. Seeing Charmy's appearance, Yamazaki Ruji, who had unconsciously licked his lips, said, I want this woman. Then, without waiting for Mary and Billy to say anything, he walked out of the team and entered the field. Since it's our first meeting, I'll be gentle. Charmy's eyes, which were covered by her bangs, narrowed slightly and said softly with a gentle smile on her face. Yamazaki Ruji, who had his left hand in his pocket, laughed evilly and said, That's great. My dick is thirsty. Why don't we just stop fighting and find a place to have some fun? Nanaka Society's eyes flashed with a fierce light when they heard Yamazaki Ruji's words. Competition begin. At this moment, the referee announced loudly. Come on, woman. Yamazaki Ruji took out his left hand and raised it to rub his right shoulder. Then, he shook his neck and said with a scornful expression, Then I won't hold back, Charmy said with a light smile. After saying that, she pressed her body and rushed to Yamazaki Ruji's front, as if there was an invisible propeller behind her. She reached out and hooked his neck. Then, she turned her body upside down and pressed down on Yamazaki Ruji's body with all her strength. Charmy's heavy cannon. Bang! As expected, Yamazaki Ruji, who couldn't defend himself in time, fell heavily to the ground. Charmy jumped up and jumped away from Yamazaki Ruji's body. Damn it! Yamazaki Ruji quickly got up from the ground, shook his head, and cursed with hatred. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly rushed towards Charmy. When Yamazaki Ruji rushed in front of her, Charmy immediately took a step forward to meet him. Then, she turned around and circled behind Yamazaki Ruji. She wrapped her arms around his thick waist and used the arch throw to smash Yamazaki Ruji's head to the ground. Yamazaki Ruji quickly covered his ears with his hands to prevent his head from touching the ground. Charmy let go of her hands and turned around. She reached out and grabbed Yamazaki Ruji's collar. Then, she flipped him upside down and threw him to the ground again. Bang! Chapter 1624. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight and Super High School Level Conflict for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their rewards. Then, without waiting for Yamazaki Ruji to get up, Charmy, who had returned to the ground, jumped up, bent her legs, and used her knees to hit Yamazaki Ruji's chest. Bam! As expected, Yamazaki Ruji was hit head-on, and his eyes widened in pain. Charmy turned around and stood up again. Hey, get up and play with me for a while. Charmy provoked with a happy and slightly dissatisfied tone. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. As the former leader of the Mafia, Yamazaki Ruji had never been treated like this by a woman. He immediately shouted angrily and kicked Charmy. Charmy jumped up and spun to kick Yamazaki Ruji. Charmy spinning jump kick. Charmy opened and closed her legs, kicking Yamazaki Ruji's body one after another. Yamazaki Ruji took advantage of the backward movement to roll back and dodge. Seeing this, Charmy rushed over again. Snake fist. In an instant, Yamazaki Ruji's left hand turned into an afterimage and whipped toward Charmy. Pa! Charmy stopped and raised her arm to block. Yamazaki Ruji, who had retracted his attack, did not show any mercy. He rubbed his feet on the ground and used a mysterious force to rub out a pile of fine sand on the hard cement floor. He then raised his foot and kicked at Charmy's face. Quench! Sparks and dust flew into the air. Charmy raised her hand as if she was adjusting her hair. She dodged. However, at this moment, Yamazaki Ruji, who had a dagger in his hand, quickly rushed towards her with one hand waving the dagger horizontally. Charmy fell backwards. With one arm on the ground, she raised her legs high. Taking advantage of the moment when Yamazaki Ruji's attack missed, she clamped his neck and threw Yamazaki Ruji to the ground. Bam! Charmy did not stop moving. She quickly got up and moved behind Yamazaki Ruji's back. She grabbed his waist with both hands and threw the dazed Yamazaki Ruji to the ground again. Bang! It's so boring, Charmy pouted as she hugged her chest tightly with her arms to make her breasts look even fuller. Gulp. The referee, who was watching from the side. The audience subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After 3 to 4 seconds of silence, Yamazaki Ruji, who had recovered from the shock of his brain, shook his head violently and stood up from the ground. Then, Yamazaki Ruji screamed crazily and jumped up from the ground. He stretched out one arm and grabbed Charmy. Seeing this, Charmy's eyes flashed coldly under her bangs, and she unleashed her strength as well. First, she leaped back, dodging Yamazaki Ruji's attack. Then she came up to Yamazaki Ruji's side and pressed down on Yamazaki Ruji's shoulder to stand upside down. Instilling power into Yamazaki Ruji's body, his body stiffened instinctively. Then, he turned over and landed on Yamazaki Ruji's back. He stretched out his hands, hugged Yamazaki Ruji's waist, and threw him to the ground. Bang! A violent, muffled sound rang out. Killing skill, Charmy's big flash. Next, Charmy straightened her body and tightened her arms with an even more powerful force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones being dislocated faintly rang in everyone's ears. This was the continuous part of a sure kill skill. It was also at this time that Charmy's sure kill skill was completed. Then, Charmy let go and stood up from the ground. She turned around and squatted down in front of Yamazaki Ruji, whose neck and waist bones were both dislocated. She bent down and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Stop messing around, hurry up and awaken, or else we'll have to kill you ourselves." "What did you say?" Yamazaki Ruji, who was dizzy, asked subconsciously. "Nothing." Charmy chuckled, then stood up and kicked Yamazaki Ruji's face without hesitation. Bam! The huge impact immediately knocked Yamazaki Ruji unconscious. "Referee, you can announce it now." Charmy turned her head and said in a greasy voice, "K.O. The winner is contestant Charmy of the Hell Band." The referee swallowed his saliva and announced loudly, "Wow, good, cool." The foreign audience at the side cheered enthusiastically. Charmy waved to the audience and turned back to the team. "Sister Charmy, what did you say to that guy just now?" Chris asked curiously. "Nothing, I just told him to wake up quickly and not mess around like he is now." Charmy chuckled. Then, she looked at Yamazaki Ruji, who was called by the organizers in advance, and said softly, "But I didn't expect that there would be such a disgusting guy in this reincarnation. It's really disappointing. Didn't you say that he hasn't awakened yet? Maybe after he awakens, he will become better." Shiga explained softly. Charmy curled her lips, obviously not believing that Yamazaki Ruji could become better. Then, the two of them did not say anything and quietly waited for the end of the break time. 5 minutes was not a long time. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition again. "Contestant from both sides, please come to the stage." The referee said loudly. Charmy ran her hand through her hair, swayed her waist, and walked into the arena. Opposite her, Mary, who was wearing a pair of blue trousers and a red sleeveless shirt that exposed her waist, also walked out of the team and entered the arena. "I hope you won't be like that guy, who can't take a beating." Charmy laughed. "Humph." Mary responded with a cold snort. The referee looked at the two of them and announced loudly, "Competition, start." As soon as she finished speaking, Mary immediately started running. Then, she jumped up halfway and kicked Charmy away. Charmy smiled slightly. She jumped into the air, lay down on her side, and kicked at Mary with her legs slightly apart. Bang! Mary, who was kicked head-on, rolled and landed on the ground. Then, after squatting, she slid along the ground and continued to kick at Charmy. Charmy dodged lightly and dodged with her arms. Then, she grabbed Mary's shoulder with one hand and used it as a fulcrum to fall to the ground and spread her legs wide. Like two blades of scissors, she fiercely clamped Mary's neck and twisted her body to throw her to the ground. Mary, who did not want her neck to be broken, also twisted her body. Bang! Charmy and Mary both fell to the ground. Then, Charmy quickly stood up, jumped up, and used her knee to press against Mary's chest. Because Mary had turned around, she did not suffer much damage from the fall. She quickly turned over and laid down, raised her leg, and kicked out. Bang! Charmy was kicked back, and the knee landed in the air. Mary pulled back her legs and closed them together. Then, she swept toward Charmy. Charmy jumped up, laid down horizontally, and used her shoulder to hit Mary's body. Mary was hit, and her upper body instinctively leaned back. Charmy did not give up and stretched out her arms. Like a performance on a stage, she once again hit Mary's head, forcing her to lean back. Then, she used all the strength in her body and used her ultimate skill, Charmy's Great Flash. Charmy's arm stretched out. She grabbed Mary's shoulder and instilled strength into her body, making her body stiffen. Then, she turned over and landed behind Mary. She stretched out her arms and hugged her waist. Then she turned around and threw her to the ground. Bang! However, just when the audience thought that Charmy would continue to raise her body to oppress Mary like she did with Yamazaki Ruji and create joint dislocation, the aura that had just weakened erupted from Charmy's body, with an even stronger momentum. Then, Charmy, who was still holding her waist, twisted her body, stood up, and once again threw Mary, who had not recovered, to the ground. Once, twice. It was not until the third time that Mary was officially thrown out. However, Charmy still did not stop here. She ran quickly again, rushed to the front of Mary, jumped up, and used her knee to press Mary's chest. Bang! Crack! Mary, who was a little confused by the continuous slamming, had a greatly reduced reaction speed. Unsurprisingly, she was hit by Charmy's knee. Then, with a series of soft sounds, her chest shattered and collapsed. Mary instinctively let out a painful groan. Charmy got up and stepped back. Mary, who had recovered from the great pain of the fracture, endured the pain in her chest, turned around, and climbed up from the ground. She panted slightly and looked at Charmy opposite her. She put her hands in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers curled slightly. Then, with 2 crisp cracking sounds, the bones were repositioned. Oomph. In the great pain of the bones setting, Mary let out another groan with a pale face. Charmy looked at Mary's movements with interest. Then, Mary put down her hands and turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I admit defeat." Charmy did not expect Mary, who still had the strength to fight, to admit defeat. Charmy let out a soft sound of surprise with a strange expression. The reason why Mary admitted defeat was actually very simple. Although the reason why she came to the competition this time was to spar with the excellent grandmasters of combat from all over the world to test her skills, this was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that she had been arranged by the Interpol headquarters to monitor Yamazaki Ruji, a prisoner who had escaped from prison, and to find an opportunity to capture him. Therefore, the purpose of the competition was not very strong. Moreover, Yamazaki Ruji was out of her sight and could escape at any time. Mary did not have the heart to stay any longer. If she had not promised Billy that she would work hard to qualify for the competition when they first formed the team, she might not even have the heart to fight. Therefore, after paying the price of a broken sternum, Mary, who could be considered to have promised Billy, immediately chose to admit defeat. K.O. The winner is contestant Charmy of the Hell Band. The referee announced loudly. Wow. Warm cheers once again rang out from the surrounding audience. Sorry, I tried my best. Mary, who would bring a piercing pain to her lungs every time she breathed, frowned slightly and turned to Billy beside her. Umph. Billy snorted coldly with a gloomy expression. Mary ignored Billy's expression and went straight to the doctor beside her. She asked the doctor for the hospital where Yamazaki Ruji was and asked them to send her there. After all, she was now considered to be seriously injured. Then, after waiting for more than 5 minutes, the third round between the Avengers and the Hell Band began. The Hell Band sent out Charmy, who had won 2 matches in a row, to deal with the captain of the Avengers, who was also the last contestant, Billy. The result was needless to say. In front of Charmy, who had 1,800 years of combat experience, Billy, the Rod King, was a tragedy. Within a few minutes, he was thrown to the ground by Charmy. In the end, he also lost the competition by dislocating his neck and waist bones. He was sent to the hospital by the medical staff called in advance by the organizers. At this point, the competition between the 2 sides ended. The Hell Band won with an absolute advantage and obtained the qualification to enter the semifinals. At the same time, the first day of the competition ended. Then, on the morning of the second day, the competition between the Japanese team and the Korean team restarted. The result was needless to say. With the help of the cheating device, Goro and the others, who were extremely strong, easily defeated the Korean team led by Kim Jaopon and obtained the qualification to enter the semifinals. Then, in the competition that afternoon, the Dragon Tiger Fist team crushed the American sports team in a crushing manner and won the championship. On the third day, under the influence of the protagonist's aura and the variable that was Ito's say, the female fighting team easily defeated the heavily injured Shingo Yabuki and entered the semifinals. In this way, the teams that entered the semifinals were all selected. They were the Brazilian mercenary team, the Hell Band, the Japanese team, the Dragon Tiger Fist team, the new female fighting team, and a special team of Iori Yagami that entered the semi-finals directly with a special invitation letter. And 3 days later, they will be selected for the semi-finals in the stadium in Tokyo, Japan. Its pulse is getting more and more obvious. In a mansion in the suburbs of Tokyo, Iris, who was wearing a pink dress and a red short-sleeved jacket, suddenly said softly, "Can you feel how long it will take for it to awaken?" Seito asked. Iris closed her eyes and used her unique sense of touch as the planet's spirit to comprehend the world. After a while, Iris opened her eyes and said softly, "It's almost reaching the critical point. As for when it will awaken, it depends on its will and the actions of its subordinates." Seito understood the original plot and the meaning behind Iris' words. He nodded and didn't say anything. After that, Ito, Sei, Iris, and C, who was flipping through a gourmet magazine, stayed in the living room for a while. Then, they got up one after another and returned to their bedrooms to rest. Needless to say, C naturally slept with Seito. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1625. P.S. This chapter is a bit messy. No matter how I write it, it doesn't feel right. It's like I don't know how to write it. So please forgive me. Without a sound, a thin blanket silently slid down from a curvy, fair-skinned body that looked exceptionally alluring. Charmy stood up and walked slowly to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and took out the clothes she was going to wear today. At the same time, Seito, who was also naked, sat up and leaned his back against the bedside table. He turned his head and admired Charmy's seductive movements as she put on her clothes. After a moment of silence, Seito couldn't help but ask, "I didn't expect you to ask me to come over last night. Aren't you afraid that it will affect today's competition?" "The outcome has been decided. It doesn't matter if it affects or not," Charmy, who was putting on her clothes, said softly. Seito, who knew Charmy's identity and what she was doing now, raised his eyebrows. "Also, this is my last gift to you." Charmy turned around and looked at Seito and said softly, "I believe that this will definitely not be your last gift." Seito retorted calmly and affirmatively. Charmy's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a strange smile that was both gentle and disdainful. She didn't say anything else, because in her mind, no matter what happened next, she definitely wouldn't see Seito again. "You can find a place to eat breakfast," Charmy, who had finished tidying up her appearance, said casually as she turned around and walked to the bedroom door. "I know," Seito responded with a slight nod. Then, Charmy's figure disappeared from the room. Not long after, bang, the sound of the door closing faintly came from outside the room. After sitting on the bed for a while, Seito tossed the blanket aside and stood up. "The King of Fighters is held every year, but there's no champion every year. The big boss behind the scenes, on the other hand, keeps popping up year after year. I have to say, the King of Fighters tournament is indeed a tragedy." As he walked to the bathroom, he said with a smile on his face. Bang! After entering the bathroom, Ito-sei closed the door and walked to the bathtub on the side. He took the shower head and turned it on to wash his body. Wah! Messy noises echoed in the bathroom. At about 10:15 a.m., after a long-winded announcement, the semi-finals of the King of Fighters tournament officially began. Let's welcome the Brazilian mercenaries and the contestants of the rookie girl fighting team. Come on. The host shouted loudly. That's right. It was the Brazilian mercenary team and the new female grandmaster of combat team, not the Brazilian mercenary team and Hell's Band as expected. The reason for this was that the semi-finals this time was not like the previous one, where two teams that appeared close to each other were directly matched against each other. Instead, the teams were drawn into groups again. As a result, the Brazilian mercenary team met the rookie girl fighting team, the Japanese team met the Dragon Tiger Fist team, and Hell's Band met Iori Yagami, who was fighting alone. That was why the current situation was created. However, judging from the situation of the teams, no matter how one looked at it, it felt like they were being deliberately manipulated by someone. My Shiranui. King. Chizuru Kagura. Clark! Clark! Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the contestants' supporters. Clark, Ralph, and Loana of the Brazilian mercenary team, and my Shiranui, King, and Chizuru Kagura of the rookie girl fighting team walked into the stadium one after another. Then, the two teams separated. They walked to the platform built in the middle of the stadium and stood still. "Let's welcome the contestants of the two teams to the stage," the host said again. Then, Ralph, who was wearing a red headband, walked out of the team and stepped onto the stage. At the same time, my Shiranui walked out from King and Chizuru Kagura and came to the opposite side of Ralph. "Are you two ready?" asked the host, whose eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. "Of course," Ralph said with a grin. My Shiranui nodded solemnly. "Then, let the game begin," the host announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ralph rushed toward my Shiranui. But at the same time, my Shiranui threw out the paper fan in her hand after a few minutes of competition under the guidance of Sei Ito. My Shiranui, who had made great progress in all her abilities and reached the ultimate level of strength, easily defeated Ralph, the veteran team member, and won the first game. K.O. The winner is my Shiranui of the rookie girl fighting team, the host announced loudly. My Shiranui! My Shiranui! Her supporters were also very cooperative and shouted loudly. Then, after a 5-minute break, my Shiranui fought with Clark, the number 2 player of the Brazilian mercenary team. Although Clark's close combat skills were very sharp, compared with my Shiranui's dexterity, it was still a lot worse. So naturally, Clark, who was restrained, followed in Ralph's footsteps and was defeated by my Shiranui. Then, my Shiranui met her third opponent, Loana, who had been a little strange recently. "Gakura, look at that girl." At the same time, in a special passage in the stadium, Charmy touched Shirche, who was standing beside her, and whispered, "That's right, she does have the same blood flowing in her body." Shirche looked seriously at Loana, who was fighting fiercely with my Shiranui, and nodded seriously. And, judging from her state, she is on the verge of awakening. "Do you want to wake her up now?" Charmy's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she spoke in a low voice. "Forget it. Our Lord will wake up soon. Don't let her ruin our plan." Shirche shook his head slightly. Charmy nodded. She didn't say anything. Ultimate Strength, 5%, Ninja B. At this time, my Shiranui gave a low shout in the arena. A strong force, which was so powerful that all the fighters present were shocked, burst out from her body and turned into red fox fire, which wrapped my Shiranui's body and attacked Loana on the opposite side with her. Loana, who was rushing forward, changed her expression and quickly stopped, crossing her hands in front of her body. Boom! The next moment, my Shiranui's body hit Loana's body hard. Flames surged and burned Loana's whole body. Loana fell backward and flew out. Bang! Huff! Huff! My Shiranui, who had released her killing move, stood in place and gasped gently. What kind of power is that? It's definitely not the ultimate strength. Is it new power? It's similar to a power that my father has comprehended. Mr. Chaijo? Yes. While my Shiranui was gasping for breath, such a discussion sounded among the Dragon Tiger Fist team, the Korean team, and the Japanese team. I didn't expect my Shiranui to have mastered such power. At the edge of the arena, King shook his head and said with a wry smile. Also, Chizuru Kagura turned to look at King beside her and said in surprise, "Have you mastered this power too?" "Yes." King nodded slightly. He didn't say much, but in her mind, she suddenly remembered the days when she practiced with Sei Ito and broke through the limit to obtain the ultimate strength. Chizuru Kagura saw this and didn't ask any more questions. She turned her head and looked back at the arena. At this time, the fox fire went out. Loana's clothes were burned in many places, and her skin was gray and black. She was sitting on the arena with her arms crossed, her head lowered, and her body trembling violently. He looked as if he was enduring something. Waves of chaotic aura were constantly being emitted from her body. "Referee, we admit defeat." At this moment, Clark and Ralph hurriedly ran up to the ring and said to the referee anxiously, "K.O. The winner is the new female Grandmaster of Combat Team, the host announced in a timely manner. Ralph and Clark ignored the surrounding noises and hastily covered Loanna's body with a blue-patterned cloak. Together, they helped her up from the ground and carried her out of the gymnasium without saying a word. Chizuru Kagura looked thoughtfully at Loanna, and the other two leaving quickly. Yay! We won! Sister King, we won! Mai Shiranui ran to King and said with a happy face. King chimed in with a happy look on his face. Then, as if remembering something, Mai Shiranui suddenly said, By the way, I need to call Chung and tell him the good news. King's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, but she agreed with a smile. Next, let's welcome the representative team of Japan and the representative team of Dragon Tiger Fist. The host paused for a moment, then announced loudly again. As soon as the announcement was made, Kyo Kusanagi, Daimon Goro, Hanamaru, Itazaki Ryo, Robert, and Yukari Itazaki walked out of the arena amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers and stood on both sides of the arena. Let's welcome the contestants from both teams to the arena, the host said. Daimon Goro stepped out of the crowd and stepped into the arena. Seeing Daimon Goro enter the arena, Itazaki Ryo of Dragon Tiger Fist changed his team's order and stepped into the arena as the starter. Are the two of you ready? The host asked as he looked back and forth between the two contestants. Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo nodded in unison, indicating that they could begin. Let the match begin, the host announced loudly. Because they were old rivals, both sides were very wary of each other's strength. Therefore, both sides did not launch a strong attack on each other at the beginning of the match. Instead, they moved very slowly, looking for an opportunity to attack in the confrontation. Then, after 5 or 6 minutes, just as the audience was starting to get impatient and started to hiss, the two of them roared in unison and launched an attack on each other. Chapter 16:26. KO. The winner is the Japanese team. The host announced in an excited voice. After a fierce battle, Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo, who were relatively close in strength, left the stage in a draw. Then, they were replaced by Hanamaru and Robert. Unlike Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo, the gap between them was obvious. Therefore, Robert won the battle with a slight advantage. However, his body was numbed and paralyzed by Hanamaru's lightning power, and his strength was greatly reduced. Kyo Kusanagi, who had the protagonist aura, left the stage in a perfect KO. Then, Yuri Itazaki got onto the stage. However, in terms of strength, the gap between her and Kyo Kusanagi, who had the protagonist aura, was too big. Moreover, Kyo Kusanagi had the support of his firepower. Therefore, after a few moves, her clothes were burned by Kyo Kusanagi's fire, and she had no choice but to lose the match. Then, the Inferno Band and Iori Yagami left the stage. Let's welcome the contestants, the host announced loudly. Let me fight this round, Sister Charmy and Brother Seven Cap Society. Chris stopped the two of them and requested. Hearing this, Shiga and Charmy exchanged a look and frowned slightly. I know this match is very important. We need to trigger the blood of madness in his body to create chaos for our Lord's awakening. Believe me, I can do it, Chris said seriously. All right, I'll leave this match to you. 7+ Society looked at Chris seriously and nodded in agreement. Chris, who had a face that resembled a girl's, smiled. He quickly ran onto the stage and stood in front of Iori Yagami, who was already standing in the stage. Are you ready? Are you ready? The host asked. It's done, Chris replied. Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. I'm ready. Match start. Seeing that the two were ready, the host announced in a loud voice. The moment he said that, Chris rushed toward Iori Yagami. Coo. Iori Yagami waved his hand sideways, and a mysterious faint purple flame quickly burned toward Chris along the ground. Chris jumped up, and while dodging Koo's flame, he kicked at Iori Yagami. Iori Yagami spun and flew up, leaving a trail of fire behind him. It lingered around his body. Ghost burn. Bang. Unsurprisingly, Chris was swept back to the ground. Chris, who had fallen to the ground, wasn't discouraged. He immediately turned over and crouched down. Supporting his body with his hands, he kicked Iori Yagami's calf, who had just fallen to the ground. Bang! Iori Yagami tilted his body and fell to the ground. Then, Iori Yagami placed one hand on the ground. Similarly, he kicked out with both legs. Chris, who had just finished his attack, was immediately sent flying. After finishing his attack, Yagami stood up and threw out another Swanee. Chris also got up from the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he turned into an afterimage and landed obliquely on the ground. Then, he dashed forward and appeared in front of Iori Yagami, leaving an afterimage behind. He pushed Iori Yagami's abdomen with his palm. Iori Yagami slid past Chris and came behind him, grabbing Chris's waist with his left hand. Reverse peel. Puff. With a muffled sound, blood spurted out from Chris's back. Then, he grunted and staggered a few steps forward. Iori Yagami turned around. Once again, he threw out a pie. Chris's little face flashed with anger, and his expression turned ferocious. However, he still suppressed it. He didn't immediately recall his separated god soul and turn it into black flame Chris. Instead, he dashed forward and got out of the range of the Swanee's flame. However, at this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Iori Yagami's body. Then, Iori Yagami rushed to Christian's side at an extremely fast speed, waving his arms and scratching Christian's body crazily. Ultimate technique, Yagami girl. Then, blood spurted out from Chris's body. Seeing that Chris was injured, Charmy's murderous aura burst out uncontrollably. If Iori Yagami hadn't put his hand on her shoulder, Charmy would have rushed into the arena and attacked Iori Yagami. If we don't stop him, Chris will explode. Charmy barely suppressed the murderous aura in her heart. Then, she turned her head and looked at Iori Yagami with a cold expression. Since we can't stop him, let him explode. After all, our master has collected enough energy. We're just doing something extra to make things go smoother, Iori Yagami said faintly. Unfortunately, someone took Kadata Mahaim away before we did anything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do this, Iori Yagami said regretfully as he shook his head. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an explosive sound rang out from the arena. Then, under the impact of the purple flames that had yet to completely dissipate, Chris's body fell from high up in the air. Bam! Iori Yagami stood still and looked at Chris quietly. 10, 9, 8, 7. After a few seconds, the referee began to count down. 6, 5, 4. Chris didn't move anymore. 3, 2. At this moment, a mysterious aura was released from Chris's body. Sensing the aura released from Chris's body, Iori Yagami frowned slightly. This was because under the influence of that aura, he could clearly feel that the blood in his body was rapidly becoming active, and it was emitting waves of crazy thoughts that attacked his consciousness. 1. Before the referee could read out the number, Chris stood up straight like a zombie. His head was lowered, and he kept it low. The referee stopped and continued to preside over the match. Whoosh! Amidst a clear whistling sound, a towering purple flame suddenly appeared around Chris, enveloping him. Seeing this purple flame, Iori Yagami's expression changed completely. Chizuru Kagami and Kyo Kusanagi, who were watching his match in the special channel, also changed their expressions. It's the Orochi clan, Chizuru Kagami exclaimed. Hearing Chizuru Kagami's words, King and Mai Shiranui's expressions also changed. Then, Chizuru Kagami hurriedly took out her mobile phone and ordered the staff to evacuate. At this moment, the flames disappeared. Chris raised his head and spread out his hands, and 2 more purple flames shot out from his palms. Iori Yagami, Chris, who was no longer as innocent as before, called out in a deep voice with a dark and evil look on his face. The Orochi clan. Iori Yagami said in a deep voice, Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We've just received news that a bomb has been planted in the stadium. Please follow the staff's instructions and leave immediately. I repeat, a gentle female voice sounded from the loudspeaker in the stadium. Bomb. Help. After the initial shock, the crowd was completely panicked. Fortunately, the staff was there to guide them this time. Even though it was chaotic, there was still some order. It wasn't as chaotic as it was in the last competition, where there were stampedes and injuries. It seems that the woman from the Artifact clan is taking action. Hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, Charmy chuckled. "Let's go," Shiga said mildly. "Okay." With that, the two of them summoned their godly souls back. Shiga lowered his body and let out a ferocious roar. Charmy raised her arms high and looked up as if she was holding something up. Then, she let out a yell. Almost instantly, two powerful dark forces erupted from Charmy and Shiga, cracking the ground and creating a horrifying scene as if it was the end of the world. The powerful dark presence quickly spread throughout the stadium. Then, Shiga, who had reverted to his Dark King form, and Charmy jumped onto the arena and surrounded Iori Yagami with Chris. Iori! At this moment, a female yell sounded, and Chizuru Kagami, Kyo Kusanagi, and his teammates Daimon Goro and Hanamura rushed out of the passage and came onto the arena. As for Itazaki Yoshi, Robert, Mai Shiranui, and King, they stayed off the stage and didn't join in the fun. However, despite their good intentions, an accident forced them to participate in this matter. At this moment, with a series of muffled sounds, Ralph, who was vomiting blood, fell out of a broken door. Then, under the influence of the dark presence, Loanna, who had completely fallen into madness, rushed out of the room and continued to attack Ralph. Clark followed her out of the room and hugged Loanna's body. "Please help us. Otherwise, we may all die here." Clark, whose veins were bulging on his arms, asked Mai Shiranui and the others, whose attention was drawn to him. Mai Shiranui, King, Itazaki Yuri, and Itazaki Yoshi looked at each other and ran toward them one after another. However, at this moment, Loanna roared, and the dark force in her body burst out violently, sending Clark, who was hugging her, flying. The expressions of Mai Shiranui and the others changed slightly, and they attacked Loanna at the same time. At the same time, in the stadium, the three godly artifacts and the three heavenly kings confronted each other. "Now that everyone is here, let's start our feast." Shiga chuckled. Then he squatted down and punched the ground of the stadium. Then, in the next moment, a huge, strange pattern suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. It bloomed with silver blue light and soared into the sky, forming a light pillar that enveloped everyone. The pillar of light lasted for 5 to 6 seconds before it suddenly exploded, revealing the situation inside. Chapter 16:27. P.S. Thanks to Insect Kill Potato for the tip. Charmy, Shiga, Chris, Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Chizuru Kagura were nowhere to be seen. Only Daimon Goro and Nikamaru were left staring blankly at the empty arena. "Damn it," Hanamaru cursed angrily. Although Daimon Goro didn't directly express his emotions like Hanamaru, his frowning eyebrows and slightly gloomy face also showed that he was not in a good mood. Meanwhile, Charmy, Chizuru Kagura, and the others, who had disappeared, appeared in a strange space. The space was very large. It was not clear how large it was, but the environment was very harsh. The entire space was filled with powerful dark energy, and the destructive lightning evolved from the dark energy was rumbling through the space. It was like the end of the world. Other than that, there would be violent earthquake from time to time on the ground that looked like the ruins of an ancient building that they were standing on, making Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Chizuru Kagura, who were not used to it, tremble. Boom! Pa! Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of the three divine artifacts, creating a fist-sized crater. Looking at the surroundings, Chizuru Kagura's expression couldn't help but become serious. "This is the mystic realm where my clan lived 1,800 years ago. It is also where our master's temporary residence is located," the 7+ Society said calmly. "Do you see these broken walls and tiles? That is the destruction caused by the battle between our race and your ancestors 1,800 years ago." Hearing the words of the Shiga Society, Chizuru Kagura's expression changed. As the descendant of the Yamagata clan who was in charge of the seal, Chizuru Kagura, who was well-versed in her family's history, understood the significance of this palace. It was not only the altar needed for the serpent to descend, but it was also the core of the entire seal. If there was a fierce battle here, the aftermath of the battle was likely to break the ancient seal and release the serpent. It seems that you've understood, Miko-sama. Chizuru Kagura's expression suddenly changed. She chuckled. What's going on? Kyo Kusanagi asked in a deep voice. Chizuru Kagura didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. After listening to Chizuru Kagura's explanation, Kyo Kusanagi frowned. I don't care if it's sealed or not. I'll do my best in the upcoming battle, Iori Yagami said calmly. Nunnery, Chizuru Kagura called out with a headache. Iori Yagami ignored Chizuru's call. Don't you know that if the serpent revives, the three of you will die as well? With a helpless expression, Chizuru Kagura turned her attention back to the Shikaka Society, Charmy, and Chris. He said in a deep voice. It was obvious that she was planning to use their lives as a reason to make them hesitate. Our lives were given by the Lord, and it is our honor to return to the embrace of the Lord. Besides, we've already expected this day to come, and we've already prepared for it. There's no need for a witch like you to worry. Chris, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, said. Chizuru Kagura didn't know what to say to the three who were determined to sacrifice themselves. In that case, we'll have to stop you with force, Chizuru Kagura said with a gloomy expression after a short pause. As soon as she said that, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami got into their battle postures. You should have done this long ago. Shigashi laughed. Leave this guy to me. Chris of the Flames looked at Iori Yagami with murderous intent in his eyes. Then leave the witch to me, Charmy said with a slight smile. Charmy said softly with a gentle smile. However, contrary to her expression, her body was filled with violent, murderous intent. The murderous intent spread out without restraint. Okay. She wasn't picky and fixed his gaze on Kyo Kusanagi. Let's go. With a low shout, the 6 people from both sides rushed towards a target they had chosen beforehand. In almost an instant, the battle began in this chaotic space. Fistfuls of pale purple and reddish-yellow flames, as well as violent blue-white lightning, continuously appeared in this space. However, it didn't take long for the scales of victory to tilt towards Charmy, 7 Cap Society, and Chris. After all, as the 3 heavenly kings, Charmy, 7GA She, and Chris had mastered the power of darkness that was of a higher quality than the absolute power that the 3 divine artifacts were currently using. To a certain extent, they could suppress the 3 divine artifacts to a certain extent. Furthermore, they were currently in a special space filled with the power of darkness. The power of darkness that the 3 heavenly kings possessed was once again strengthened. It was completely reasonable for them to be able to suppress the 3 divine artifacts. However, as main characters, the 3 god equipment were no pushovers as well. With the support of the main character aura transformed from my world's power, the 3 god equipment became more and more powerful. Soon, they were forced to the limits of their power. Then, they all broke through their bottleneck and comprehended ultimate power as they roared. Then, the ultimate power activated the divine artifacts, triggering a supreme power similar to that of Alea. The 3 divine artifacts, which were about to be defeated, were able to withstand the attacks of Charmy and the other 2 heavenly kings. In the following process, the restraining power of the divine artifacts was used to suppress the 3 heavenly kings. Kyo Kusanagi, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Kita and Angshu? She's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke. What? You're the one who took in Angshu? Kyo Kusanagi stopped attacking and shouted with a face full of anger. The corner of Shiga's mouth curled up slightly. He quickly rushed to Kyo Kusanagi's side and grabbed him by the waist. Then he turned around and leaped up. He fiercely slammed Kyo Kusanagi to the ground. Bang! Then, she stood up again and unleashed his dark power. Bending down, he stood alone on the ground, and a blue energy halo appeared under his feet, sending waves of energy into his body through the palm of his hand that was pressed on the ground. Then he stood up, turned around, and punched out, shooting out a wave of energy. A blue beam of light, as thick as an arm shot, towards Chizuru Kagura, who was fighting Charmy not far away. She couldn't help but defend. Chizuru Kagura was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale face. She staggered back. But at this moment, a powerful dark power erupted from Charmy's body. Then, Charmy gently turned around and jumped in the air. Her body flashed with blue light as she quickly spun and rushed towards Chizuru Kagura. Sure kill skill, Destiny Phantom Vibrator. Chizuru Kagura's expression changed slightly. She immediately crossed her arms in front of her body and wrapped her body with power. Boom! The next moment, the two collided. Lightning exploded and turned into countless sparks that climbed towards Chizuru Kagura and the surrounding area. It was the foundation of a zero skill. While Charmy was in a short stun due to the use of her ultimate skill, Chizuru Kagura's eyes lit up. Chizuru Kagura's eyes lit up, and she unleashed the power of the divine artifact. She lowered her body and pulled back her arms, and she thrust her palm at Charmy's dantian. Bow! Instantly, Charmy was sent flying by the explosive power of the divine artifact. Her aura dropped at an obvious speed. When she fell to the ground, she was like an ordinary person. Sister Charmy. Seeing that Charmy was in a state of shock, Lin Sanjiu called out to her. Chris hurriedly yelled. However, his yell gave Iori Yagami, who hadn't been able to find a good opportunity to counterattack. Then his aura burst out and he raised his hands up high like a lotus flower, bringing out afterimages as he rushed in front of Chris. He waved his arms and his 10 fingers like hooks, causing long and narrow wounds to appear on Chris's body. Blood spurted out from the wounds. Boom! Under the explosion of purple flames, Chris, whose body was invaded by the power of the divine artifact, screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Speak. What did you do to Snowy? After a short battle, Kyo Kusanagi stood up from the ground and glared at Shigagumi, who was the only one still standing, and questioned fiercely. She's the host chosen by our Lord, and she's now imprisoned here. If you want her to live, help us break the seal here, Shigagumi said lightly. Kyo Kusanagi's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Kyo, don't listen to him. If the seal is completely broken, Orochi will wake up immediately, and Snowy, the host, will also die. Chizuru Kagura hurriedly tried to persuade Kyo Kusanagi. If you have time to persuade others, you'd better worry about yourself, Charmy, who had stood up from the ground, said coldly. Then, she endured the influence of the divine artifact's power in her body and rushed toward Chizuru Kagura. Chizuru Kagura's body split, and a phantom rushed out from her body, and with a great force, pressed Charmy back to the ground. Hachi Hachi, Shigagumi. Okay, I promise you, Kyo Kusanagi said in a deep voice. Shigagumi heard this, and the corners of her mouth rose, and she smiled. Kyo, Chizuru Kagura said anxiously. Where is the seal? Kyo Kusanagi ignored Chizuru Kagura's call and asked directly. Do you see that stone pillar? That's the fulcrum of the barrier. Shigagumi pointed at a stone pillar not far from them. There were 5 or 6 pillars like that in the entire space. Kyo Kusanagi nodded, turned around, and walked toward one of the pillars. But before he could take a few steps, Kyo Kusanagi suddenly turned around and launched a fierce attack on Shigagumi. Even though Shigagumi was already on guard against him, he was still a little flustered and quickly fell into a disadvantage. What made him even more distressed was that at this time, Chizuru Kagura also left Charmy, who was basically no different from an ordinary person, and ran to his side to help Kyo Kusanagi. So after a while, Shigagumi fell to the ground under Kyo Kusanagi's attack. Tap, tap, tap. Kyo Kusanagi slowly walked over to Shiga, whose body was covered in burns from the flames of the artifact. He bent down and grabbed Shiga's collar with both hands. He glared at Shiga and asked, Where's Snowy? Do you want to know where she is? Send me to Charmy. Shigegumi coughed up blood and said with a smile. Kyo Kusanagi stood up and dragged Shigegumi to Charmy's side as if he was dragging an inanimate object and threw him to Charmy's side. Speak, Kyo Kusanagi said with a cold face. Charmy. Shigegumi ignored Kyo Kusanagi's question and turned to Charmy. What is it? Charmy squatted down and asked. Shigegumi didn't say anything and just looked deeply at Charmy, then reached out his hands and grabbed her neck. Crack! Following that, a crisp sound was heard. Charmy's neck was broken. Perhaps Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, and Iori Yagami, who was watching Chris on the ground, were all surprised, perhaps because they didn't expect the Shiga society to do this. I'll be there soon, Shigegumi said softly. Relying on the powerful vitality of the Serpent clan, Charmy, who still had a breath of life, smiled faintly. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Dark power began to overflow from Charmy's body and melted into the surrounding air. Shigegumi looked up at the sky and shouted, My lord, please accept our lives. After saying that, he swung his fist and punched himself in the chest. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, Shigegumi's chest caved in, and a broken bone pierced into his heart. His eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, they're making a sacrifice. Chizuru Kagura's expression changed when she heard Shiga's words. However, it was too late to do anything now. At this moment, a thick lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and bombarded Chris's body. Then, at the next moment, a powerful pressure spread out from the gradually dissipating light pillar. It was as if the entire world had descended. Sensing this aura, Chizuru Kagura, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami all focused their attention on the figure that gradually appeared from the lightning bolt. He's finally out. However, at this moment, a strange voice sounded in the space. Chizuru Kagura, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami's expressions changed, and they all turned to look at the source of the voice. In an instant, 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, appeared in their line of sight. Then, the man among the 3 figures stretched out his hand and summoned Charmy's corpse to his side. His hand glowed with green light, covering Charmy's body. Then, his free hand reached forward and grabbed a fingernail-sized gray ball of air. He threw it into Charmy's body. Chapter 1628. However, the man didn't stop there. He pressed his right hand on Charmy's chest, and his palm shook slightly. Then, the man raised his hand, and his 5 fingers pierced into Charmy's body like hooks. Then, he pulled out a baseball-sized white ball, made of lightning, and tossed it into the air. Almost as soon as the ball left his hand, it quickly rushed towards Chris, who was revealed by the lightning, and finally merged into Chris's body like water and milk. The man ignored the disappearance of the ball. He didn't do anything, but Charmy's corpse suddenly disappeared from his hand. It's you. After seeing the man's face, Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura frowned and yelled. Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but from his dark expression, it was obvious that he knew this man. Seito, why are you here? Kyo Kusanagi questioned. That's right. This man was Seito. Therefore, the identities of the other 2 women were also obvious. They were C, and Iris. Of course, I'm here for him. Seito looked at Chris, who was half kneeling on the ground, and chuckled. Before Chizuru Kagura could say anything, a new change occurred. At this moment, Chris, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up and floated in the air. He looked up at the void, and then a blue spirit pillar gushed out from the ground and wrapped around his body. His body quickly grew. Almost instantly, he grew from a teenager to a young man. However, at this moment, his appearance, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. His upper body was half naked, and there was a sun-like pattern on his chest. His gray hair fluttered in the spiritual wind, and he exuded an indescribable aura. At the same time, a stronger and clearer sense of oppression spread in the air along with this aura. If it weren't for the supreme power derived from the 3 divine artifacts, they wouldn't be able to stand like this. Instead, they would have been forced to kneel on the ground by this powerful aura. They even fainted. Orochi, Chizuru Kagura called out with an ugly expression. As if awakened by her greeting, the snake opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils hidden under its eyelids. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in its pupils, as if a god was looking down at the people in the field. However, when he looked at Seito, and Iris, his gaze changed drastically. "You kept your promise," the serpent said in an ethereal, yet strangely charming voice. "For the things I care about. I've always been like that." Seito chuckled. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chizuru Kagura's expression became even uglier. Clearly, her heart was now filled with suspicion toward Seito, this intruder, and she was afraid that his existence would destroy their great task of sealing the spirit pearl. "Seito, who the hell are you?" Chizuru Kagura asked with an ugly expression. "Me? I'm just a passerby," Seito said with a sincere smile. "I've never heard of a passerby who has the strength to talk to Orochi face to face," Kyokusanagura said sarcastically with a cold expression. "That's just because you're ignorant." Seito's eyes flashed with disdain. Seito didn't try to hide this expression, so Kyokusanagura saw it clearly. Anger surged in his heart, stimulating the power of the divine artifact in his body to start churning. "Are you going to release Orochi as well?" Chizuru Kagura asked again in a low voice. "That's hard to say." Ito Mori chuckled noncommittally. Then he turned his head and looked at Orochi again. He continued, "Orochi, about my previous proposal, I'll give you a chance. What do you think?" Chizuru Kagura's expression became ugly again when she saw that Seito was ignoring her. But because she wanted to get more information from the conversation between him and Orochi, she didn't say anything. Orochi didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned his head slightly and looked at Iris, who made him feel like he was the same kind of person. "Why did you choose to follow him?" Orochi asked in a low voice. "Because he saved my planet and brought a new life to the people of this planet." Iris tilted her head and thought about why she agreed to Seito's original intention of devouring her planet. Then she answered. But these words made Chizuru Kagura confused. What planet? What people? Is that woman an alien? If that's the case, then what is Itsunari? Is he also an alien? Why, as a planet consciousness, would you agree with the existence of humans? Orochi frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't understand why Iris, as a planet's consciousness, would do this. What? As soon as Orochi finished speaking, Chizuru Kagura's expression changed drastically as she looked at Iris in shock. She didn't expect that woman, who looked so weak, to be in existence similar to Orochi. What made her even more shocked was that she was following Seito. Then who was Seito? And who was the other woman by his side? Of course, Kyokusanagi and Iori Yagami were also shocked. After the lesson of the 96 conference, they went home and briefly looked through the ancient books of their families and roughly understood what a planet's consciousness was. Why don't you agree with humans? This time, it was Iris's turn to be confused. First of all, as a human, she naturally stood on the side of humans. Second, as the descendant of the ancient species that could communicate with the planet's consciousness, she didn't feel any malice from the planet's consciousness toward humans. Instead, the planet's consciousness selflessly nurtured all living beings on the planet. Because of this, she didn't have any obvious changes in her personality after dedicating herself to the planet's consciousness. Therefore, she didn't understand the purpose of Orochi. Humans destroy nature and kill living beings. It's an evil that shouldn't exist, Orochi stated his thoughts. Chizuru Kagura, Kyokusanagi, and Iori Yagami trembled when they heard Orochi's words. They immediately came back to their senses and remembered their mission. Zhu hurriedly looked at the serpent vigilantly. Orochi glanced at them coldly and ignored them. He continued to look at Iris, waiting for her answer. Just as you said, humans are indeed evil. However, as living beings on this planet, they are also our children. Why should we treat them differently? Iris first acknowledged Orochi's words, then asked him a question in return. Because their existence will destroy the planet, Orochi answered straightforwardly. Then, guide them and let them know what they can and can't do. Iris retorted without hesitation. That's right. Just like the Yakuza heroes that you nurtured, you can make them your representatives on Earth and let them guide the survival and development of the people in this world. There's no need to launch such an extreme purge and wipe out all humans. Ito chimed in at the right time. Humans are insidious creatures. The serpent paused for a moment and said again, but humans also have the emotions of kindness and love. Iris retorted as well. Why don't we give humans a chance and try our method? At this moment, Cece, who had been silent all this while, suddenly interjected. The serpent turned its head and looked at Cece's body. However, Cece's aura that belonged to Alea seemed to be a unique substance, and Orochi couldn't help but frown. What are you? Although there were artifacts similar to Alea in the King of Fighters world, they weren't Alea after all. Therefore, Orochi, who had never seen Alea before, asked, She's the witch of the human spirit. The power in her body comes from the subconscious of humans, Ito explained. Hearing Ito's words, Chizuru and Kagura couldn't help but look at C, who had a calm expression. At the same time, it was the first time they learned that there was such a high-end existence as the human spirit other than the planet spirit. No wonder you have an aura that makes me feel disgusted. Orochi's eyes flickered slightly. Very well, I can give humans another chance. But if they continue to increase the destruction of nature, then don't blame me, Orochi said. Chizuru, who didn't expect Orochi to be convinced by Ito with just a few words, was greatly relieved. In fact, it was easy to understand the reason. As the planet spirit, Orochi was naturally full of care for the life on the planet. It was just that the humans among them were too much, so Orochi wanted to carry out a cleansing and wipe them off the planet. Now that a human spirit had come to ask for his help, and at the same time, Iris, who was also a spirit of the planet, had spoken from another perspective. What was wrong with giving another chance to the life that he had given birth to, the humans, another chance? Since we're done talking about other things, let's talk about the matter between us, Ito said with a smile, when Orochi stopped the cleansing. What? Orochi's eyes fell on Ito. The ownership of the world, Ito said calmly. He completely ignored Chizuru Kagura and Kyokusakazu, who were shocked to the point that their expressions greatly changed after hearing his words. Like her? Orochi looked at Iris and asked. Yes, Ito nodded and admitted. Tell me your reason. Orochi narrowed his eyes and said. Ito chuckled and waved his hand to create an isolated space. Then he disappeared from Chizu, Kyokusakazu, and Iori Yagami sight with Orochi, Iris, and Iris. Chapter 16:29. In the space, Chizuru Kagura and the other two looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Moreover, this was a special space that could sense the existence of the serpent. If the serpent broke out of the seal and wasn't sealed, they wouldn't be able to enter and exit this space with the power of the godly artifacts. Now that the serpent was taken away, where could they seal it? Let's wait. I'm sure they'll come back soon. Chizuru Kagura said helplessly. That's our only choice, Kyokusanaji agreed. Kyokusanaji, now that the mission is over, it's time for us to fight. Ignoring their conversation, Iori Yagami challenged Kyokusanaji to a battle. While he spoke, waves of powerful auras were released from Iori Yagami's body. Iori Yagami, I'm not interested in fighting with you now, Kyokusanaji said impatiently as he was thinking about Snowy's whereabouts. These two problematic children. However, she couldn't say it out loud, so Chizuru Kagura had to endure her headache and try to persuade Iori Yagami. Yeah, Iori, this isn't the place to fight. Let's find a time and place to fight after this mission is over. I think this place is the most suitable, Iori Yagami retorted without giving her any face. Kyokusanaji, are you afraid of me? Then, Iori Yagami provoked him. Sure enough, The young and aggressive Kyo Kusanagi was provoked. Huh? I'm afraid of you. I wonder who became the prodigal son back then. Kyo Kusanagi was so angry that he laughed. At the mention of the old scar, Iori Yagami's face turned gloomy. Since you're not afraid of me, let's fight, Iori Yagami said in a gloomy tone. Let's fight. Kyo Kusanagi, who also wanted to vent his frustration, said straightforwardly. Iori. Chizuru Kagura yelled anxiously. However, at this moment, the two didn't bother to pay attention to her. They jumped up and put some distance between each other. Then, they swung their arms without prior agreement. Two flames, one yellow and one purple, burned toward each other along the ground. Whoosh! Halfway, the two flames collided and annihilated each other. Then, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami rushed toward each other. A battle ensued between the two. The two of them came from the same martial arts school. Later on, due to certain reasons and their habits, they gradually split into two factions. However, the general framework was still the same, so the attacks and movements of the two were mostly the same. For example, the flames in the beginning. For example, both families had ghost roast chicken and so on. In addition, the two of them were old rivals, so it was basically clear who knew what kind of things. Therefore, the moment the battle began, the two of them entered the most intense melee combat. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, a series of muffled sounds rang out in the space between the thunderous roars. These two guys. Chizuru Kagura gritted her teeth as she glared at Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami, who were unleashing killer moves on their opponents, causing them to spurt out blood. However, compared to these two troublesome fellows, in fact, she was more worried about Orochi and Sei Ito, who had disappeared for a while. After all, no matter which one of these two groups of people was her enemy, she couldn't be at ease. While Chizuru Kagura was distracted by her thoughts, the two of them finally unleashed the power of their respective godly artifacts. Kira, Orochi, Yagami girl. In the yells, red-yellow flames formed a wave of fire that burned toward Iori Yagami. Iori Yagami turned into an afterimage. He dashed toward Kyo Kusanagi. Iori, sensing the explosive power of the two, Chizuru Kagura snapped out of her reverie and yelled anxiously with a changed expression. Boom! However, she was one step too late. The flames collided with Iori Yagami's and exploded, sending him flying away. Then, Kyo Kusanagi didn't show any mercy and unleashed his power again, throwing Kira Orochi at Iori Yagami. Kira Orochi, Orochi's basic skill. Seeing this, Chizuru Kagura couldn't suppress her anger anymore and unleashed the power of her godly artifact. She used the power that sealed the Orochi clan on Kyo Kusanagi's body, sealing the Kira Orochi that he was about to unleash. Ugh! Kyo Kusanagi turned his head and looked at Chizuru Kagura in shock. As for the seal, he was not worried at all. Because it was also a divine artifact, the effect of the seal would not last as long as it did for the serpents. After a short period of time, the seal would automatically disappear. If they were to fight against each other again within a short period of time, the seal would be even shorter. However, he didn't understand why Chizuru Kagura sealed him. Nunnery isn't wrong, but do you have to kill him? Did you forget that he's one of us? Chizuru Kagura yelled angrily. After a moment of silence, Kyo Kusanagi lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood, so I acted impulsively. Of course, he was apologizing to Chizuru Kagura, not Iori Yagami. He wasn't interested in apologizing to that guy. Humph! Chizuru Kagura snorted, turned around, and ran to Iori Yagami. She asked with concern, Nunnery, are you okay? Iori Yagami pushed Chizuru Kagura away ungratefully. He looked back at Kyo Kusanagi with a cold expression and yelled, Hurry up and undo the seal on you. We'll start again. Obviously, he knew Kyo Kusanagi's situation very well. Nunnery, Chizuru Kagura yelled with a dark expression. Iori Yagami ignored her and fixed his eyes on Kyo Kusanagi. Chizuru, as you can see, I'm not the one who wants to fight. "It's this guy who won't give up," Kyo Kusanagi said to Chizuru Kagura. Then, Kyo Kusanagi lowered his body and used the power of the godly artifact to destroy the seal. After saying that, he waved his hand and put away the 3 light balls with the sleeve cosmos technique. He stepped forward and took Iris, C, and the unconscious Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami back to the outside world. At this time, after a fierce battle, they finally subdued Loana and knocked her out while everyone was more or less injured. Then, Ito didn't stay in the stadium for long. He used instant transmission to take Iris and CC back to the villa in the suburbs of Tokyo and began the last step before the world was devoured. At the same time, it was also the foundation to guide the people in the future to become the ruler of this world. Ito and his subordinates were already familiar with this kind of thing. Not to mention, he had a powerful media network in this world. So, in less than a month, Ito officially became the ruler of this world. Chapter 1630. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tips. Thank you to Woxlian for your comments. Magic Cube, after I leave, immediately devour this world. Ito ordered the Magic Cube while standing in the void of the Magic Cube world. Yes. After receiving the Magic Cube's reply, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately activated a modified mid-style dimensional transfer magic array under his feet. Then, in a burst of light, he disappeared from the Magic Cube world. Almost immediately after he disappeared, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void of the Magic Cube world. It expanded, changed, and began to devour the entire King of Fighters world. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and exploded. Ito's figure reappeared. Phew, I'm finally back. Ito softly exhaled and muttered to himself. Then, with another thought, another middle-style dimensional transfer magic array appeared under his feet, and he disappeared in the light that soared into the sky. The next moment, on Mount Kamamoto in Akikuno City, west of Tokyo in the main world, Ito's figure appeared in a burst of light falling from the sky. "Master!" Little Ling Meng's voice sounded in a timely manner. "How long have I been gone this time?" Ito asked. If it was in the past, Ito would never ask such an idiotic question, because at that time travel of this degree was impossible. With his current mental state, it was impossible for time to pass excessively in the main world. It was basically the second after he left. But now, this situation was changed due to the dimensional interference caused by the rise of the Earth, causing the time fluctuations to become very unstable. In addition, he used a dimensional transfer magic array, which required him to spend some time on the way, so the time became even more uncertain. Therefore, he asked such a question. 21 hours, 44 minutes, and 15 seconds. Little Ling Meng reported the time with unique precision. Did anything happen during this time? Ito asked again as he walked into the room. Everything is normal, Master. That's good. Ito nodded slightly. Then, he ignored Little Ling Meng and entered the room. In the following days, Ito accompanied Nagasawa Masami and Kuraki Mai to tour the city. She lived a shameless and alluring life. She just stayed at home and sensed the changes in the world. She cultivated without fighting or complaining. Plus, for some reason, Tensho did not come looking for trouble recently, and the aliens from the Orion Empire did not attack Earth. This allowed him to have a relaxing and leisurely life. On this day, Ito was enjoying himself at home. He was only wearing a pair of shorts and a tank top. While Nagasa Masami was serving him, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, Princess Yoshiko is rushing up the mountain with her maids and guards." Little Ling Meng's figure jumped out from the screen and reported. "Why is she here?" Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Ever since he became enemies with Amaterasu, Ito Mori had completely ignored the existence of Princess Yoshiko, who did not have much of a presence on his side. He did not know what was going on with Princess Yoshiko. However, ever since she returned to the newly built Autumn Palace, she had not come to visit him. It was as if the marriage agreement between them was fake. Masami, you go back first. I'll look for you after I'm done with this matter. Although he had some doubts, Ito did not have any ill feelings towards Princess Yoshiko. He did not intend to chase her away. After all, no matter what, there was still a marriage agreement between the two of them. They were an unmarried couple. Therefore, he turned to look at Nagasawa Masami, who was sitting next to him, and patted her butt. Okay. Nagasawa Masami nodded tactfully. She then stood up and walked into the room. There was a portal there that could allow her to return home. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a polite female voice came from outside the room. Excuse me, is Ito-sama at home? Princess Yoshiko is here to visit. Come in, Ito, who was sitting in the room, said while watching the afternoon Japanese drama on TV. Sorry to disturb, Princess Yoshiko's voice said. Then, accompanied by a series of light and slow footsteps, Kayako, who was wearing an elegant light yellow kimono with a flower pattern on the surface, and her black hair tied up high behind her head, walked into the room with 2 young maids in beige kimono. As for the guards mentioned in Little Ling Meng's report, they were stopped outside the room. Greetings, Lord. Seeing Ito, Princess Yoshiko and the 2 maids saluted and greeted him. Sit. Ito pointed to the tatami on the side and said. Princess Yoshiko bowed again and sat down elegantly. At the same time, a maid walked to the kitchen and made tea for the 2. Why did you think of coming up the mountain today? Ito asked softly. Hearing this, Jazi's cheeks became rosy, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. My lord, Her Highness Gyako misses you. The maid who stayed in the room to serve him smiled gently, bowed, and said, Oh, Ito, who did not expect the answer to be this, looked at Princess Yoshiko with a surprised expression. He actually felt that it was quite strange. It seemed that the 2 of them had only lived together for a period of time during the construction of the new palace. It was not a long time, only a little more than a month, and during that period, the 2 of them did not have any intimate interactions. He really did not understand why she would suddenly miss him. However, Ito-sei didn't delve too deeply into this. Emotions were hard to find, and people couldn't understand them. Princess Yoshiko's face was even redder, and she shrunk her head. Now you've seen me. Don't you have anything to say to me? Ito laughed. If there was no Tenzo matter, it would be good to take Princess Yoshiko. But unfortunately, her whole family is Tenzo believers. Ito sighed softly in his heart. That, Lord, how have you been recently? Princess Yoshiko bit her lips and asked softly with a red face. Pretty good, how about you? How are you living in the new palace? Ito replied softly. It's okay, just a little lonely. Princess Yoshiko replied softly. Then, the 2 of them chatted casually until half an hour later. The weather is good. Let's go shopping. Ito-sei turned his head and looked at the time displayed on the clock hanging on the wall, then withdrew his gaze and suggested, Want to disturb you? After half an hour of chatting, Princess Yoshiko, who had gotten rid of the shyness in her heart, hesitated. It's fine. Do you think I look like someone who has something to do? Ito asked with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. Princess Yoshiko bowed. That's good. Let's go. Seeing that Princess Yoshiko agreed, Ito did not hesitate and immediately stood up from the tatami and walked in front of Princess Yoshiko. He put his hand in front of Princess Yoshiko. Princess Yoshiko saw this, and her face turned slightly red. Then, she put her hand on Ito's palm and used Ito's strength to carefully stand up from the tatami. Seeing that Princess Yoshiko was standing properly, Ito held her soft little hand and did not let her pull her hand away. Just like that, he led her out of the room. At the entrance, the maid who followed behind helped her put on her shoes. Then, accompanied by the 2 female guards, they walked down the mountain. They were not affected by the changes in the outside world. At this time, Princess Yoshiko was still very lively. Along the way, Princess Yoshiko, who was gradually aroused by her feminine nature, browsed the dazzling lineup of goods in the shops with her eyes shining. At the same time, She was calculating the amount of money in her small wallet with a tangled expression. She was thinking about how to choose. But soon, Princess Yoshiko was no longer tangled, because the big landlord beside her, Seito, said, "Just buy whatever you like. Treat it as my apology for not visiting you during this time." Although she received Seito's promise, Princess Yoshiko, who was raised according to the standards of Yamato Nadeko, did not buy indiscriminately. Instead, she still carefully chose things without extravagance or waste. Seeing this, Seito nodded slightly. His recognition of Princess Yoshiko increased a little. In this way, accompanied by Seito, the two not only strolled for a long time, bought a lot of things, but also watched a movie together and had dinner together in a Chinese restaurant outside. Until 10 o'clock in the evening, Seito sent the crazy and tired Princess Yoshiko back to the new palace. "Well, you rest. I'm leaving." After sitting in the new palace for a while, Seito, who drank a cup of matcha, got up and said, "I'll send you." Princess Yoshiko got up and said. Seito nodded and did not refuse. Then, accompanied by Princess Yoshiko and a female maid, Seito left the new palace and gradually disappeared into the night. "Your Highness, the night is cold. Go back to the room." The maid on the side said to Princess Yoshiko, who was standing at the door in a daze. "Oh, okay." Princess Yoshiko, who came back to her senses, casually responded, then withdrew her gaze and returned to the new palace with the maid. Creak! The door of the new palace was slowly closed by the guards inside. Bang! 20 minutes later, Seito, who moved by foot, finally returned to the shrine. He went straight to the large bathroom in the back room, took off his clothes, and got into the pool that was maintained at a temperature of about 40 degrees and soaked comfortably. However, not long after, Seito, who was soaking, suddenly frowned deeply, and a touch of abnormal paleness appeared on his face. "I was plotted against." Seito opened his eyes, which were full of fierce cold light, and said fiercely. However, Seito didn't dwell on this for long, and then closed his eyes and concentrated on solving the problem in his body. At this time, in Seito's body, a green and black substance mixed in with his energy. It was slowly but faintly eroding the energy at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming it into a new substance and destroying his body, organs, and even his godhead. It must be known that although Seito's realm was at the first level of God and immortal, he walked a different power system, so his power was completely different from the so-called divine power. It was a kind of power purer in nature than divine power. But even so, this kind of thing that entered his body at an unknown time and suddenly erupted at this moment was still able to corrode his power. If this happened to other immortals or gods, how could it be? It can be seen how difficult and strange this kind of thing was. Fortunately, the person who plotted against him didn't understand his situation, so they didn't expect Seito to have the ability to get rid of this kind of thing from his body. At this time, with a thought, Seito circulated all the energy back to his core, Dantian, and compressed it into a sphere with great strength. Then, with a clench of his right hand in front of his abdomen, a ball of dazzling silver energy appeared in his palm. Along with this action, an extreme sense of emptiness emerged from his body, causing Seito's face to become even paler. Then, Ito-chung contacted the magic cube and transferred a wisp of the power of the world from the magic cube. This wisp of world power evolved into his own strength and fell into his dantian, filling up the emptiness in his body. Then, Seito, who had regained his strength, waved his hand and cut the ball of energy in his hand into several pieces, completely separating the contaminated energy from the other parts, and completely sealing it with the space seal. "The guy who plotted against me, I hope you have the antidote for this thing." Seito sneered as he put away the sealed ball of energy. Then, Seito didn't stop there. He used the space seal to firmly seal the other balls of energy that seemed clean, but he wasn't sure if they were. Then, he put them away with the space seal. Phew! Seito, who had finished dealing with the energy in his hand, let out a long breath. But when did I get plotted against? Seito, who opened his eyes again, frowned and thought silently. Almost in an instant, the image of a person was fixed in his mind. Princess Yoshiko. Is it really her? Seito narrowed his eyes and thought. It seems that I have to get to know her better. Then, Seito put these temporarily useless thoughts aside, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation with a special breathing technique. He borrowed the dragon vein under his feet, the world chi of the outside world, and a small amount of world force to recover his losses. After all, in his current state, especially when there was someone plotting against him, not maintaining his strength at its peak state was really asking for trouble. In this way, the night passed in the blink of an eye as he meditated. However, because he hadn't fully recovered, Seito still maintained a state of cultivation and continued to soak in his bathroom. Master, there's a woman who claims to be the guard of Princess Yoshiko. However, at about 10:30 in the morning, little Ling Meng's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, reporting. Chapter 16:31. Hearing little Ling Meng's report, Seito's eyelids moved slightly, and he slowly withdrew from his state of cultivation. At this time, after a night of cultivation, the strength in his body had recovered to about 40%. Although it was a small amount, the quality was there. Crushing a legend would not be a problem. Gently opening his eyes, Seito stood up from the bath and walked to the side of the pool. He asked softly, "Is that Giaco's guard?" "It has been verified through the database. It is indeed Princess Giaco's guard," little Ling Meng replied. "I understand." Walking to the side of the shelf, Seito picked up a clean towel and wiped his body. He nodded slightly and said. Seeing that Seito understood, little Ling Meng immediately closed her mouth. A few minutes later, Seito dried his body and threw the cap back on the shelf. He picked up the bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. He put the bathrobe on his body and tied it with a belt. Seito walked out of the bathroom and slowly walked into the living room. Immediately, a short-haired woman wearing a decent woman's dress appeared before his eyes. "You are Giaco's guard?" Seito did not look at the female guard as he walked into the room and asked casually. Secretly, Seito, who had become suspicious of Giaco because of the plot, released his mental power and enveloped the female guard. He used his mental power to eavesdrop on her heart. Immediately, a strange color flashed through Seito's eyes. "Yes, sir." Because of the lowered head, the female guard bowed. She did not notice the strange color in Seito's eyes and replied respectfully. "What's the matter?" Ito-sei, who walked inside, turned around and looked at the female guard and asked in a low voice. "This is a gift Her Highness Giaco asked me to deliver to Sir." The female guard raised her hand. He held the gift box in his hand with both hands and handed it over to Ito-sei. "This is a gift from Giaco?" Seito looked at the gift box in the female guard's hands and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Because her head was lowered, the female guard did not see the strange expression on Seito's face. "Yes," the female guard said affirmatively. However, in the next moment, Seito stretched out his hand, and the female guard's body flew in front of Seito. By coincidence, her neck fell into Seito's hand and was tightly grasped by Seito's hand. "How dare you?" Ito-sei's eyes were full of coldness as he looked at the female guard whose face was flushed red in front of him and snorted coldly. "Sir, I don't know what you were talking about." A trace of panic flashed in the female guard's eyes, but she forced herself to calm down. Ito-seiji didn't speak. He sneered and stretched out his left hand. He grabbed the man's collar and pulled it down hard. In the sudden sound of bang-bang and the sound of cloth tearing, Ito-seiji sneered and stretched out his left hand. The female guard's clothes were torn apart. In an instant, a pair of rather full breasts entered Ito's eyes. However, his gaze did not stop on the tempting white skin. Instead, it fell directly on the red amulet pouch in the cleavage between the two full breasts. He reached out and pulled it out. Seeing the amulet snatched away by Ito, a trace of despair appeared on the female guard's face. But soon, her eyes became firm, as if she had made some kind of decision, She bit her cheeks tightly. Clear traces of muscle tension appeared on the female guard's face. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Seito, who knew the female guard's thoughts from his telepathy, sneered. He clenched his fist and punched her in the abdomen. Bang! Under the huge impact, the female guard opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. A large amount of filth also sprayed towards Seito's face. Seito moved his mind and created a space tunnel in front of him. He transferred all the filth that was sprayed toward his face to the garbage dump. Then, Seito turned his telepathy into psychokinesis and forced it into the female guard's body. He wrapped around the blood poison that had just spread and sprayed it out through her nose. After doing all this, Seito turned his psychokinesis into hypnotism and hypnotized the female guard. Under the suppression of a god-level telepathy, the female guard, who was still in the mortal stage, could not resist much. She lost control of her own consciousness and became a living puppet controlled by Seito. Seito released his hand and let the female guard go. Plop! The female guard, who was still not fully conscious, fell to the ground. Sir, the female guard, who had woken up from the pain, quickly turned over and half knelt on the ground. She lowered her head and greeted him. How many more of that thing do you have? Seito looked down at the female guard at his feet and asked calmly. 1 or 2 more, the female guard replied. Go get it and give it to me, Seito ordered. Yes, the female guard replied with her head lowered. Then she stood up and turned to leave. Wait, Seito called out to the female guard. Sir, the female guard turned around and called out with a puzzled look in her eyes. Seito did not say anything. He stood up and walked to the front of the female guard. Under her puzzled gaze, he reached out and pressed his hand on her shoulder. Then, in the next moment, a large amount of electricity jumped out from Seito's palm and covered the female guard's body in an instant. Then, under the influence of the electricity, the torn clothes on the female guard's body were restored as if by magic. If it was not for the fact that she still felt empty inside, the female guard would have thought that what happened just now was an illusion. Go get it, Seito said calmly. Yes, the female guard replied respectfully and immediately turned to leave the room. Tenzo, you sure used a lot of strength. Seito, who saw the female guard leave, looked down at the amulet in his hand and sneered. It turned out that from the female guard's consciousness, Seito finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Just as he suspected, the person who plotted against him was none other than the innocent Princess Yoshiko. However, as the culprit, Yoshiko herself did not know that she had unknowingly poisoned Seito. This was because all of this was done by the female guard in private. And the mastermind was the enemy that Seito had always been wary of, Tenzo. Ever since he sent Ling Dai to attack Akiyuko and suffer a loss, Tenzo seemed to have calmed down on the surface. However, secretly, Tenzo was always thinking of ways to deal with Seito. Coincidentally, the news of the Japanese imperial family and Seito's involvement somehow fell into Tenchu's ears. Then, Tenzo felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of, so he took advantage of the opportunity to appear on the statue on the ancestral altar in the palace and collude with the Japanese imperial family. Coincidentally, the Japanese imperial family also did not like Seito, who did not listen to them, did not respect them, and was very powerful. In addition, with the support of their ancestor, Tenzo, they jointly devised a plan to harm Seito. They used the upper realm's forbidden drug, spirit-devouring poison, which is a terrifying poison that could directly kill gods, to poison Seito through Yoshiko. However, the method was to poison him through his scent. This was because the spirit-devouring poison could not only be directly ingested, but it could also be spread through the air for a certain period of time. However, the method of spreading through the air was a bit slower than the method of directly ingesting it. Furthermore, it required 2 people to be together for a long period of time. This was the reason why Prince Yoshiko came looking for him. As for how to get Prince Yoshiko to come to the door, the method was even simpler. Let her sister, Prince Yoshiko, introduce her experience to encourage her, or let Yoshiko's maids persuade her. Basically, it would be done. As for why the female guard was here today, the reason was simple. She was here to check on Sei Ito's situation. At that time, if Sei Ito showed any signs of being unwell, the female guard would tear the amulet in her hand and use it to inform Tensho so that Tensho would kill Sei Ito. Otherwise, she would give the gift box in her hand. As for the things in the gift box, they were also snacks mixed with spirit-devouring poison. It could be said that the entire plan was linked to one another. Then, he flipped his hand and put away the amulet. He bent down and picked up the gift box that had fallen on the ground. A poison that works on gods. Sei Ito looked at the tightly sealed gift box in his hand and whispered to himself. Then, he put the gift box away as well. This thing might come in handy at some point in time. More than half an hour later, accompanied by a series of slightly hurried footsteps, the female guard who had left earlier reappeared in front of Sei Ito. "Sir." Seeing Sei Ito, the female guard immediately bowed her head and greeted him. Then, she took out a white porcelain bottle that was similar to the white porcelain bottle used to store pills in ancient times. The mouth of the bottle was tightly sealed with a red cloth. She handed it to Sei Ito. Sei Ito reached out and took the bottle. He put it away without looking at it. After all, this thing was poison. Although he himself had a way to detoxify it, the price was a bit high. Therefore, before he obtained the antidote for this thing, unless it was used on others, Sei Ito didn't intend to check anything. Moreover, he didn't check it. He couldn't use himself to test the poison, right? How much of a pain in the ass would he do that? He wasn't Shino. "Okay, you can leave." Sei Ito waved his hand and dismissed her. Yes. The female guard who had become Sei Ito's loyal servant didn't object to his attitude. She immediately said respectfully and turned to leave the room. "Amaterasu, let me destroy another one of your divine senses." Sei Ito watched the female guard leave and narrowed his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room and appeared in downtown Tokyo. Then, his figure flashed again, and the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Imperial Palace in the Kokyo district. Looking down at the Imperial Palace below, a sneer appeared on Sei Ito's face. Then he took out the amulet and waved his hand to cut it in two. Chapter 1632. Almost at the moment when Ito-sei waved his hand and cut the amulet into two pieces, a powerful holy aura spread out from the amulet. Who dares to trespass into the palace? At the same time, a loud voice could be heard from the palace below. Then, a dozen figures of men, women, and children appeared in the air, standing on the top of the surrounding palace buildings. They looked up at the sky with overflowing auras. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you fly above the palace? Don't you know it's a taboo?" One of the old men shouted at Sei Ito. However, as soon as his voice fell, the already majestic divine aura surged again. Then, a golden light shot out like the sun, directly bombarding the golden light emitted by the broken protective clothing. Boom! A powerful divine aura spread across the sky. Uft, uft, uft. Plop, 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 plop. Under the attack of this powerful pressure, the expressions of the men and women below changed. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and then they fell to the ground one by one. The divine aura spread and pressed down on the palace below. However, it was blocked by a barrier that appeared above the palace. It blocked it? Ito-sei looked down with some surprise. Although the barrier was on the verge of collapse and looked like it could break at any time, it had indeed blocked the god-level pressure. He let out a low cry of surprise. At this moment, the golden light shone brightly. It quickly condensed into a human figure and then exploded in a large amount of golden dust. It revealed Amaterasu's appearance. Amaterasu's lips curled into a smile. She looked like she had good news. But immediately, her expression froze. She frowned and looked at Sei Ito with a gloomy face. "You're fine," Amaterasu said in surprise. "I'm blessed with good fortune. A little poison can't hurt me," Sei Ito boasted. Amaterasu was silent. Her eyes flashed. Obviously, because of the previous two defeats, Tenchu's fear of Sei Ito had increased by several levels. Even if he didn't believe that the spirit-devouring poison that was almost invincible in the celestial realm wouldn't be able to hurt Sei Ito, he didn't dare to attack him as recklessly as before. "I don't believe you," Tenzo said. "You don't believe me? Don't worry. I'll make you believe me." Sei Ito grinned. With that, Sei Ito appeared behind Tenzo. She threw a punch at her spirit clone. Amaterasu also appeared on the other side in an instant. He waved his hand and summoned several light balls, which blasted a blazing light beam toward Ito Sei. As the light beam flew, spatial ripples appeared around it. Obviously, the energy contained in these rays of light had caused the space molecules to move violently, which was why this phenomenon had occurred. Sei Ito's body turned into lightning and exploded. Then, dozens of Sei Itos appeared and attacked Amaterasu together. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. She waved her hand and created a sea of fire around her. Then, one of the Sei Ito's body was covered by another Sei Ito. Suddenly, he threw a crystal into the sea of fire. Then, with a loud bang, the entire world seemed to tremble, and a silver-white mushroom cloud comparable to that formed when an atomic bomb exploded rapidly rose into the air, standing tall in midair. At the same time, under the influence of this huge explosion, the enchantment that shrouded the Japanese imperial palace below instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Then, the wind howled and raged like a Category 12 typhoon, blowing away the roof of the imperial palace and other imperial palace buildings, and collapsing and destroying them. During this process, a large number of spirit clans swept over, searching for any information in this space. But at this time, in addition to the spiritual energy turbulence, spatial fluctuations, and natural storms, there was nothing worthy of their attention. So after a while, they retreated one after another, leaving only a few curious fellows who continued to search here with their divine sense. But it didn't last long. They retracted their spirit clans when they couldn't find anything. The crystal that caused such an exaggerated explosion was none other than Ito Sei's own energy that he had sealed after dividing it. Since they couldn't be sure if there was any spirit-devouring poison in it, it was best to use it as a grenade. 10 minutes later, the dazzling light disappeared. The huge mushroom cloud still stood in the sky, but Amaterasu's figure was no longer visible. Sei Ito, who reappeared in the battlefield, raised his eyebrows and silently sensed Amaterasu's aura. Unfortunately, there was none, but thinking about it, Tenzo had only sent down a spiritual clone this time. It didn't even have anything to rely on. Even without this battle, it wouldn't have been able to stay in the real world for long. Not to mention, the explosion had the power to severely injure the spiritual clone after spirit descent. A mere spiritual clone was even more useless. It would be inconceivable if she could survive. I destroyed another one of Amaterasu's divine sense. She must be furious right now, Ito Sei said to himself with a chuckle. But I didn't expect the explosion to be so powerful. It almost shattered the space of the main world. I have to be careful when using it in the future. Sei Ito sighed as he recalled the previous explosion. He couldn't help but sigh. Although this energy came from him, it was usually used to launch other attacks. Moreover, the power was not so much. It was the first time he had used it for a one-time use. He didn't expect it to be so powerful, and it gave him a big fright. Excluding the one with the spirit-devouring poison, there are 3 more. I have to think carefully about how to use it in the future. Who knows, it might even be a killer move. Sei Ito said in a low voice with a sneaky smile on his face. Then Sei Ito looked down at the ruined Japanese imperial palace. Oomph! With a cold snort, Sei Ito waved his hand and pushed it down. In an instant, a huge palm that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the sky and slammed down like a meteor. Boom! With a loud roar, a huge palm print appeared in the area where the Japanese imperial palace used to be and sunk deep into the ground. In this sunken palm print, the palace materials and the people living in it that were smashed into pieces became fillers, filling up the depression. However, Although there were many buildings in the palace, there was still a huge gap between the size of the depression created by the palm after they were turned into powder. Therefore, other than filling up the depth of the palm to a certain extent, the entire palm print could not be filled up. After doing all this, Ito ignored the impact of the death of the Emperor of Japan and the members of the royal family living in the Kokyo. In a flash, he returned to his home at the shrine in Akizurano. Daji, Ito said in surprise when he saw Kyubi appear in the house. You fought with Amaterasu again? Kyubi looked back at Ito and asked in a tone that seemed to be questioning but was actually affirmative. Did you feel it? Ito smiled as he walked into the house. Only a blind man wouldn't be able to detect such a huge fluctuation of power. Kyubi sneered as if she did not expect Ito to ask such a stupid question. What happened? Kyubi then put away her expression and asked in a serious tone. After losing Kyoto, the base of the Monster Clan and most of the Monster Clan subordinates were absorbed by Inari. It could be said that she was like a grasshopper on the same rope as Ito say. So for this battle, Kyubi also appropriately expressed her concern. That woman, Amaterasu, no longer cared about the rules. She poisoned me. Ito sat down and grabbed an empty cup and a bottle of water from thin air. He opened the bottle cap and poured water into the cup as he slowly explained. Whoosh, the water was poured into the cup. Ito screwed the lid, picked up the cup and brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. So, I took the opportunity to draw out her psychic power and killed her. Then, I destroyed the Japanese imperial palace, Ito continued. With Kyubi's intelligence, she naturally understood what he meant by destroying the imperial palace. However, she only had the body of evil. She did not care who she killed and how many she killed. Not to mention, they were a bunch of people that had nothing to do with her. You have a huge grudge against her. Kyubi reminded him, as she knew how important the Japanese imperial palace was to Amaterasu. When I destroyed her first sprite commandeering doppelganger, this hatred was already formed. Ito stated in a light voice. Kyubi nodded in understanding as she thought about Amaterasu's personality. Since we have already made our move, then we might as well kill every last member of the Japanese imperial palace, Kyubi suggested with a vicious expression. She was referring to the princes that did not live in the Kokyo. Instead, they lived in their own palaces. For example, Prince Yoshiko of the Akikuruno Palace in Akikuruno City. Can we kill them all? Don't forget that in every dynasty, there would be a group of Japanese imperial family members who would be stripped of their right to inherit the throne. Then there would be that stallion from the Monogatari. Even if we killed half of the current population, we would not be able to wipe them all out, Ito said as he shook his head. Kyubi frowned, even though she knew that Ito was telling the truth. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. As long as the upper limit of the human realm is not at the level of a golden immortal, Amaterasu's threat is nothing. Right now, the real threat to us is the group of aliens and the gods that meet the upper limit and can descend in their true form, Ito said calmly. Chapter 1633. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Instacle Potato, Once Handsome, and Luckfi for your tips. Alright, have you heard of the spirit devouring poison? Having finished talking about business, Ito suddenly remembered that Nine Tails could be described as a living dictionary, so he asked, "Where did you hear about it?" Sure enough, Nine Tails frowned when she heard the words spirit-devouring poison, and said sternly. Afterwards, her expression changed. She raised her head and looked straight at Ito. "Don't tell me the poison you mentioned before. Is this poison?" "Yes." Ito did not hide it, admitting to it. Basically, the moment Ito said that, Nine Tails suddenly leapt up from the sofa, as if someone had stepped on her tail. "Look at you, you know." Ito Mori looked at Kyubi, whose expression had changed greatly, and asked, "No, you don't look like you've been poisoned by that thing." Seeing Ito's expression, Nine Tails' eyes flashed slightly as she said sternly, "Yes, I've already dealt with the poison." Ito shrugged with a smile. I didn't expect you to have an ability like that. Ninetails slowly sat down again in surprise. Tell me, what's the deal with this poison? Seito restrained his expression slightly and asked, have you heard of the myriad poison ancestor? After a moment of silence, Ninetails asked slowly. No. Seito shook his head. That's true. After all, you still don't know where he was when he became famous. Ninetails' voice drifted, speaking softly with a distant tone. The myriad poison ancestor was a figure from the time of the 5 emperors, Zhuanxiu. Back then, his reputation was not obvious. Only a few people knew of his existence. However, because he was involved in a major event back then, his reputation truly resounded. What was it? Seito asked very cooperatively. Shaman slaying. Ninetails answered indifferently. Seito's pupils shrank, and his expression turned serious. This was the first time he had heard the word shaman, which represented a race, other than the web novels he read in his previous life and the legends of the classic of mountains and seas. And the weapon he used to exterminate the shamans was the spirit-devouring poison. Ignoring Seito's changing expression, Ninetails continued. In other words, the spirit-devouring poison was originally used to kill shamans? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Ninetails affirmed. However, it is precisely because he participated in such a major event. Therefore, he also brought about a fatal disaster for himself. Then, without waiting for Ito-sei to ask again, QB continued to narrate. Around the 8th year after the destruction of the shamans, the great shaman, Jufeng, who had escaped from Emperor Zhuanxiu and the human soldiers in the past, suddenly killed his way into his lair. Not only did he kill the myriad poison ancestor who was researching a new poison back then, but he also wiped out his soul. He even ignored his own injuries and directly destroyed the legacy the myriad poison ancestor had left behind to prevent future troubles. However, perhaps it was fate, or perhaps the myriad poison ancestor's lineage was quite lucky. A young disciple who just happened to be sent out to deliver a letter under the myriad poison ancestor's orders managed to survive by coincidence, inheriting part of the myriad poison ancestor's legacy. Among them was something like the spirit-devouring poison. But unfortunately, the young disciple's talent was lacking, and he was deeply immersed in the inner demons of hatred, so he failed to achieve anything with cultivation his entire life. Instead, his disciple's performance was startling and brilliant. It was also him who modified the spirit-devouring poison in order to avoid the enemy's pursuit. He turned the spiritual poison that was originally only effective against shamans into a new type of spirit-devouring poison that has wondrous effects on cultivators, especially cultivators at the soul-nascent soul realm and above. In the ancient times where there were no soul-nascent soul cultivation methods, which are basically unorthodox cultivation methods, every single almighty who had reached the soul-nascent soul realm was basically an expert who had refined their soul to the immortal realm. In other words, they were masters close to the level of immortals, which corresponded to the current level of gods. However, if this happened in the present, it would be effective against all cultivators at the soul-nascent soul realm and above. It could be described as an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Just the thought of it was terrifying enough. I think that person's fate must have been horrible, right? Seito said. Although it was a question, his tone was filled with certainty. Thinking about it, the reasoning behind it was very simple. The new spirit-devouring poison was the same as the biochemical weapons of modern society. It would have been fine if he did not use it, but if he did, he would definitely become a public enemy of the world. After all, it was a great poison that was indiscriminate against nascent soul cultivators. What if he fell for it one day? That's right. In the end, he was hunted down by the combined forces of the cultivation world back then. He ended up in the same fate as his founding master, Ninetails sneered. But how did this poison end up in the hands of the Tensho? Seito asked doubtfully. Who knows? Ninetails glanced at Seito as if he was an idiot and sneered. Seito did not mind and shrugged indifferently. Since you have nothing else to do here, I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Ninetails stood up and said goodbye. All right. Seito also stood up and said goodbye. In the next moment, Nine-Tails' body flashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing before his eyes. Fox light escape technique. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Soon, the news that the Kokyo in Tokyo and most of the imperial family living there had been killed spread through other channels. Ordinary Japanese people, especially those living in downtown Tokyo who had personally experienced the shocking impact of the short battle, were filled with panic. They ignored the dangers of the monsters that had not been completely cleared out and fled to other cities with their families. Among them, the first choice was Akakarino City, which had an extremely high level of security and environment. A large number of people continuously poured into Akakarino City, providing a lot of motivation for the development of Akakarino City's humanities. At the same time, in the Akakarino Palace in Nara Prefecture, Yoshiko's parents, elder sister, younger brother, and a small number of imperial family members who lived nearby gathered here, their faces gloomy. "Everyone, tell us." The master of the Akakarino Palace, Yoshiko's father, and the son of the emperor who had been killed by Seito, Prince Mongren, sat on the main seat and looked at everyone in the room inside. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. "Father, do you want to ask for the divine will of Amaterasu Amakami?" Seeing everyone silent, Prince Mongren couldn't help but suggest, "Amakami." Prince Mongren frowned and thought, "Absolutely not." An old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s hurriedly stood up and said anxiously. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on him. "Why?" Prince Mongren asked. "Did you forget? Why was the Kokyo destroyed?" The old man reminded. In an instant, everyone's mind recalled the contents of the information they had received before. The enemy defeated the avatar of Amakami and then vented on the Kokyo, destroying it with great force. In other words, because of Amakami, the enemy implicated their imperial family. "Then what do you think we should do?" Another young man who looked to be in his 40s with shiny black hair asked in a deep voice. "This." The old man's face showed an awkward expression. He sat down dejectedly. For a moment, the room fell silent again. Only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard in the room. "That, about Her Highness Yoshiko." At this time, another man spoke up. "What?" Prince Mongren frowned and asked. Prince Mongren's head was full of questions regarding Prince Yoshiko. After all, according to the information he had received, the murderer who killed his father, destroyed the Kokyo, and indirectly killed a large number of imperial family members was Yoshiko's nominal fiancé, Seito. Logically speaking, he should have ordered Yoshiko to be recalled and then cut off all contact with Seito. But when he thought of the other party's ability to defeat even Amaterasu Amakami, Prince Mongren hesitated. When Run had to hesitate again, you must know that this kind of unilateral action was a very serious insult. If he didn't wait for Kako to come back, their family would follow in the footsteps of the royal family in the Tokyo imperial residence. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't even dare to tell Kako that Ito-sei was the murderer. He simply said that the royal family was attacked and suffered heavy casualties. He was afraid that Kako's mood was not right, which would make the other party unhappy and implicate them. It could be said that he was now afraid that someone would mention Yoshiko's matter in front of him. Can we let Her Highness Yoshiko test that person's attitude? See what his attitude is towards us. The man carefully looked at Prince Mongren, who didn't look too good, and proposed. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Obviously, they were very interested in this proposal. In addition, if that person is willing to help, perhaps Wang Ning can directly surpass His Highness Crown Prince Mongren. With the help of that person, the Emperor's authority will be restored, instead of being separated from the cabinet as it is now. Then the man continued. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Prince Mongren. Since this group of people present came to the Autumn Palace to gather at this time, in addition to living close to each other, it was also because they were close to Prince Mongren and were afraid of Seito. Therefore, if they could take advantage of the death of the emperor, it was not impossible. After all, in the hearts of these members of the royal family, there had always been such a wild ambition. that was to restore the glory of the emperor during the Meiji period. In fact, since the emergence of Amaterasu, their royal family's prestige had been restored a lot. At least the cabinet now treated the royal family's orders as perfunctorily as before. However, it was still a lot worse than the Meiji period when the government's orders came from the imperial palace, so the members of the royal family didn't have much to gain. This made them, who already had a big backer, feel very unwilling. But there was no other way. After 80 to 90 years of tossing and turning, the new interest group had already formed. They were not willing to hand over the benefits in their hands. Just like the saying, cutting off one's path to wealth is equivalent to killing one's parents. It was an irreconcilable hatred. Shut up. I will pretend that I didn't hear this today. Don't forget, we are the descendants of Amaterasu Amakami. Prince Mongren shouted angrily, his whole body exuding a sense of majesty. Yes, seeing that Prince Mongren was angry, whether it was true or not, the other members of the royal family knelt down and replied respectfully. Okay, let's go. I will contact Kayako and ask her to find out what that person's intentions are. Prince Mongren said. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, stood up from the tatami, bowed, and left the room, leaving only Prince Mongren and his daughter, Prince Mongren, in the room. Father. After everyone left, Prince Mongren called out softly. Prince Mongren, give Kayako a call and ask her to go see that person. Prince Mongren sighed softly and ordered. Yes. Prince Mongren nodded, understanding what his father meant. Okay, you can leave too. Prince Mongren said, without waiting for Prince Mongren to speak. Yes. The prince opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only helplessly agree. He stood up from the tatami, turned around, and walked out, leaving Prince Wunren alone in the room. His eyes were in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Princess Kayako, it's a call from Prince Mongren. In the Akakurano Palace in Akakurano City, a young maid wearing a plain kimono knelt in the hallway and spoke to Prince Mongren, who was in a daze. Oh, I know. Prince Mongren paused for a moment, then replied. Then, she stood up from the tatami and walked elegantly to another room under the guidance of the maid. She picked up the telephone placed at the side and put it to her ear. This is Prince Mongren. Prince Mongren said. Prince Mongren, it's your elder sister. Prince Mongren's voice came from the phone. Elder sister, what's the matter? Prince Mongren asked curiously. Can I call you if there's nothing? Prince Mongren deliberately asked. How could that be? Prince Mongren whispered. All right, I won't tease you anymore. This time, there's indeed something I need to trouble you with. Prince Mongren's voice became serious. What is it? Prince Mongren asked. Let's go pay a visit to that lord. Prince Mongren sighed. Prince Mongren didn't like Sei Ito, but considering his relationship with the imperial family, especially their family, she had no choice but to go against her will and call him Sei Ito respectfully. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. Why? Prince Mongren was even more puzzled. Father wants to know what that lord's attitude towards our imperial family is. Prince Mongren directly stated. His attitude towards our imperial family? Prince Mongren was even more confused. All right, don't ask so much. Just do as elder sister says. Prince Mongren didn't explain much and directly requested as an elder sister. Then, all right, I'll go pay him a visit. Prince Mongren hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 16:35. P.S. The chapter count in the previous chapter was wrong. Stupid witch. Maijua glared at Chizuru Kagura. But other than that, her eyes were full of shock at the existence of Manchuri Kagura. Crazy bitch. Chizuru Kagura retorted with an expressionless face, as if she was stating a fact. But in her heart, she was also surprised by the appearance of Weiss and Maijua. But when she thought about her sister's situation, Chizuru Kagura immediately felt relieved. She turned her head and looked at Charmy, who was also supposed to be dead, but was still alive and kicking, and Stormwind, who was dressed like a gonets. Charmy looked at the two groups of people with great interest. On the other hand, Lady Storm frowned and didn't say anything. Ahem. Say Ito deliberately coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. Sir, Wind put one hand on her chest and saluted. However, other than Wind, the others all remained silent. They were either smiling or frowning as they looked at him. Well, I'll talk about the reason why I gathered you here. Say Ito didn't care about the attitude of the others and directly stated, I have an agreement with Orochi, that is, to guide humanity in the right direction, so that humanity will not cause excessive destruction to nature. So I'm going to establish an organization for this purpose. Speaking of this, Seito's eyes slowly swept over everyone. And you are the backbone of the department I've selected. After a pause, Seito continued. Sorry, did you just say us? Maijua frowned and asked. Seito turned his head and looked at Maijua. In other words, the two witches will also join? Maijua glanced at Manchuri Kagura and continued. Yes. Seito nodded and confirmed. With all due respect, as the enemy of the original owner of the snake, are you sure they won't use this opportunity to do something dangerous? Maijua looked at Seito and said in a deep voice, Also, are you sure that as humans, they will seriously complete the task you gave them and guide humans to live in harmony with nature? Because of Seito, they had escaped from the fate arranged by Orochi and became independent individuals. But in the end, she, Vivian, and even Charmy were still members of the Orochi clan. The blood of the Orochi flowed in his body. That was why Maijua didn't have any objections to working for Orochi. But if the two Kagura sisters were to infiltrate this place, that would make Maijua extremely unhappy. That was because she, Maijua, had the least love for the Kagura family among the 8 heroes. Hearing Maijua's words, Chizuru Kagura instinctively wanted to retort. However, Seito waved his hand and stopped him. Then he heard Seito say with certainty, I'm sure. Then what if they do? Maijua asked. Let's not talk about whether they have the ability or not. If they really do at that time, I will naturally deal with them. Ito-sei chuckled and said in a low voice. What Maijua was worried about was that as a divine artifact, Chizuru Kagura would one day contact the descendants of the divine artifacts of the Kusanagi clan and Yagami clan. Suddenly attacking them and sealing them wasn't a problem for Seito at all, because long before the King of Fighters' world was devoured, he had already taken the 3 divine artifacts from Chizuru Kagura and the others. Even if they wanted to do something, they could only do it by force, not by relying on the restraining power of the divine artifacts. As for the problem of not being able to guide them properly, that was even less of a problem. Unless they wanted to wipe out the entire human race, they were basically no different from ordinary grandmasters of combat. It was only because their martial art style was strange that Kagura and Chizuru Kagura, who had a longer history, wouldn't cause trouble and affect the guidance mission. Then the next question is, who will be the leader of this organization? If it's them, please forgive me for refusing. Maijua slightly frowned and changed the question. Very simple. I will be the leader of this organization. Seito answered. Then I have no more questions. Maijua glanced at Mamoru Kagura and Chizuru Kagura and stopped nitpicking. Any more questions? Seito looked at the others and asked. Everyone was silent. Since there are no more questions, I will arrange your division of labor. Seito nodded and said seriously. Generally speaking, the entire organization could be divided into 4 parts: financial resources, publicity, intelligence gathering, and execution. There wasn't much to talk about in terms of financial resources. After all, no matter what kind of organization it was, it couldn't operate without money. That was why Seito arranged for Maijua, who had an MBA, to be in charge of this department. The publicity department was managed by the Kagura sisters, who were divine artifacts and had great influence among the human race because of Seito's previous operations. Intelligence gathering was left to Wei Si, who was quite talented in this field. As for execution, it was left to Charmy, who was born as a heavenly king and the female Stormwind. Then, Seito roughly explained the arrangements for each department to everyone. He then teleported them to the official residence that he had built ever since he became the master of the king of Fighters World. He then began the preparation work for the organization. Under Sei Ito's orders, donations from various large financial groups entered the account of the financial department. Chizuru Kagura's figure began to appear in the newspapers, magazines, television, and the internet owned by various media groups. At the same time, with the assistance of the military and civilian intelligence systems of various countries, one seriously polluted factory after another was closed down, and the bosses were thrown into prison. For a time, the entire king of Fighters World became lively. However, these were only the things on the surface. In secret, Sei Ito summoned C, who could connect with Alea, into the king of Fighters World. She secretly guided the consciousness of this group of people who had become a branch of Alea's consciousness, silently changing their minds. Of course, whether it was on the surface or in secret, all of this would take a long time to carry out. So after the organization structure was roughly established, Sei Ito left a shadow clone to continue presiding over the work here, while he returned to his home in the southern ecological city to accompany his family. In the outside world, in the sky above Japan, a silver-white stream of light flew rapidly in the direction of Akakurino City like a meteor. Flying at such a high speed, it didn't take long for the silver light to appear in the airspace of Akakurino City. Then, the silver light paused for a moment and shot diagonally down towards Akakurino City below. When the silver light was only 3 to 4 kilometers away from the ground, the artificial angel, who had been in an invisible state all this time, suddenly revealed herself. She raised her head and looked at the other party with her emotionless golden eyes. In an instant, a transparent barrier appeared in front of the silver light, blocking it with a clang. Then, the artificial angel waved its arm lightly, and a large amount of energy gathered in the energy weapon barrels set up all over Akitsun City. Then, under the artificial angel's command, the energy weapons all shot toward the silver light in the air. A large amount of energy beams of red, green, yellow, and purple, which seemed to be thick or thin, bombarded the silver light in a straight line. The silver light trembled slightly, then suddenly changed direction and rushed up into the sky. Boom! The beams of light that had mist collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Then, a huge energy cloud that looked like an artificial sun appeared in the sky, forming a shockwave that completely blew away the few clouds in the sky, revealing the blue sky. Fortunately, in the instant that the shockwave was released, a barrier appeared above Akitsuno City. Aside from feeling blinded, the entire city's citizens weren't affected in any way. Wait, please stop, I'm not hostile. Just when the artificial angel was about to launch a second attack, a voice was transmitted to the artificial angel's ear in a straight line. The artificial angel's action paused, but she still didn't remove the energy gathering of the energy weapon, just maintaining it in a state of waiting to fire. Seeing this, the silver light slowly flew down from the air, then withdrew the radiance, revealing the true appearance inside. A fairy-like person wearing a white gauze dress similar to an ancient palace dress instantly appeared in front of the artificial angel. Her face was charming and seductive, but at this time, her brows were deeply furrowed, giving people a feeling of melancholy. It was the cultivator from Mingfeng Mountain that Sei Ito had met once before, by Yunju. Unfortunately, the artificial angel had almost no emotions, so her performance didn't cause any changes in the artificial angel. This one is by Yunju. I have a matter to ask to see Mr. Sei Ito. Please help me pass on the message, by Yunju said in a soft voice. Perhaps he can really help me. Looking at the artificial angel in front of her, by Yunju, who couldn't sense any aura from the artificial angel, suddenly felt a sense of hope. The artificial angel nodded slightly, then used her thoughts to inform Little Spirit Dream of the situation here through the hover cyclotron system. Almost immediately after the message was transmitted, a pair of photon particles gathered, and Little Spirit Dream's figure appeared beside the artificial angel. However, Unlike usual, little spirit dream no longer had her usual small and delicate appearance. Instead, she was the size of a real person. My master is not here right now. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait for some time, little spirit dream said politely. How long will it take for your master to return? Bai Yunju asked with a frown. I don't know. Maybe the next moment, or maybe a day later. It depends on my master's mood, little spirit dream replied. Chapter 1636. P.S. Thanks to Ominous Black Cat for his precious monthly votes. Thanks to Instant Potato, Once Handsome Sore, and Marseille for their tips. In the Aki-Yuko city of the origin world, Bai Yunju's figure appeared in an independent house on the edge of the city near a mountain forest. She was sitting cross-legged on a bed with a worried expression on her face. It had been more than half a day since she had rushed to Aki-Yuko city. Because Sei Ito wasn't there, she could only accept little Ling Meng's suggestion to stay in the city and wait for Sei Ito's return. Sigh. Bai Yunju, who wasn't in the mood to cultivate, sighed softly. She opened her legs and stood up from the bed. Turning around, she walked to the window and opened it to look outside. In an instant, the peaceful and comfortable city and the figures of the people with relaxed and happy smiles appeared before her eyes. Looking at the environment before her, Bai Yunju couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as she thought of her sect that had been seized, her eldest senior sister that had been captured, and her scattered disciples. Sigh. I hope he is willing to help me, Bai Yunju thought to herself. It was clear that she had doubts about whether she could ask Sei Ito to help her. But thinking about it, the two of them were neither relatives nor friends. At most, they had met once and chatted with each other in a friendly manner. Other than that, there was no other interaction between them. Why would a legendary expert like him help Lin Li? Moreover, it was in a situation where she would have to become enemies with another power. If this matter were to happen to her, she wouldn't agree, unless there were enough benefits to move the other party's heart. But now that her sect had been seized and her sect had been scattered, what benefits did she have to offer? Thinking of this, Bai Yunju's expression became even more worried. Her body unconsciously emitted an aura of grief and indignation. After an unknown period of time, after recovering from her grief and indignation, Bai Yunju adjusted her mood. Closing the window in front of her, she turned around and walked to the side of the bed. Lowering her body, she sat down cross-legged. Once again, she closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. In an instant, Bai Yunju's body emitted a faint, otherworldly aura. Time flowed, day and night changed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. Then, on this afternoon, a large cluster of photon particles suddenly appeared out of thin air and exploded. The adult version of Little Ling Meng appeared in Bai Yunju's room and stood before Bai Yunju. Master invites you over, Little Ling Meng said as she looked at Bai Yunju's relaxed expression. He's back. Bai Yunju's expression changed upon hearing this. She said with a look of surprise. Little Ling Meng nodded and confirmed Bai Yunju's words. Please come with me, Little Ling Meng said again. All right, Bai Yunju, who knew that she had acted a little too hastily just now, smiled awkwardly and agreed. Then, Little Ling Meng's figure flashed and appeared outside the house. Seeing this, Bai Yunju quickly rushed over. He hastily walked to the side of the window and leapt out of it. Then, he followed behind Little Ling Meng and flew towards the shrine together. In less than a minute, the two of them arrived at the shrine and landed in front of the house in the backyard. You can go in. Master is inside, Little Ling Meng said to Bai Yunju, who was beside her. After that, her figure scattered and transformed into countless photon particles, which gradually melted into the air. Bai Yunju was no longer surprised by Little Ling Meng's ability to scatter and break her hand. She took a deep breath and moved her right hand's 5 fingers to form a body cleansing art. She cleaned up her spotless body. Then, she adjusted her expression and stepped into the house. Soon, Sei Ito appeared before Bai Yunju's eyes. He was dressed casually and did not emit any aura. He looked just like an ordinary youth. Greetings, Mr. Ito. Bai Yunju stopped in her tracks. She saluted with a solemn expression. She no longer had the charm and maturity she had when they first met. Instead, she gave off a clear sense of alienation. "Sit down, Sister Bai," Sei Ito, who understood that this was an unavoidable effect brought about by the difference in status, pointed to Fong Tong and smiled. As for the name Sister Bai, it was when the two of them first met. Bai Yunju called him that. At that time, she only thought that Sei Ito was a small S-level master with no foundation. She did have the qualifications to call him big. "Mr. Ito, I don't dare to accept the name Sister Bai." Recalling the time when she wanted to rope him in as a disciple, Bai Yunju's face could not help but blush. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Ito, please call me Yunju." Bai Yunju changed the way she addressed herself. "Okay then." Looking at Bai Yunju's serious look, Sei Ito did not care and nodded. Bai Yunju, who was slightly relieved, did not speak. She walked to the side of the square cushion and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the maid temporarily summoned from her home in the Magic Cube world walked into the room with a wooden tray with 2 porcelain teacups on it. She knelt down and delivered the 2 teacups to Sei Ito and Bai Yunju. Then, Li Zi got up and quietly left the room just like how he came in. "Try it. Although it is not a well-known tea, I personally think that it is definitely not inferior to the famous tea in China." Sei Ito reached for the teacup in front of him and looked at Bai Yunju with a smile. As he spoke, he put the teacup in front of his mouth and took a sip. Although she wanted to immediately get into the conversation, Bai Yunju still understood this kind of social interaction, so she chuckled and said, "Then I have to try it." She picked up the cup and took a sip. In an instant, Bai Yunju felt that her spirit was refreshed. A carefree feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart uncontrollably. "Good tea," Bai Yunju praised sincerely. "Does this tea have a name?" Bai Yunju, who put down the teacup, asked. "Yes, this tea's name is Qinglin," Sei Ito replied with a smile. "Good name," Bai Yunju continued to praise. In this regard, Sei Ito smiled non-committally and continued to sip the tea in the cup. He did not take the initiative to ask Bai Yunju's purpose of coming to him this time. He looked like he was simply inviting an acquaintance to drink tea. It was just that he was at ease. Bai Yunju's heart gradually became anxious. After all, her senior sister was still in the hands of the enemy. If it took too long, she might end up in a terrible situation. Therefore, after reluctantly accompanying Sei Ito to drink tea for a while, finally, she could not hold back her emotions and called out, "Mr. Ito." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Yunju. "To tell you the truth, Yunju came to see you this time because I have something to ask you," Bai Yunju said seriously. Sei Ito did not speak, but looked at her indifferently. Bai Yunju did not understand what Sei Ito meant. Seeing this, Bai Yunju secretly gritted her teeth and continued, "Please help my Mingfeng cave branch." With that, Bai Yunju stood up from the square cushion, clasped her hands, and bowed deeply. Sei Ito still did not speak and continued to leisurely sip the tea in the cup, and she did not know whether it was intentional or not. In the process of drinking this time, there was a very strange gulu-gulu sound. Hearing the strange sound, Bai Yunju, who was bowing, gritted her teeth again and said the benefits she could offer. "As long as you are willing to help my Mingfeng cave branch, I can represent my Mingfeng cave branch to owe you a favor. When you need it, the whole sect will do our best." Sei Ito still did not speak. "I wonder if you have heard of the substitute gu?" Bai Yunju, who still did not get a reply from Sei Ito, turned pale. She said sadly, "No." This time, Sei Ito finally spoke. As the name suggests, life substitution gu is a gu worm that can replace its master to die once. As long as Mr. is willing to help my Phoenix Cry cave branch, I can make the decision on behalf of my Phoenix Cry cave branch and give Mr. the sect's greatest treasure, life substitution gu," Bai Yunju said in a deep voice. Clearly, Bai Yunju had made up her mind this time. She had even given away the sect's signature treasure. In addition to the cultivation method of the substitute gu and the right to open the sutra depository for 3 days, Sei Ito said lightly. "This?" Bai Yunju's face revealed an awkward expression. "What?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. It's like this. 200 years ago, my Mingfeng cave met with a calamity, causing the cultivation method of the substitute gu to be lost. Only a few fragments have been passed down. Bai Yunju explained. Seito looked at Bai Yunju quietly. The latter did not avoid his gaze. Her gaze was pure as she looked back at him. After a moment, after confirming that Bai Yunju was not lying to him, Seito nodded and said, "Then I will open the Sutra Depository for one more day." What kind of place was the Sutra Depository? It was where the inheritance of sect was. Other than the most important foundation of the sect, the basic techniques and miscellaneous knowledge passed down in the sect, as well as the ancient books collected by the seniors since the sect was founded, were all stored there. In this way, opening the Sutra Depository was equivalent to exposing the sect's inheritance to outsiders without any concealment. This could be said to be something that could shake the sect's foundation. However, now that the mountain gate had been occupied, the sect master's senior sister had been captured, and the disciples were scattered in all directions. It was as if the sect was about to be exterminated. It was no longer a big deal to have a Sutra Depository whose protective formation had been broken. In any case, if they couldn't rescue her, the inheritance would be lost anyway. They might as well use it to exchange for a chance to continue the sect. More importantly, because of the unique situation of the Mingfeng Cave's inheritance, the cultivation methods were mostly feminine and unorthodox. They were different from the mainstream and were not suitable for men to cultivate. They were also not afraid of Ito looking through them. Therefore, Bai Yunju put on a hesitant expression and finally seemed to make up her mind and nodded heavily in agreement. "Okay, Lizzie, bring 2 more cups of tea." Seito saw this and smiled slightly and shouted. "Yes." Lizzie's voice sounded in response. "Sit down and tell me about the situation between you and the enemy, as well as the reason why you two fought." Seito asked. "Yes." Bai Yunju got up and sat cross-legged again. She organized her words and said, "It's like this." Through Bai Yunju's explanation, Seito roughly understood the whole story. The cause started from the rise of the earth. In the beginning, the world was dark. Like the many sects and clans hidden in the world, Mingfeng Cave basically maintained a state of seclusion and ignored the changes in the outside world. However, as the world changed, more and more sects and clans appeared in the world to recruit people and expand their forces. Some people in Mingfeng Cave also had the idea of appearing in the world. Therefore, after some discussion, Mingfeng Cave also appeared in the world with the help of the East Wind. However, unlike those sects and clans that appeared in the world almost completely, Mingfeng Cave only appeared partially in the world due to its special inheritance. Moreover, the people it targeted were the Miao clan's Miao village disciples at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, to the outside world, Mingfeng Cave was still the same Mingfeng Cave and did not attract much attention. However, this situation changed after the rise of the earth intensified, causing the auxiliary space and the small world's flying continent to appear. It was hard to say whether it was the luck of Phoenix Cry Cave or something else, but a flying land that had obviously been developed by someone before, filled with precious spirit plants and herbs that were considered precious in modern times, and kept a small number of rare beasts and precious minerals, had arrived near the entrance of Phoenix Cry Cave. Everyone in Mingfeng Cave was naturally overjoyed by such a heaven-sent fortune, thinking that the day of Mingfeng Cave's prosperity had finally arrived. However, the good times did not last long. In a moment of carelessness, the news of Mingfeng Cave obtaining a heaven-sent fortune was spread through the mouth of a Miao clan girl who had just joined the sect. After 4 or 5 rounds, it was heard by a disciple of a certain clan in Jian province and reported to their master. Needless to say, the master was naturally tempted by the fortune. The next day, he went to Mingfeng Cave to discuss the matter of sharing the fortune. The Miao clan girls were known for their fierce temperament. Moreover, this was obviously something that had fallen into their hands. How could they be willing to share it with others? Naturally, the negotiation did not reach an agreement, and they parted on bad terms in the end. However, what Bai Yunju and the others did not expect was that the master of this clan was actually so vicious. He thought that if he could not obtain it, then they would not be able to either. He directly spread the news and attracted the attention of the cultivation world and sects in Guizhou and Guangxi. Then, the development of the situation became simple. Trouble came knocking on their door. Mingfeng Cave fell. The hot-tempered third elder was killed on the spot. The sect master's eldest senior sister was imprisoned, and the second senior sister, Bai Yunzhu, was severely injured. However, she managed to escape with her life thanks to a fortuitous encounter she had obtained during her travels. The fourth junior sister and the cold-tempered fifth junior sister led their core disciples and scattered in all directions to avoid being hunted down. Before I came here, I heard that the large sects in Guizhou and Guangxi had already reached an agreement to share this fortune, Bai Yunzhu said in the end. In other words, if I make a move, I will offend two large cultivation world sects at once, Sei Ito said with a frown. Chapter 16:37. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Bai Yunju's expression stiffened, but she still nodded and admitted, yes. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito to speak, she quickly explained, but don't worry, Dian province is not the base of the two sections. Therefore, the ones left in our Phoenix Cry Cave are only some disciples and elders in charge. The strongest one is only a golden core cultivator. If you act fast enough, you don't have to worry about being exposed at all. Furthermore, I believe that after this incident, they will focus their investigation on our Phoenix Cry Cave lineage. They shouldn't implicate you, sir. It could be said that Sei Ito was the only savior that Bai Yunzhu could think of. Therefore, in order to prevent Sei Ito from changing his mind, Bai Yunzhu tried her best to persuade Sei Ito. Sei Ito did not speak. He only frowned and tapped his thigh with his fingers. Although this situation was silent, his raised and lowered fingers were like small hammers, accurately tapping Bai Yunju's heart, multiplying the psychological pressure on her. After a moment, Sei Ito stopped tapping his fingers and raised his head to ask, what is the cultivation level of the person with the highest cultivation level in these two sects? The nascent soul stage. Although the world has changed greatly, it hasn't been long. Some restrictions have not been lifted, so the nascent soul stage is still the backbone of these large sections. Bai Yunzhu replied with certainty. Sei Ito had heard about the restrictions that Bai Yunzhu mentioned from Nine-Tailed Fox. That was, if a nascent soul stage cultivator wanted to continue cultivating, they had to enter the Earth immortal realm through the teleportation platform. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the nascent soul stage, unable to break through. Of course, you could also force it if you didn't believe in heresy. But those who didn't believe in heresy were either directly smashed into ashes by something similar to a suppressive force, or their nascent soul would become very unstable due to the influence of the impure vitality. Then, it would dissipate in the shortest time possible, causing the sudden death of the person. As for the reason for this change, it was said that it was caused by Liu Bowen's slaying of the dragon. But what exactly? At that time, Nine-Tails, who was still sealed, did not know. Therefore, in these so-called large sects, the old fellows who stayed behind were definitely those old antiques who had no hope of breaking through and were prepared to end their lives like this. Moreover, there were very few of them, only one or two people. After all, no matter how bad one's aptitude was, everyone wanted to live longer. They didn't want to give up hope just like that. Therefore, other than those who didn't have a strong background, bad luck, or those who were attached to the mortal world, no one was willing to stay in this realm. Sei Ito nodded with a faint smile on his face. As long as those people from the Earth immortal realm didn't come back, let alone one or two nascent soul cultivators, even if there were two more, he wouldn't be afraid. Okay, I'll do it, Sei Ito decided. Thank you, Mr. Ito. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunzhu stood up from the square cushion. Her eyes were red, and she thanked him repeatedly with a face full of excitement. There's no need for that. We're just taking what we need. Sei Ito casually waved his hand and said. Bai Yunzhu looked at Sei Ito deeply and didn't say anything. She turned her head and raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. Mr. Ito, when are we leaving? Then, Bai Yunju turned her head again and asked while suppressing the excitement in her heart. It's better to save people sooner rather than later. Let's do it now. Seito pondered for a little while. Then he suddenly waved his hand and lightly patted his thigh. Amidst the soft paw sound, he made a decision. Great! Bai Yunju was pleasantly surprised. Little Ling Ming, I'm going out for a while. I'll leave the family matters to you. Seito stood up from the square cushion and said to the void. Yes, master. Little Ling Ming's voice suddenly sounded. After getting Little Ling Ming's answer, Seito turned his head to look at Bai Yunju and said, Lead the way. Okay. Bai Yunju nodded heavily and replied. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, a silver-white light instantly flew out from her cuff. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a slender, ancient Chinese sword with a length of 80 centimeters, a width of 5 centimeters, and a hilt and guard of 35 centimeters. It floated in front of Bai Yunju. Then, Bai Yunju turned her head to look at Seito. The latter nodded, and a silver-white bright light burst out from his body. It mixed with the sword light and formed a thick silver light that shot into the sky like a meteor. This was the long-distance flying technique that the cultivators of the Central Plains, especially the sword cultivators, love to use, the sword evasion technique. Seeing this, Seito smiled gently. Then, his body quickly exploded and turned into a cluster of lightning. With a loud rumbling sound, he chased after her. The lightning evasion technique. Hearing the sound, Bai Yunju, who was flying in front, subconsciously turned her head and looked back. What an exquisite escape technique. I didn't expect him to have grasped such a profound Dao technique. Bai Yunju's eyes were filled with amazement as she looked at the lightning that quickly flew to her side. Evasive techniques were not rare in the Central Plains. However, most of them were similar to the sword evasion technique that Bai Yunju was using and the blood evasion technique used by the evil sections. They were common goods and unorthodox evasive techniques. They were very different from the great evasive techniques that had been passed down since ancient times. At the very least, they couldn't compare in terms of speed and scope of application. The most important thing was that they were basically lost. Only some small tricks of evasive techniques like dancing in the wind and playing with fire were left in the world. But now, an outsider had suddenly mastered such a profound Taoist secret technique. This made Bai Yunju, who was a descendant of Huaxia, feel jealous and helpless. In the end, she simply ignored him and urged her Jindan to speed up and fly toward the mainland. For a time, a silver light and a lightning light crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed, intertwining with each other as they moved forward. However, in order to avoid trouble, Bai Yunju did not lead Seito directly through the Beijing-Tianjin area and fly directly to Jian province. Instead, after flying out of Japan, they immediately turned south and moved along the coastline to Vietnam and Myanmar, preparing to return to Jian province from there. It had to be said that this choice was very correct. Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any trouble and returned to Jian province peacefully. However, it was also because of this that they spent more time on the journey than usual. Therefore, when the two of them sneaked into the territory around Mount Mingfeng, the sky had already turned completely dark, and waves of cold and humid air filled the air. One party was anxious to save people and did not care about exhaustion, while the other party was powerful and did not care about the consumption of energy. Therefore, the two of them did not have any intention of resting after entering the territory and directly headed toward Mount Mingfeng in the middle of the night. The two black figures were like two mountain demons as they shuttled through the forest and moved forward. After a while, a group of ancient buildings that were filled with the style of a minority ethnic group appeared in front of Seito and Bai Yunju, hidden in the darkness. There were many lights inside, announcing its existence to the world. We're here. Bai Yunju's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Follow my footsteps later, Bai Yunju whispered again. After saying that, She prepared to take a step forward and lead Sei Ito into the group of buildings. However, at this moment, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and stopped her. Bai Yunju frowned slightly and looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Take a good look. Are you sure that this is your sect's mountain protecting formation and not a formation set up by the new sect? Sei Ito's eyes flickered as he pointed at the void in front of him. Bai Yunju's face turned red when she heard this. She knew that because she was anxious to save people, she had lost control of her actions. However, she was a cultivator who had stepped into the Golden Core realm after all. She quickly adjusted her mood and focused her gaze on the void in front of her. In an instant, strands of wandering spirit lines appeared in front of Bai Yunju's eyes. The Bai Yunju slowly rotated to check the situation of the array. After a moment, Bai Yunju withdrew her gaze and turned to Sei Ito and said, "That's right, this is the mountain protecting formation of Phoenix Cry Cave. All right, lead the way." Sei Ito nodded. He had also observed the mountain protecting formation of Phoenix Cry Mountain, while Bai Yunju was inspecting the formation. "Mister, please follow my footsteps," Bai Yunju reminded. After Sei Ito nodded in response, she stepped into the formation in front of her. Sei Ito didn't hesitate and immediately followed after her. In almost an instant, the two figures suddenly disappeared into the dense forest. Left, straight 3 times, right, forward 2 times, back 1 time, right 3 times, forward 5 times, half turn, left 5 times, small jump, straight 8 times, back 1 time, left 4 times, right, straight forward. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they saw a bright light in front of them. A large amount of pure heaven-earth essence chi surged towards them, making Ito, Sei, and Bai Yunju's spirits shake. Sei Ito didn't pay much attention to it and lightly breathed twice before looking around. What entered his eyes was a group of buildings that resembled the Miao family's village. There were small wooden houses next to each other, with roads and side roads between them. At the innermost part of the main road, near the mountain, there was a pavilion standing there. Obviously, that was the main building of Phoenix Cry Mountain used for meetings. On the 2 sides of the main building, there were houses that were much larger than normal and didn't look like they were used for living. They were built at a carefully calculated distance. If he guessed correctly, those were the functional buildings of Phoenix Cry Cave. Then, what entered his eyes was a large amount of green grass and flowers that bloomed even at this time of the year. They emitted a fragrance that made people feel like they were in a peach garden. Chapter 1638. Do you know where your senior apprentice sister is being held? Sei Ito, who had roughly sized up the buildings in Mingfeng Cave, asked. It should be in the dungeon. Bai Yunju frowned and lowered her head to think for a moment, then looked up at Sei Ito and replied, "Well, let's go to the dungeon first." Sei Ito decided. In this regard, Bai Yunju naturally had no objections. She nodded and moved toward the dungeon. Sei Ito did not say much and stepped forward to follow. It was unknown whether the large sect, called Chishan sect, that occupied this place thought that there would be people coming to make trouble or for some other reason. But the patrol at night was not strict at all. There were only 3 or 4 disciples in the Xiantian stage who were carrying out this task, and each of them looked relaxed, as if they were taking a stroll at night. However, this made it convenient for Sei Ito and Bai Yunju. Without alerting any of the disciples, the two smoothly moved to the front of a mountain wall. The formation has been broken. Bai Yunju, who was standing in front of the mountain wall, looked at the directly exposed cave entrance in front of her and said. Sei Ito nodded and did not speak. Bai Yunju also did not pay much attention to this matter and set off into the cave. In an instant, Ito Sei, who followed Bai Yunju into the cave, saw a smooth, sloping passage with smooth walls. It was obvious that it had been cut by a sharp weapon. The air in the cave was still dry, but not cold. The 4 walls were very clean, and there were no traces of moss-like plants. It was very obvious. This was the result of being protected by the formation before. On the walls on both sides of the passage, there was an oil lamp burning with a reddish-yellow flame every 1 meter, emitting a faint yellow light, providing illumination for the dark passage. The passageway was not long, only less than 10 meters long. With the two of them walking on foot, they were soon finished. However, just as the passageway was about to end, Bai Yunju, who had been walking silently all this time, suddenly flew into the cavern hall like a ghost. She stretched out her hand and restrained a core-bearing stage disciple who was meditating in the hall, as well as a Xiantian stage subordinate who could be said to be a mess. After that, Bai Yunju ignored the two of them. He drifted into the depths of the cave. Almost at the same moment, she went in. Cries of surprise and suppressed sobs echoed in the cave. Seito would have thought that he had entered a ghost's lair if he didn't know that the people inside were all cultivators. Seito waved his hand and set up a barrier around the entrance of the cave. All sounds were blocked inside the cave. Next, Seito walked to the side. He lowered his body and sat down. After about 7 to 8 minutes, accompanied by a series of footsteps of varying severity, one after another, their faces were haggard and pale. Under the lead of Bai Yunju, a young woman who had some injuries and was dressed to show the elegance of the Miao people walked out of the cave. Bastard! Kill them! Seeing Ito Sei and the two Chishan sect disciples who were restrained, the expressions of the women who had just escaped from the prison immediately changed. Their faces were filled with ferocious hatred as they spoke. All of you stop. Just as they were about to step forward and fight, Bai Yunju's anxious voice finally sounded and stopped them. Martial Ant Bai? Some of the female disciples were puzzled. Have you found your senior sister? Sei Ito, who ignored the phoenix cry cave disciples, stood up and asked. No. Bai Yunju shook her head and said with a sorrowful expression. Hearing the question and answer of Bai Yunju and Sei Ito, these female disciples finally understood that Sei Ito was not an enemy. One by one, they turned their eyes away and looked at the two men who were immobilized and wearing the Chishan sect's uniform. They gritted their teeth and looked like they wanted to kill them. What's wrong? Sei Ito asked with a frown. Fifth junior sister is dead. Bai Yunju replied sadly. Hearing Bai Yunju's words, Sei Ito understood that among the group of rescued female disciples, there must be someone who followed Bai Yunju's fifth junior sister to escape. But in the end, they could not escape the pursuit and were imprisoned in the Phoenix Cry Cave for some unknown reason. Since your senior sister is not here, where is she? Seito nodded slightly and asked. She should be in the meeting building. I heard from these disciples that senior sister is being guarded by a golden core elder who stays here. Bai Yunju composed herself and said bitterly, Are you going to arrange for them? Seito did not care about golden core cultivators as long as he knew where they were. Therefore, after getting the exact information, Seito's gaze fell on the female disciples present and asked, Martial Ant Bai, I'm willing to go with you to save the sect leader. A female disciple said with a stern expression. Yes, Martial Ant Bai, uncle, we are also willing to go with you to save the sect leader. The other disciples quickly echoed. Nonsense. Bai Yunju frowned. Her charming face was full of dignity as she shouted in a low voice. Why don't you take a look at your current state? Based on your current state, you might not even be able to defeat the enemy's disciples. What right do you have to save the sect leader who is being guarded by a golden core elder? Hearing Bai Yunju's words, the disciples who had calmed down could not help but lower their heads. Now listen to my orders. All of you are to stay here and have a good rest. You are not to leave this place until you see me. Do you understand? Bai Yunju said again when she saw that the disciples had calmed down. Yes. The disciples looked at each other and replied in unison. However, there was some unwillingness and helplessness in their voices. After calming the disciples, Bai Yunju turned to look at Sei Ito and said, Mister, let's go. I'll have to trouble you later. Sei Ito nodded in agreement. Be careful. Don't make too much noise. Don't let the guys outside hear you. Bai Yunju, who looked at the disciples around her again, reminded them worriedly. Yes. The disciples responded honestly. Seeing this, Bai Yunju did not say anything and walked out of the cave with Sei Ito. After a while, they disappeared into the dark passage. Without Bai Yunju's suppression, the female disciples once again looked at the Qishan disciples who were left in the cave. "Sisters, kill these beasts." A female disciple whose eyes were full of hatred said hatefully. "Kill them, kill them." The other disciples echoed. Then, under the female disciples' command, they rushed to the two Qishan sect disciples who were being restrained. They used their hands, mouths, and other tools to attack the Qishan sect disciples who were unable to resist. On the other side, the two people who quietly walked out of the cave sneaked carefully to the main building under the cover of the night. They sneaked into the building through the door that no one was guarding against. However, at this moment, a pressure suddenly unfolded in the building, pressing down on Sei Ito and Bai Yunju. At the same time, a loud shout came from the building. "Who is it?" "You deal with the disciples who rushed over. Leave the old guy me," Sei Ito ordered casually. "Okay." Understanding that it was difficult to take down the other party with her strength, Bai Yunju did not hesitate. She immediately agreed and floated to the door of the building. At this moment, accompanied by a flash of light, a white-haired, red-faced old man wearing a gray cloth robe made of precious materials appeared in the hall of the main building. Seeing the old man come out, Sei Ito did not talk nonsense and directly grabbed forward with one hand. The golden core old man's face changed in shock. Like an ordinary person holding a cup, he calmly and easily captured the golden core old man. Who are you?" The golden core old man's eyes were full of fear as he shouted in panic. Bai Yunju, who had turned her head to see how the two of them were fighting, also had a look of horror on her face. However, Bai Yunju's face flashed with a touch of relief. She was glad that Sei Ito was her friend and not her enemy. She was glad that she invited him this time and that she chose to talk to him in the first place. "You talk too much nonsense," Sei Ito said in annoyance. As soon as he finished speaking, the captured golden core old man quickly shrank under the pressure of an invisible force. In less than 3 seconds, he shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball and fell into Sei Ito's palm. Then, Sei Ito flipped his hand and put away the captured golden core old man. He released his spiritual power and searched the entire main building. Soon, a white-haired old woman with a pale face and blood at the corner of her mouth appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. The aura in her body was chaotic. At first glance, it was obvious that her golden core had been destroyed. Sei Ito's heart moved and used his teleportation ability to teleport her to his side. Sei Ito reached out to support the unconscious old woman and said to Bai Yunju, "Come and take a look. Is this your big senior sister?" Bai Yunju was stunned when she heard this. Then, she quickly flew to Sei Ito's side and reached out to brush the old woman's messy hair away from her forehead. Her entire face was revealed in front of her eyes, and she stared at it seriously. However, the more she stared, the more excited Bai Yunju became. Her body trembled and her eyes turned red. She opened her mouth but could not say a word. At this moment, Sei Ito frowned and turned his head to look to the side. He sneered, "There is still a fish in the net." With that, Sei Ito pushed the old woman in his hand into Bai Yunju's arms and disappeared from the main building in a flash. The next second, he appeared in front of a stream of light and slapped it down. Bang! With a huge muffled sound, a figure fell heavily to the ground and smashed a human-shaped dent in the solid ground. Then, Sei Ito stretched out his palm again and used the same method to deal with the golden core old man. He used the rules of space to envelop the golden core cultivator below and imprisoned his body. Then, as if he was casting the Buddhist kingdom in a palm, he shrunk him and put him away. Since I've done it, I might as well do it more thoroughly. With this thought in mind, Sei Ito launched an attack on all the Qishan disciples in the entire stockade. Chapter 1639. P.S. Thank you to Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Instant Potato, and One So Handsome for their tips. Junior Bai. Outside a green-tiled house in a quaint building surrounded by clouds and mist, a young man dressed in a light green robe with his hair tied up in a bun and a gentle smile on his fair and clean face, greeted the young man with a gentle smile. The junior brother by that he spoke of was a short and stout young man with a stocky build. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in the green-tiled room with a solemn look on his face. It seemed that he was meditating and cultivating. However, based on a man's understanding of him, he understood that this fellow was slacking off and dozing off again. Hearing someone greet him, the short and stout young man called Junior quickly woke up from his half-asleep state. "So it's Senior Zhao." Seeing the person who came, Junior stood up from the praying mat with an embarrassed expression and greeted him with a silly smile. Is it time to change shifts already?" Junior looked up at the sky outside and said excitedly. Clearly, this Junior was like a white-collar worker in the secular world who was full of enthusiasm for rest. "Yes." Senior Zhao smiled and affirmed. "Great. I can finally go back to sleep." Junior spoke in a tone as if he was relieved. Then, he nimbly took out a green and white jade slip from his bosom and handed it to Senior Zhao. "Since I'm done with the handover, I'll be leaving first, Senior Zhao." Junior looked at Senior Zhao with an expectant expression. "Okay, go." Senior Zhao shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I'll leave the spirit hall to Senior Zhao. I'm leaving." Junior chuckled and quickly ran out of the green-tiled house. Not long after, he disappeared into the thick darkness of the night. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao shook his head helplessly and raised his head to look at the spirit station hall. In an instant, lamps that looked like ancient copper oil lamps with brass bases and small flames burning on them appeared in front of his eyes. They were arranged in rows and placed on tall or short wooden shelves. These oil lamps had a scientific name. They were called soul awakening lamps. As the name implied, each flame on the lamp represented whether a person's soul was complete or not. If there was a mishap, it meant that the connection would be severed, such as death. There would be an oil lamp that would automatically extinguish. Through this method, they would report their situation to Senior Marshal Brother Zhao, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, and the others who were guarding this place, in order to attract the attention of the sect. Brother Zhao looked at the many intact oil lamps and nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and walked to a futon nearby and sat down with his legs crossed. However, just as he was about to close his eyes and begin to meditate, an oil lamp suddenly went out with a hoo sound. Seeing this, Senior Brother Zhao paused. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, the flames on the oil lamps were extinguished one after another. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the several dozen extinguished soul lamps in the spirit stop hall. The world is about to change. Another oil lamp went out. Seeing this, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao immediately came back to his senses. He jumped off the futon and hurriedly walked to the extinguished oil lamps. He took out the green and white jade slip that Junior Marshal Brother Bai had given him. He formed a seal with one hand and guided the wisps of smoke from the extinguished oil lamps to the jade slip. In the next moment, familiar and unfamiliar names appeared on the surface of the jade slip. Then, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao didn't dare to hesitate. Holding the jade slip in his hand, he quickly rushed to the palace where the elder on night duty was. In less than a minute, Senior Marshal Brother Zhao appeared in front of a magnificent ancient building. Senior Marshal Brother Zhao stood still and said with a respectful attitude, "Zhao is sworn on duty at the Spirit Stop Hall request to see Elder Wang. This one has an urgent report." After the voice, the building in front of him was calm. Zhao Shoren didn't rush him. He still maintained a bowing posture and waited outside the door. Then, after about 10 seconds, there was a strange creaking sound. The tightly shut door in front of Zhao Shoren slowly opened to both sides. "Follow me," the male disciple who opened the door said coldly. After he finished speaking, he ignored Shoren Zhao and walked into the inner room. Shoren Zhao didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly followed after him. Under the guidance of the male disciple, the two passed through a spacious courtyard. After entering the room, they walked straight through several halls until they reached a tightly shut door. Only then did they come to a complete stop. At this time, the male disciple who led the way bowed at the door and said, "Master, I've brought him." So this person was an elder's disciple. No wonder his attitude was so cold. "Let him in." In the room, an old voice came through the door. "Yes," the male disciple respectfully replied. Then, he stepped forward and opened the door. Zhao Shoren bowed to the male disciple and quickly walked into the room. The room was not big. It was about the same size as the ancient bedroom in movies and TV series. Even the decoration was the same. A middle-aged woman, dressed in brocade clothes, with a fair and solemn face and long black hair, tied up with a jade hairpin, was sitting cross-legged on an antique brown wooden bed with intricate carvings in a meditative posture. This middle-aged woman was the elder Wang that Zhao Shoren asked to see. "Greetings, Elder Wang." Zhao Shoren bowed. "What's the matter?" Elder Wang didn't move and didn't open her eyes. She still maintained a meditative posture and asked in an indifferent tone. "A soul lamp in the soul residence hall extinguished." Zhao Shoren quickly replied, "This kind of small matter can be reported to the steward. Why do you need to tell me?" Elder Wang frowned slightly and said coldly. Obviously, in her mind, she only thought of this as an ordinary soul lamp extinguishing and didn't think that a large number of people had died. Instead, she was wondering if this disciple wanted to use this as an excuse to show off in front of her and get her to look at him favorably. After all, this kind of thing didn't happen often in the past, but it didn't happen before. "No, Elder, this time it wasn't a simple soul lamp extinguishing. It happened at that moment. As many as 28 soul lamps extinguished at the same time. This matter has exceeded the authority of the steward. This disciple came to report to you directly." Zhao Shoren, who felt the change in Elder Wang's attitude, quickly explained. "What?" Elder Wang's eyes snapped open when he heard the number of extinguished soul lamps. He stared at Zhao Shoren with awe-inspiring eyes and exclaimed, "What?" The moment Elder Wang opened her eyes, a powerful aura enveloped Shoren Zhao. "Yes, Elder. This is the list of the disciples whose soul lamps were extinguished. Please take a look." Under the pressure, Zhao Shoren, who was a little pale, took out a green and white jade slip. He held it with both hands and presented it to Elder Wang. Elder Wang snatched the jade scroll over. She lowered her head and quickly browsed through it. "These are..." Looking at the names that appeared on the jade slip, Elder Wang's expression couldn't help but change. As an elder in the sect, she was very clear about some things in the sect. Therefore, the moment she saw the names on the list, she knew who these people were and what they were in charge of. So almost instinctively, Elder Wang understood that someone must have attacked the recently acquired enclave of Phoenix Cry Cave. Otherwise, how could there be such a large number of casualties? Who is it? Could it be the people of the Loom Mountain faction? Elder Wang's expression changed again. Until now, she still hadn't considered the possibility that someone else had attacked them. "No, I have to inform the sect master quickly." With this thought, Elder Wang immediately stood up from the wooden bed. Her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the room in an instant. The next moment, in front of another majestic house, Elder Wang's figure appeared. He pushed open the door in front of him without any trace of politeness. As he walked in quickly, he called out, "Is the sect leader in?" Wang Xuexiao requests an audience. "What's the matter?" Almost as soon as Wang Xuexiao's voice fell, a man with a dignified expression suddenly appeared in the room. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his expression was slightly displeased as he questioned in a deep voice. "Greetings to the sect master." Seeing the person who came, Wang Xuexia quickly stopped and bowed. The man nodded slightly. He walked to a chair at the side and sat down. After bowing, Wang Xuexia said anxiously, "Sect master, it's not good. Something happened at the enclave." "What's wrong?" The man's expression changed slightly as he asked. "I just received a report from the Spirit Station Hall disciple. A large number of disciples' soul lamps suddenly extinguished. After I checked the list, I found that these disciples who died were all station disciples who were previously sent to the enclave to guard it. So if there is no accident, the enclave should have been attacked, and it should have fallen by now. Wang Shuexia said, and handed the green jade slip to the sect master. The sect master took the jade slip and lowered his head to check it. Then, with a whoosh, the man suddenly stood up from the chair. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. Men, go and call Elder Lu and Elder Xing over. The man raised his voice and ordered. Yes. A disciple's voice sounded in response. Then, after 2 to 3 minutes, 2 middle-aged men of similar height walked into the room. One of them had a dignified face and a cold expression, while the other had a kind expression and was always smiling. Greetings to the sect master. Seeing the man sitting on the main seat, the two greeted in unison. Junior brothers, please take a seat. The man pointed to the empty seats at the side and said. Hearing this, the two didn't refuse and sat down. Senior brother sect master, why did you summon us so urgently in the middle of the night? The kind man asked. Junior sister Wang, you tell us. The sect master ordered. Yes. Wang Shuexiao replied. Then, she turned to the kind man and the cold man and said, Senior brother Xing, Junior brother Lu, just now, Wang Shuexiao described the entire matter in detail to the two of them. What do you think about this matter? After Wang Shuexiao finished, the sect master asked, who else could it be? It must be those people from the Lu Shan faction who did it. Otherwise, how could our disciples have suffered so many casualties in an instant? Moreover, only Wang Fuxiao from the Lu Shan faction could possibly force Junior Brother Lu to the point that he couldn't even send a signal back. Wang Shuexia gritted her teeth and said. Hearing Wang Shuexia's words, the sect master and the other two people's eyes moved. It shouldn't be. No matter what, the Lu Shan faction is still a big faction. I don't think they would do something like breaking the contract. The kind man with a smile said hesitantly. This was also the reason why the sect master and the other person didn't immediately make a decision. Junior brother Lu, wealth moves people. Wang Shuexia shook her head and said, wealth moves people's hearts. We've already distributed everything that we can. Now, the only thing left is the herb garden on that piece of land. The people of Lu Mountain faction shouldn't be so unwise as to fall out with us over that little bit of spiritual herbs. The dignified man, who was senior brother Xing, disagreed. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Who would have the guts to offend both of our factions at the same time? Aren't they afraid that we will gang up on them? Wang Shuexia sneered in disbelief. Could it be those women from the Phoenix Cry Cave? Senior brother Lu said with a frown. It shouldn't be. There are only 2 golden core cultivators in their faction. Their sect master, Long Ying, had her cultivation crippled by us. Although the other one, Bai Yunju, escaped, there is still a certain gap between her and Junior Brother Lu in terms of cultivation. It is impossible for her to force Junior Brother Lu to the point where he couldn't even send a signal back. Moreover, it is impossible for so many of our disciples to die at once. Therefore, I think an attack from an external force is the most likely. Senior Brother Xing analyzed. After hearing Senior Brother Xing's words, apart from Wang Shuexia, who seemed to be certain that the Lu Shan faction did it, the sect master and Senior Brother Lu felt that it made sense. However, the most important thing now is to send people to the Phoenix Cry Mountain to see the situation there and rescue Junior Brother Lu, who might still be there. Senior Brother Xing said again. As soon as he said that, the 3 people in the room all looked at the sect master. Let's do that, the sect master decided. Then, he raised his voice and ordered, Elder Lu, Elder Wang. We are here. Wang Shuexia and Elder Lu stood up and cupped their fists. I order the 2 of you to immediately lead 8 core Formation Realm disciples and 20 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples to the Phoenix Cry Mountain to check the situation. Yes. The 2 of them accepted the order and left the room. Elder Xing, from now on, the entire mountain will enter a state of alert. We must not leave any chance for the enemy to attack. Then, the sect master looked at Elder Xing and ordered. Yes. Elder Xing stood up and replied. Then, he also left the room, leaving behind the sect leader, who was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, after about 7 to 8 minutes, the group of 30 people turned into a ray of light and shot into the night sky, flying towards the Phoenix Cry Mountain in Dien Province. At the same time, the people from the Lushan faction made the same decision. Now, the scene changed to the Phoenix Cry Cave on the Phoenix Cry Mountain. At the same time, the time moved slightly forward. Under the attack of Sei Ito, whose level was much higher than the two Golden Core Realm cultivators, almost instantly, the disciples of the two sects guarding the Phoenix Cry Cave were all captured and killed by Sei Ito. Their corpses were sent to the alternate world using the space rules. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed and returned to the main building. Chapter 1640. Yinju, you have to promise me. Long Ying, the sect master of Phoenix Cry Cave, who had already turned into an old woman, but whose face was strangely crimson at this moment, tightly grabbed by Yunju's arm with her right hand. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at her and hissed. This was the scene that Sei Ito saw when he appeared in the main hall. Eldest senior sister. By Yunju sobbed, Yunju, promise me. Long Ying hissed again. Because she used too much strength, blue veins and blood vessels appeared on her forehead, cheeks, and the back of her hands. Bai Yunju bit her lips, her face full of unwillingness. But when she saw her eldest senior sister staring at her, Bai Yunju could not say anything to refuse. In the end, she could only nod helplessly. Then I can leave without worry. After receiving Bai Yunju's promise, Long Ying smiled with relief. As she spoke, Long Ying turned her head slightly, and her gaze fell on Sei Ito. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but because of the previous matter, she had used up the last of her energy. After opening and closing her mouth for a long time, she could not say a word. Then, Long Ying's eyes became slack and gradually lost the light of life. Long Ying's arm, which was tightly gripping Bai Yunju's arm, fell to the ground. Eldest senior sister. Bai Yunju's lips trembled as she softly called out. However, at this time, Long Ying, who had completely lost her life force, could not respond to her words at all. Eldest senior sister. Bai Yunju's eyes reddened, and sparkling tears silently flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Bai Yunju sink into sorrow, Sei Ito did not say anything and turned to walk out of the main building. He walked towards a mountain prison that he had been to before. Ito-sei was familiar with the place, so he quickly entered the mountain prison again. Seeing Sei Ito walk into the cave, the disciples of Mingfeng Mountain who had recovered some of their vitality looked at him warily. Sei Ito didn't care about that. Instead, he looked at the two corpses that were no longer humanoid. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood. It looked like a corpse that had been torn apart by some wild beast. Sei Ito didn't even need to guess to know that this was the result of the female disciples venting their frustrations in the cave. The enemies outside have been dealt with. You can go out now. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the female disciples in the cave and said, Also, your martial aunt Bai Yunju is in the main building. After that, Sei Ito ignored the female disciples who were wary of him and walked out of the cave. Seeing Sei Ito quickly disappear into the mountain path, the female disciples couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know if they should listen to this strange man's words. Let's go. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Moreover, this man was able to make martial ant by calling Mr. His cultivation is definitely not weak. If he wants to deal with us, he doesn't need to go through so much trouble. He can just do it directly. At this moment, a female disciple who looked more shrewd said, That's right. Another disciple agreed. The other disciples who had figured it out nodded their heads one after another in agreement. Thus, the group no longer hesitated and walked out of the cave. He quickly walked towards the main building, which was the only building in the entire stronghold that was still lit. A series of footsteps sounded clearly. Bai Yunju's expression changed when she heard the footsteps. She immediately recovered from her sadness and turned her head to look at the door with vigilance in her eyes. It was at this moment that the group of female disciples appeared at the door. Martial Aunt Uncle, Seeing Bai Yunju, the female disciples happily called out, "Why did you all come out? Didn't I say that you are not allowed to come out before I go to find you?" Bai Yunju said with anger in her eyes. She couldn't be blamed for being so angry. These disciples were the hope of the sect's revival in the future. Losing any one of them was unacceptable to her, not to mention that she had just lost her martial sisters. She, who had deep feelings for these disciples, didn't want to see anyone in trouble. Therefore, it was no surprise that she was so angry at these disciples who didn't listen to her orders and risked their lives to come out. Hearing Bai Yunju's reprimand, the expressions on the faces of the female disciples couldn't help but stagnate. They lowered their heads one after another. I asked them to come out, but at this moment, Sei Ito's voice sounded. Bai Yunju frowned. She turned her head to look at Sei Ito. Obviously, Sei Ito's actions this time made her feel very dissatisfied. Just when you were absent-minded just now, I have already cleaned up all the enemies outside, so there's no danger in the mountain village at this time. There is no need to let them hide in that cave. Sei Ito explained in a low voice. And speaking of this, Sei Ito's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze fell on Long Ying's body. Seeing Sei Ito's gaze, Bai Yunju's expression changed slightly. She nodded silently, then turned to look at the female disciples and said, "Come over and pay your respects to the sect leader." "What? This is the sect leader? What happened to the sect leader? Pay respects? Could it be?" Cries of disbelief and discussions immediately rang out from the crowd of disciples. Bai Yunju nodded slightly, confirming their words. "Sect leader." Seeing Bai Yunju's actions, the female disciples cried out in grief. One by one rushed to Bai Yunju's side with a sad face, knelt down, and cried softly. In an instant, the entire main building was filled with a sad atmosphere. Fortunately, Bai Yunju, who had recovered from her absent-minded state, had also recovered to the state that a gold core cultivator should have. She understood that this was not a place to stay for long, so she quickly stopped the crying of the disciples and began to arrange for them to pack up the entire mountain village, and began to arrange for them to pack up the valuable items that only they knew about. Then, Bai Yunju, who had sent the disciples out, had a thought and put Long Ying's body into her 100 treasures pouch. "Mr. Ito, please follow me." Bai Yunju, who stood up, exuded a cold aura that kept people away, and said lightly. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito's response, she turned and walked out directly. Sei Ito, who knew that she had just experienced a great sorrow, didn't care about her attitude, curled his lips, and slowly followed. Under the lead of Bai Yunju, the two left the main building and walked along a slope on the right side of the main building. After walking for about 10 meters, they turned left, and a very hidden mountain path appeared in front of the two. The two walked on the path, and after walking for about a minute or so, they stopped in front of a female statue embedded in a huge stone wall. Bai Yunju stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the female statue, then walked to the front of the female statue, bent down and squatted down, and threw away the soil under the female statue's left foot. Under Bai Yunju's digging, not long after, a jar-shaped object covered with talismans was pulled out. It had to be said that this method of hiding things was really unconventional. Probably no one would have thought that a cultivation sect's most precious treasure would be buried in a place as simple as an ordinary person raising poisonous insects, without any restrictions or formations to hide it. Bai Yunju, who was holding the jar, stood up, turned around, and returned to Sei Ito's side, and handed the jar to Sei Ito, and said, "This is the secret altar that seals the substitute poisonous insect. When you need to use it, just open the seal and wake up the poisonous insect inside. But you need to pay attention to one thing. Before it wakes up, soak it in your blood so that the poisonous insect will feed on your blood after it wakes up and form a connection with you. The method is simple." Sei Ito, who took the jar, chuckled. "This is for you." Then, Bai Yunju took out a jade slip from her treasure pouch and threw it to Sei Ito. "What is this?" Sei Ito, who casually took the jade slip, was puzzled. "It's my Mingfeng Cave's sacrificial method. Without it, Even if you form a connection with the substitute poisonous insect, you won't be able to absorb the poisonous insect into your body and use it to prolong life. Baiyunju said faintly. Sei Ito nodded and put away the poisonous insect altar and jade slip. Okay, the substitute poisonous insect has been given to you. As for the remaining scriptures in the scripture pavilion, I will give them to you when we are safe. Baiyunju continued. Okay, Sei Ito agreed. Then Baiyunju filled the hole she had dug before and bowed to the female statue again before returning to the village with Sei Ito. But this time, Baiyunju didn't directly return to the main building, but continued to walk in another direction. Sei Ito didn't say anything and silently followed. Just like this, accompanied by a surge of spirit energy, a large garden full of all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit plants appeared in front of Sei Ito and Baiyunju's eyes. This is the source of everything, that enclave. Baiyunju looked at the unusually beautiful garden in front of her with a face full of resentment, and she couldn't suppress the resentment in her voice. After saying this, she ignored Sei Ito and walked straight into the garden. She didn't care if the spirit herbs and spirit plants had matured or not, and directly used a destructive method to pick them one by one, throwing them into her treasure pouch. Clearly, even if she was resentful of these things, Baiyunju still knew that these things were beneficial to the revival of the sect, so she didn't want to let her enemy get away with it, so she directly used a destructive harvest. Seeing this, Sei Ito grinned and waved his hand. Under the support of an invisible force, the spirit herbs flew out of the garden with their roots and arrived in front of Sei Ito, and he put them one by one into the Rubik's Cube. Baiyunju only glanced at Sei Ito's actions, then ignored him and continued her destructive harvest. Just like that, under the efforts of the two of them, it didn't take long for all the plants in the spiritual herbal garden to be cleaned up, leaving only the bumpy ground to tell the world that there were many good things that once existed here. Then, the two didn't stay in the garden for long and turned around to return to the village. Chapter 1641. Is everything ready? In the main hall of the main building of the stronghold on Phoenix Cry Mountain, Baiyunju looked at the disciples in front of her and inquired. Everything is ready. Marshal, aunt, uncle, the female disciples replied in unison. Good, then let's go, Baiyunju announced. However, right at this moment, Baiyunju's expression suddenly changed. She turned her head and looked to the side. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier and look towards the sky. At this moment, in the sky outside, a group of about 40 cultivators were rapidly approaching the stronghold. Mister, please lend me a hand. Baiyunju turned around and looked towards Sei Ito. She cupped her fists and bowed. The female disciples to the side were baffled. They didn't know what was going on with Marshal, aunt, uncle, Bai. Since I'm helping you, I'll help you to the end. All right, I'll help you this time. Sei Ito looked at the female disciples of Phoenix Cry Mountain and shook his head slightly. Yinju and the Phoenix Cry Cave will forever be grateful for Mister's kindness, Baiyunju said gratefully. Sei Ito waved his hand toward Baiyunju. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall. In the next second, he appeared in front of the group of cultivators that had already arrived above Phoenix Cry Mountain and were about to descend towards the Phoenix Cry Cave. Who is it? A golden core stage cultivator in the group of cultivators shouted. His expression changed. Seal the heavens and lock the earth. What answered him was a soft shout that resounded through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the entire world shook slightly. Transparent lines visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. The lines connected to each other and formed a huge cube with a diameter of over 100 meters. It enveloped all the cultivators in the group of cultivators. Withdraw. At this moment, another soft shout resounded through the heavens and earth. Following this soft shout, the group of cultivators in the group of cultivators. At this moment, the transparent cube that enveloped the group of cultivators moved again. It compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short 4 to 5 seconds, it had shrunk from its original diameter of over 100 meters to a diameter of less than 100 meters. Then, it continued to compress at a rapid pace. Look at this. The expressions of these cultivators finally changed. Everyone, listen to my command. Target the bottom left, attack. The leading golden core stage cultivator shouted. At the same time, the gold core stage cultivator threw out a spinning golden ball, which turned into a streak of light and shot towards the lower left corner. Behind the golden ball was a flying sword that had evolved into a fire dragon. A large number of fire elemental, lightning elemental, and ice elemental Daos also blasted toward the bottom left. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the enclosed space. However, what made these self-cultivators, especially the two Aura's core stage self-cultivators, change their countenances was that such a powerful joint attack was actually unable to shake the barrier of this space at all. It did not even succeed in stopping it for a moment. It still maintained its previous speed of compressing inwards. Therefore, in just a short while, the huge cube space had already compressed the distance to less than 50 meters in diameter. Who are you? Please show yourself. If my Lushan faction has offended you in any way, please speak clearly. This kind of sneak attack is really too shameful. The leading golden core stage cultivator looked around as he spoke in a loud voice. His words were very clever. First, he mentioned his background in order to oppress the other party and make the sneak attacker have scruples. Then, his words carried a hint of provocation. He wanted to force the sneak attacker to show himself. After all, there was not a single expert who could cultivate to the golden core stage and above who did not have a bit of arrogance. Therefore, under normal circumstances, once these words were spoken, the sneak attacker would usually show himself. Unfortunately, he had encountered, say, Ito, who simply did not care about whether or not the Lushan faction was from the Lushan faction. As for the so-called provocation, he did not care in the slightest. Therefore, he only spoke for 4 or 5 seconds. Say Ito's figure did not appear in the line of sight of the golden core stage cultivator. Seeing that the sneak attacker did not give him face, the golden core stage cultivator's face turned completely gloomy. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a jade slip from his 100 treasures pouch and crushed it with force. Almost at the same time that the jade slip was crushed, a stream of light flew out of the jade slip and towards the border between Gui Province and Dian Province. However, in the next moment, the stream of light was forcibly blocked by the space barrier. No matter how it flickered and changed, it was unable to break through. Seeing this, the golden core stage cultivator's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Compared to him, the faces of the group of disciples behind him became panicked. One by one, they released their spells in a flurry, attacking the space barrier that was about 10 meters away from them. Master, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Who can save us? I surrender. I surrender. Please let me go. Great immortal. Bastard. The first two were still fine. At the very least, they were just spouting nonsense in panic. Although the golden core stage cultivator was impatient, he did not do anything. However, when the words of surrender came out, it directly provoked his nerves. With a roar, he waved his hand and slapped that disciple. Pah! In an instant, there was a light sound. That disciple's neck was immediately twisted 720 degrees. His eyes were wide open, and he could not be more dead. Seeing the golden core stage cultivator's actions, all the disciples were stunned and did not dare to make any more noise. Old friend, since the other party doesn't want us to live, we might as well let them have it easy. The golden core stage cultivator said in a deep voice. What do you want to do? The other golden core stage cultivator asked. Let's self-destruct. Okay. Seeing that the space had been compressed to less than 5 meters, the golden core stage cultivator knew that he was going to die without a doubt and agreed with hatred. Then, the two of them madly urged the golden cores in their bodies. They used a secret technique to compress the energy to death and then suddenly released it. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 violent auras of power erupted from the 2 golden core stage cultivators, forming a powerful energy shock wave that spread in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful shock wave, the nearby Lu Mountain disciples were immediately blown into minced meat. Their flesh and blood mixed with the shock wave, and together, they rushed toward the surrounding space barrier. Bang! A violent vibration immediately appeared on the space barrier. That's quite something. With a thought, Ito added another wave of spatial rule power to the space cube. With the support of the rule power, the space stabilized again and continued to compress inwards at the same speed as before. 7 to 8 seconds later, it condensed into a small dot and disappeared with a soft pop sound. After dealing with the enemies of the Lu Mountain faction, Ito did not stay and returned to the main building of the mountain stronghold in a flash. All right, the enemies have been dealt with. We can set off now, Ito said lightly. Okay, Bai Yunju said with a nod. Then, she turned to look at the disciples at the side and said loudly, "Let's go." Yes, the female disciples replied in unison. Just like that, with Bai Yunju in the lead and Ito following from the side, the other disciples of Mingfeng Mountain followed closely behind. The group quickly left the mountain stronghold on Mingfeng Mountain and disappeared into the vast forest shrouded in the night. After rushing through the night, the group finally arrived at the Miao family's mountain stronghold hidden deep in the mountains and forests when the sky was about to brighten. Until now, it still maintained a primitive state of life and did not have electricity. With the help of the people in the mountain stronghold, they hid. Then, on the morning of the second day, Bai Yunju's figure appeared in front of Ito again. Bai Yunju threw 100 treasures pouch in front of Ito and said lightly, "These are the books in my sect's hidden scriptures pavilion. According to the agreement, you can read them for 4 days. You're quite generous. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the books and leave?" Ito looked at Bai Yunju with a faint smile and asked, "That is also fate." Bai Yunju was unmoved as she replied, "It seems that after this incident, you've changed a lot." Ito nodded and stretched out his hand to catch the 100 treasures pouch that flew into his hand. Bai Yunju did not say anything. "Come back in 4 days," Ito said to send her off. Bai Yunju nodded and turned to leave Ito's room. Seeing Bai Yunju leave, Ito did not hesitate and opened the 100 treasures pouch in his hand. He began to seriously look through the ancient records of Phoenix Cry Cave and the miscellaneous notes that the other Phoenix Cry Cave's cultivator seniors had collected during their travels. And it was these that Ito was willing to help Bai Yunju save people. As for the life substitution goo that could extend life and death, he did not care about the condition that Phoenix Cry Cave had agreed to do for him. Not to mention whether or not the life substitution goo could save the life of someone at his level. So what if it could? For Ito, who had the authority to become the Ram, the Sun, and the Lord of the Underworld, who could directly revive people, it did not matter if he had the life substitution goo or not. Moreover, Ito did not intend to die for no reason. Moreover, the power of Phoenix Cry Cave was even more nonsensical. They could not even compare to his modified battle suit. How could they help him, whose enemies were at least at the Sky Immortal Realm? And this was when Phoenix Cry Cave was at its peak. In this state where it was on the verge of falling apart, it was really useless. Well, it could not be said that they were completely useless. If he wanted to use them as a bridgehead to enter Huaxia, they would be of some use. Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, the ancient records of Phoenix Cry Cave were more valuable to Ito. They could broaden his horizons and let him understand the current orthodox cultivation. At the same time, it could also help him understand how the cultivation lineage cultivated and used the primordial spirit. Secondly, there might be alchemy books, pill recipes, formation books, and formation records in Phoenix Cry Cave's possession. These were his favorite. Chapter 1642. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and the Silencer for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Seckle Potato for your tip. Phew, Ito, who withdrew his spiritual power from the jade slip in his hand, exhaled a long breath of foul air. Sei Ito, who threw the jade slip in his hand into the 100 treasures pouch, sighed in his heart, as expected of the Miao family of Nanjiang. Their skills in treating insects and poisons are really unique. At this time, 4 days had passed since he and the people of Mingfeng cave hid in the Miao family's mountain pavilion. In the past 4 days, Sei Ito did not sleep or rest. He devoted himself to absorbing knowledge and browsing books. Finally, he had just finished browsing all the secret books collected by the Mingfeng cave in the 100 treasures pouch. The harvest was very significant. Because the Miao family was passed down from generation to generation, Sei Ito did not benefit much in terms of formations and secret cultivation methods. However, in terms of alchemy, because of the Miao family's use of insects and their peculiar understanding of poisonous herbs, Sei Ito greatly broadened his horizons and obtained many interesting elixir recipes. I think Lu Miaozi will be very interested after seeing these things. Sei Ito chuckled. Then Sei Ito stood up from the small chair, picked up the 100 treasures pouch beside him, and stepped out of the wooden Miao house where he had stayed for 4 days. When he came to the door, Sei Ito took a deep breath of the fresh air between heaven and earth. After 4 or 5 seconds, he exhaled the exhaust gas in his body and walked again to the house where Bai Yunju lived. "Is Yunju here?" Sei Ito, who was about to walk to the front of the house, asked loudly. Creak. Accompanied by a strange sound, Bai Yunju, who had changed into the Miao family's dress, walked out of the house. "Mr. Ito, what's the matter?" Bai Yunju, who was standing at the door, asked faintly. Look at her cold expression. It was obvious that she hadn't recovered from the big change, or maybe her temperament had changed because of this big change. She was no longer as charming and flirtatious as before. "Here." Sei Ito gently tossed the 100 treasures pouch to Bai Yunju. "I've already finished reading it," Sei Ito explained. After receiving the 100 treasures pouch, Bai Yunju nodded and put it away with a flip of her hand. "Our agreement has been fulfilled. I should be leaving, so let's part ways here," Sei Ito said softly to Bai Yunju. "Yunju is very grateful for Mr. Ito's help. Yunju and my sect will always remember your kindness. If Mr. Ito needs us in the future, just let us know. My Mingfeng cave will help Mr. Ito even if we have to go through water and tread on fire. This is the promise that I, Bai Yunju, and Mingfeng cave give to Mr. Ito." Bai Yunju said to Sei Ito with a solemn expression. "I understand." Sei Ito nodded in response. But in his heart, he still didn't take Bai Yunju's promise to heart. It was still the same sentence. Bai Yunju and Mingfeng cave's power was really too insignificant for him. "Goodbye." Sei Ito once again cupped his fist and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Ito." Bai Yunju returned the salute. After saying that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared in front of Bai Yunju. The next moment, Sei Ito appeared in the sky above an even more vast forest. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Rubik's Cube World. In the vast, desolate area in the vast north, Sei Ito's figure flashed again. At this time, Sei Ito flipped his palm, and 2 small figures were sealed inside. A crystal that looked like artificial amber appeared in his palm. Sei Ito casually tossed the crystals into the sky. Almost instantly, the 2 crystals expanded rapidly, and after a short 5 to 6 seconds, they became the same size as normal. Following that, a crisp pop sound was heard as the crystal exploded, releasing the sealed figure inside. These 2 people were none other than the 2 golden core stage cultivators that were captured in Mingfeng Cave stronghold during the rescue operation. At this time, Sei Ito's palm moved again, and with a flip of his hand, he suppressed the 2 who had just been freed. "Who are you? How dare you lay your hands on me? Aren't you afraid of my Qishan sect's ancestor Feng Xian's revenge?" The golden core stage cultivator, who was imprisoned by an invisible force, shouted in a stern voice. When he said that, Sei Ito did not say anything, but the other golden core stage cultivator next to him had a mocking look on his face. He glanced at the person who spoke with disdain. "You have 2 choices. 1. Surrender and pledge your loyalty to me. 2. Continue to be stubborn. You have 3 breaths to consider and decide. Say Ito raised his index and middle fingers and said indifferently. When these words came out, the expressions of the 2 golden core stage cultivators immediately changed. Time's up. After 3 or 4 seconds, Sei Ito immediately announced. Tell me your choice. Sei Ito asked indifferently. Don't even think about it. I surrender. The voices of the 2 golden core stage cultivators sounded at the same time, but the content of their words was worlds apart. Hearing the different answers of the 2, Seito looked at the one who chose to surrender with interest. It was the golden core stage cultivator who had previously despised the other golden core stage cultivator. He asked, "You're willing to surrender?" "Yes," the golden core cultivator admitted without hesitation. "Ma Jiliang, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Your Lu Mountain sect has sent someone like you. You're the shame of the Lu Mountain sect." The golden core stage cultivator of the Chishan sect, who had chosen to refuse to surrender, looked at Ma Jiliang with a mocking expression and scolded him. "So what if you're a coward? Don't tell me you don't want to live, Lu Zhen." Ma Jiliang glanced at the golden core stage cultivator who refused to surrender with disdain. "The reason you insist on surrendering is that you're afraid of being discovered. They'll come after your family members in the Chishan sect." "Oh, you're not afraid?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. "I'm all alone. What's there to be afraid of?" Ma Jiliang laughed. Seito nodded and turned his gaze back to Lu Zhen, whose face was still full of anger. Then, he reached out and grabbed Lu Zhen, whose magic power and mobility had been sealed, into his hand. "Ha!" Lu Zhen's body was pulled by an invisible force and flew in front of Seito's palm. Without waiting for Lu Zhen to react, Seito opened his eyes wide and released all of his mental strength. Like a biting cold autumn wind blowing away fallen leaves, his mental strength rushed into Lu Zhen's mind through his eyes. Using a method similar to the Devil Path soul searching technique, he forcibly searched Lu Zhen's memories. In an instant, a large amount of chaotic information surged into Seito's mind through his mental strength. Under the influence of the soul-searching technique, Lu Zhen's eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. His entire body twitched violently, as if he were having an epileptic seizure. Ma Jiliang, who was watching from the side, paled. His eyes were filled with fear and relief. After about a quarter of an hour, Ito Sei retracted his spiritual force, and a small embryonic form was formed. Lu Zhen's soul was already in tatters, but he threw it to the side. Plop! Like an idiot, Lu Zhen's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Another 5 minutes or so passed. Seito let out a long breath. He opened his eyes once more. This method of searching memories is convenient, but it's a bit troublesome to clean up afterwards. Itosei thought to himself as he burned away all the useless information from Lu Zhen's memories with his spiritual flame, excluding the information he wanted. "It's your turn." Seito turned his head. He smiled as he looked at Ma Jiliang. Although it was a very kind smile, in the eyes of Ma Jiliang, who had just witnessed how he turned a golden core cultivator into an idiot, it seemed very dangerous no matter how he looked at it, causing Ma Jiliang's body to tremble subconsciously. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" Ma Jiliang dryly laughed. Seito withdrew his smile and coldly said, "Swear to your Tao heart that you will forever be loyal to me and will never betray or deceive me in any way. Otherwise, you will lose your cultivation and your soul will be destroyed." Ma Jiliang's expression immediately changed several times. However, he had no choice but to lower his head. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Jiliang chose to swear a deadly oath to himself. Ma Jiliang. In the instant that Ma Jiliang swore the oath, a strange feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Ma Jiliang knew that this was not an illusion, but a restriction from his Tao heart that truly existed. Seeing that Ma Jiliang had sworn the oath, Seito no longer restrained him and undid the seal on Ma Jiliang's body. In an instant, Ma Jiliang's body emitted the aura of a golden core cultivator. Tell me about the situation of the Lushan sect. Sei Ito gave Ma Jiliang his first order. Yes, Ma Jiliang, who had quickly adapted to the change in his identity, replied respectfully. He then began to narrate the situation of the Lushan sect. The Lushan sect, as the name suggested, was a sect established on the great Lushan mountain in your province. It was said that the founder of the sect was a powerful cultivator during the Han Dynasty. It had been around for more than 1,500 years, and there were many capable disciples in the sect. As far as Ma Jiliang knew, before he left the sect, there were a total of 482 disciples in the sect. Although the number was less than 500, it was one of the few sects that had many disciples, second only to sects like Amei, Qingsheng, Shaolin, and Wudong, which had external sects that could provide outstanding disciples in the secular world. It was much stronger than those sects that had less than 300 disciples in total. One had to know that the entire Crying Phoenix Cave only had slightly more than 100 disciples. It was even worse than those sects that had 300 disciples. Among them, there was one nascent soul cultivator who was the supreme elder who stayed behind on earth. His Taoist name was Qing Zhu. There were 6 gold core cultivators. They were the sect leader Zhang Xian, who was at the peak of the gold core stage, Elder Lu Feng, who was at the peak of the gold core stage, Elder Zhao Tianming, who was at the middle of the gold core stage, and Elder Ma Jiliang, who was now his subordinate. There were also Elder Wenting and Elder Lu Shu, who were at the beginning of the gold core stage. There were 38 core formation stage cultivators, 126 foundation establishment stage cultivators, and the remaining Xiantian and Qi refinement stage cultivators, as well as ordinary low-level disciples who started from Qi refinement stage. That's basically it. Tell me the method to pass through the Lushan sect's mountain protection formation. Sei Ito ordered again. Since they had already talked about it, Ma Jiliang did not hesitate and immediately told Sei Ito the method to enter the mountain. All right, you can cultivate now. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Ma Jiliang's response and directly disappeared before his eyes. Ma Jiliang looked at the barren land in front of him and shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. On the other side, Sei Ito, who disappeared before Ma Jiliang's eyes, reappeared in the sky above the forest from before. Let's go to the Lushan sect first. With this thought in mind, Sei Ito moved to the province where Dalu Mountain was located. He still used telekinesis to fly for the first part of the journey. He rushed to Dalu Mountain at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound. However, when he was about to approach Dalu Mountain, Sei Ito changed his way of traveling in order to avoid his movements being discovered. He used teleportation to travel silently. After several flashes like this, Sei Ito arrived at Dalu Mountain. Then, Sei Ito released his mental power. With himself as the center, he slowly spread it in all directions, searching for the correct location of the Lushan sect's mountain gate. Under the scan of his mental power, an invisible barrier was soon reflected in Sei Ito's mind through his mental perception. Found it. Then, Sei Ito retracted his mental power in all directions, leaving only the point in front of the barrier. He used that as a coordinate to move over in a flash. Standing outside the barrier, Sei Ito observed the formation in front of him for a moment with spirit vision. He raised his hand and made the hand gesture that he got from Ma Jiliang. The moment the hand gesture was completed, a gap appeared in front of him. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He flashed through the gap and entered the Lushan sect. Because he didn't go through the main door, Sei Ito didn't see the full view of the Lushan sect at this time. It was only a side view, but the group of buildings still reflected in his eyes. Looking at the ancient buildings in front of him, Sei Ito smiled gently. His body suddenly exuded qi and went into the surrounding trees. He moved toward the buildings of the Lushan sect with the wood release of the major 5 elements escape technique. Found it. A moment later, Sei Ito appeared from the trunk of a tree and looked at the building in front of him. The building was in the style of the ancient Han pavilions. It was square and 3 stories high. The whole structure was made of wood and stone. The roof was covered with curved drainage tiles that were commonly seen in the south. A horizontal plaque with the words Hidden Scriptures Pavilion written in bold strokes hung above the main entrance of the pavilion. Invisible lights that were invisible to the naked eye flashed around the pavilion. This was the purpose of Sei Ito's visit to the Lushan sect, the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Anyway, he had already fought with them and killed many of their disciples. It didn't make a difference to visit their Hidden Scriptures Pavilion again to find something that interested him. Then, Sei Ito, who found that there was no one around, stepped into the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion from the main entrance. Chapter 1643. Should I say that it's worthy of being a large sect with a heritage of more than 1,500 years? There are really a lot of books. Ito-sei looked at the neatly arranged bookshelves in front of him, as well as the books lying flat on the shelves, and said softly, "The first floor of the Lu Mountain Faction's Sutra Depository was very large, with an area of more than 100 square meters. There were rows of thick brown wood bookshelves that were 2 meters tall and 50 centimeters wide, placed vertically. Between them, there was a small path that was large enough for 2 people to walk side by side." Sei Ito casually glanced at the Sutra Depository and found that there were only a few Xiantian and Qi refining disciples looking for books in front of the bookshelves. Sei Ito smiled and walked straight through one of the small paths. He came to a passage inside the Sutra Depository and walked up the stairs to the second floor of the Sutra Depository. In an instant, a space that was smaller than the first floor, but with an area of about 70 to 80 square meters came into his sight. Paper books and a small number of jade slips were placed on the brown wood bookshelves in the room. It was just that compared to the first floor, be it in terms of quantity or scale, it was much smaller. Sei Ito stood at the door and casually glanced at the situation on the second floor. It seems that the Lu Mountain Sect Sutra Depository is similar to what is described in novels. It also requires cultivation to come here, Sei Ito thought as he looked at the figures of several core formation disciples. As for why he could come up without any hindrance, Sei Ito guessed that it had something to do with the barrier that he had casually broken when he went upstairs. If he was not wrong, that barrier was used to test whether a disciple was qualified to enter the floor or not. Then, Ito-sei still didn't stay on this floor and walked straight to another door. "Who is that person?" A disciple who noticed Sei Ito's actions asked his companion. "I've never seen him before." His companion carefully looked at Sei Ito's side face. He shook his head and said, "He must be a new disciple that one of the martial uncles took in outside." His companion looked back at the ancient book in his hand and continued, "Disciple." Just as they were talking, Sei Ito stepped into the Sutra Depository. "He's going to the third floor?" The disciple who had been watching Sei Ito's actions exclaimed, His companion heard this and looked over with a stunned expression. "What an arrogant fellow. Just you wait. Let's see how he'll suffer later." His companion shook his head and sneered after coming back to his senses. After he finished speaking, he walked to the side of the passage with the disciple who had been watching Sei Ito. He crossed his arms and looked at the passage with interest. There were also a few other core formation stage disciples who were originally searching for ancient records that were doing the same thing. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 7 or 8 and 10 breaths. They didn't wait until Sei Ito came out. Could that fellow have been knocked unconscious by the restriction? The disciples of Lushan's sect looked at each other. Let's go take a look," suggested a meddlesome disciple. Naturally, the others didn't have any objections and walked towards the passage. How is this possible? Seeing that there was no one in the passage, the Lu Mountain disciple subconsciously exclaimed, "Do we see a ghost?" A disciple said in disbelief. Just when these disciples were puzzled by Ito-sei's disappearance, a voice suddenly rang out. Sei Ito, as the main character, went to the third floor. Similarly, the third floor was much smaller than the second floor. It was only about 50 to 60 square meters and there were 4 bookshelves placed in a spaced manner. Jade slips, flickering with fluorescent light, and several books that appeared to be somewhat broken were placed on top of them. In the innermost part of the 3rd floor, directly facing the passage, an old man exuding the aura of a golden core cultivator sat cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes seemed to be closed, but when he noticed Sei Ito's arrival, he opened his eyes. "Who are you?" The old man frowned and exuded a dangerous aura. His eyes were like sharp blades that pierced Sei Ito as he asked in a deep voice. Sei Ito smiled slightly and reached out to the old man. In the next moment, a mysterious power suddenly appeared around the old man's body, tightly wrapping him in an instant when he wanted to react. Then, Sei Ito clenched his fist. In an instant, there was a muffled sound and blood soaked the space around the old man into a bright red color. At this moment, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared behind the old man. It exuded a chaotic spatial aura and swallowed the blood-red space. Poof! With a soft sound, the pitch-black hole turned into a small black dot and disappeared like a bubble. After getting rid of the elder guarding the pavilion, Sei Ito did not hesitate and began to plunder the Lushan sect's scripture pavilion. Under Sei Ito's powerful actions, the small restrictions that protected the books and jade slips from damage were broken one by one. Then, the books and the shelves were put into the Rubik's Cube world. In less than half a minute, the entire 3rd floor was emptied. Then, Sei Ito returned to the 2nd floor. First, he killed the group of Lushan sect's core formation realm disciples who came up on their own accord. He didn't know if they wanted to make friends with him or not. Then, he moved the things on the 2nd floor into the Rubik's Cube world. However, just as he was about to go down to the 1st floor, a core formation realm disciple of Lushan sect suddenly walked up. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't talk nonsense. He used a different dimension to send the core formation realm disciple who didn't react because of the changes on the 2nd floor into a different space. After casually dealing with the accident, Sei Ito didn't stop and went to the 1st floor. This time, it was even simpler. He only used a large-scale mental intimidation to knock out all the disciples who were reading books on the 1st floor, whose overall strength didn't exceed grade A+. After half a minute, Sei Ito, who had emptied the 1st floor of the scripture pavilion, said softly, "Next should be the Chishan sect." After saying that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the Lushan sect's scripture pavilion. Then, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a strange creaking sound, a female disciple pushed open the door and walked into the scripture pavilion. Seeing Sei Ito return, little Ling Meng's figure immediately appeared and called out happily, "Master." At this time, more than half a day had passed since he emptied the Lushan sect's scripture pavilion. After emptying the Lushan sect's scripture pavilion, Sei Ito did as he said and sneaked into the Chishan sect's scripture pavilion. Using the same method, he also emptied the Chishan sect's scripture pavilion. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to directly return to the shrine in Akazuno City. "Did anything happen while I was gone for a few days?" Sei Ito casually asked as he walked into the house. "Nothing major, but there were 2 small matters," little Ling Meng replied. "Oh!" Sei Ito let out a soft sound of surprise. "During the few days Master was gone, Princess Yoshiko and a woman called Maeda Atsuko came to visit you," little Ling Meng replied. "Did they say what it was for?" Sei Ito, who had already entered the house, sat down cross-legged. Princess Yoshiko observed through the monitoring and found that it was just a simple visit. As for Miss Maeda Atsuko, she did not explain the reason, but since that day, she has lived in the house she bought during the previous incident. The so-called incident mentioned by little Ling Meng referred to the monster tide. It was also at that time that Maeda Atsuko, Nagaso Masami, Karakimai, Yui Shigaki, and Okamura Chimoto bought a house in Akazuno City. As for Kashiwagi Yuki and Atano Tomomi, they were also present at that time. Because they had no money, they did not go. So until now, they have not been able to buy a house in Akazuno City. Because of the construction of Akazuno City, The examination and approval of the purchase and sale of houses was very strict, coupled with the fact that the locals were unwilling to sell their houses for a new place to live. So now the house in Akazuno City has directly reached the point where it is difficult to find a house. Then don't worry about it. If there is something, she will naturally come to visit again, say Ito said casually. Okay, since there is nothing else, you can go down. I will read a book. With that said, say Ito turned his hand and took out a book obtained from the Lu Mountain faction's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. He lowered his head and carefully read it. Yes, little Ling Meng responded, and her body immediately exploded, turning into countless photon particles and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! Sei Ito ignored little Ling Meng's transformation and turned the page again. In this way, Sei Ito's days became leisurely again. When he had nothing to do, he would either accompany Nagaso Masami and Kuraki Mai, or go to Akazuno Palace to meet Yoshiko. He would stay at home and read the scriptures and jade slips obtained from the Chishan faction and Lu Mountain faction to increase his knowledge. Unknowingly, it was December in the blink of an eye. One more month. On this day, Sei Ito, who did not look for Nagaso Masami and Kuraki might have a good time, nor did he read books to increase his knowledge, stood on the outer porch of the house, looking up at the sky and thinking to himself. One more month to 2017, which is also the last moment of the rising sun. I wonder if the group of aliens from the Orion Empire who have stayed in the Earth's orbit for so long will make a move. But compared to that, I am looking forward to 2 months later when the immortal deity limit is lifted, who will come to trouble me. Sei Ito, who quickly put the matter of aliens aside for the time being, chuckled softly. Don't be careless. The moment Sei Ito's words fell, Kyubi's voice suddenly sounded. Why are you here? Sei Ito turned and looked at Kyubi, who was still carefree with a pair of plump breasts half exposed, and asked curiously. I don't know why, but I've been feeling a little uneasy recently. Kyubi glanced at Sei Ito faintly, then sighed softly and said, Uneasy? Sei Ito frowned. Being uneasy was not a good thing. Chapter 1644. The so-called uneasiness referred to a person's state of mind being unstable and unable to calm down. It was as if something was about to happen. If this was explained scientifically, it would mean that humans were affected by the magnetic waves of the environment, causing some kind of change in their brain waves. However, in terms of cultivation, it was a sense of danger. Something closely related to oneself was about to happen, and the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger this sense of danger would be. Therefore, there were not many cases of uneasiness, especially when the person who was uneasy was Kyubi, a veteran legend. She was also a pseudo-demigod creature with divinity in her body. Is it serious? Sei Ito asked with a serious expression. It's okay. Kyubi frowned. What do you mean by okay? Sei Ito was surprised. It means your life is not in danger, Kyubi replied. That's good. Sei Ito breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person did not die, everything else was trivial. Even if the person was seriously injured, he was confident that he could save the person. Kyubi did not speak, but she did not look very good. Obviously, she was very concerned about her uneasiness. Otherwise, she would not have suddenly come to Sei Ito to chat. Seeing this, Sei Ito could not help but suggest, why don't you stay in the shrine for the time being? Forget it. The Martial Tower is good. Even if something happens, I can use the power of the Martial Tower to protect myself. Kyubi thought about it, then shook her head and refused. Up to you. Sei Ito looked indifferent. By the way you are here, tell me about the Tianjin gods. Sei Ito suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Kyubi. I am not familiar with the situation of the Japanese gods. Kyubi frowned and said, Sei Ito was stunned. In the past, no matter what Sei Ito asked, Kyubi would always answer his questions clearly. Unconsciously, Sei Ito treated Kyubi as a living encyclopedia. Therefore, Sei Ito instinctively thought that Kyubi should know something about the Japanese gods. However, he He neglected the fact that although Kyubi was a famous monster in Japan, she was still a demonic fox from China. Furthermore, the information he asked before was related to the ancient secret history of China. Kyubi looked up at Sei and quietly said, "Although I don't know, there's a guy who knows a lot about the Japanese god spirits." "Who?" Sei asked curiously. "Inari god." Kyubi's eyes flashed. He replied, "Look at me. I actually forgot about this guy." Hearing this, Sei immediately raised his hand and patted his forehead, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "This is for you." Then Sei took out a jar of tea and threw it to Kyubi. "What is this?" Kyubi asked as she reached out and caught the jar. "I found these tea leaves somewhere. It has the effect of refreshing the mind. You can drink it when you are uneasy," Sei explained with a smile. Kyubi heard this. She took the tea leaves without hesitation. "Well, I'll go to Kyoto to see Inari God." Seeing Kyubi put away the tea leaves, Sei looked in the direction of Kyoto. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void. "Be careful. Don't be fooled by the other party, and help the other party count the money." Kyubi sneered. "Okay." Although the words were harsh, Sei knew that Kyubi was reminding him. He nodded seriously. Later, after this conversation, Kyubi, who calmed her restless mind, flashed and disappeared from Seito's side. Seito, who watched Kyubi leave, smiled, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the shrine. The next moment, in front of the Inari Taisha shrine in the northern part of Kyoto, Seito's figure suddenly appeared. Seito stepped into the shrine. "Excuse me, are you Seito-san?" Not long after Seijin Ito entered the shrine, a young priestess wearing red trousers and white clothes quickly walked to his side and asked respectfully, "It's me." Seito nodded to confirm. "I am Ayabuki, the witch of this shrine. The Lord of God asked me to welcome you and take you to see her." The witch, Mayabuki, explained why she appeared and how she knew Seito's name. "Thank you for your trouble," Seito said politely. "Sir, please come with me." Mayabuki gestured to Ito-sei and led him out of the courtyard. They passed through the side corridors and wooden corridors and the torii, which were full of year coins, and arrived at the back mountain of Inari Taisha. Finally, they stopped at a place with a rockery, running water, and a pond. "This is it," Mayabuki said. After that, she bowed to Seito and left the place. The moment she left, accompanied by a large amount of aura, Inari Kami, who was still wearing a short kimono with susu knots, appeared in front of Seito, quietly floating on the surface of the pond. "It's rare that you would come to see me." "Pa." Inari Kami opened the gold and silver fan in her hand and covered her mouth, revealing only a pair of golden beast eyes, and said with a clear voice, "It seems that you have gained a lot." Seito squinted his eyes and carefully observed Inari Kami for a moment, then said softly, "You have a good eye." Inari Kami's eyes flashed as she said softly, "Tell me, why are you here this time?" Inari Kami didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so she took the initiative to speak. "I want to know the information of Tianjin Celestial System and Dijin Celestial System," Seito said seriously. Inari Kami squinted her eyes, covering the golden light in her eyes, and stared at Seito's face. Seito didn't avoid her gaze, and he looked back at Inari Kami firmly. "I feel that you are about to do something dangerous." After a moment, Inari Kami said slowly. Seito smiled and didn't say anything. "I can give you the information, but the value of this information is not low." Inari Kami, who also held the title of the God of Wealth, said with a tone that sounded like a merchant bargaining. "What do you want?" Seito asked back, and at the same time, he kicked the ball back to Inari Kami. "That depends on what you have." Inari Kami smiled. "Unfortunately, there are some things that I won't give you, so you should give up," Seito said softly. "If that's the case, then let's end this negotiation." Inari Kami replied, even more straightforwardly. "Okay." Seito didn't hesitate and nodded. After hearing Seito's straightforward answer, Inari Kami's crescent moon-like eyes flashed with a cold light. Please forgive me for disturbing you. I will take my leave. Seito cupped his fist and said. After that, before Inari Kami could react, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of Inari Kami. Despicable brat. Inari Kami closed the folding fan in his hand and slapped it on his left palm. Golden light surged around his body as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, sooner or later, I will make you suffer. After saying that, Inari God's body suddenly exploded and turned into a golden light that filled the sky. It quickly disappeared into the air, leaving behind a large patch of green grass and trees that were affected by the spiritual light. They swayed gently in the cold winter wind, making rustling sounds. Looks like I have to start with the Book of Ancient Affairs. Seito sighed when he returned home. Little Ling Ming, get someone to bring me a set of Book of Ancient Affairs and Book of Japan. Seito ordered loudly. Yes. Little Ling Ming's voice sounded from the void. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the two books, Kojiki and Neon Shoji, were placed in front of Ito-sei. Seito picked up the book and lowered his head to flip through it. The Book of Ancient Affairs was the earliest existing historical and literary work in Japan. The content included ancient Japanese myths, legends, songs, historical stories, and imperial genealogies. The book had a total of more than 100,000 words. I don't know the exact number of words. The book was less than a centimeter thick. With Seito's photographic memory, even if he read it normally, it would take him less than 20 minutes to record everything. Then, Seito put down the Book of Ancient Affairs and picked up the Book of Japan. Compared to the Book of Ancient Affairs, the Book of Japan was much thicker. It had a total of 30 volumes and 4 modern books. Each book was about a centimeter thick. Therefore, it took him a lot longer to read it compared to the Book of Ancient Affairs. It took him nearly an hour to finish reading the book. With the memory of these two books, Seito also had a general understanding of the Japanese gods. The reason why it was certain was that this was a book of people, not a record of gods. So many things and it couldn't be used as reference objects. He still needed other means to understand it. Thinking of this, Seito's mind moved, and he flashed into the magic cube world and appeared in the Kumamoto Shrine in Tokyo of the world of the God Slayer. Yuri. Seito walked behind Yuri Banria, who was wearing a witch costume and was sweeping there with a broom. He reached out and hugged her in his arms and whispered softly, My lord." Yuri Banria looked flustered and exclaimed in a puzzled tone. Of course. Seito smiled. That, my lord, please let me go. This is too impolite. Yuri Banria's face was flushed, and her eyes swept around from time to time to see if there were other witches around. Well, it really doesn't look appropriate here. In that case, let's go home. After saying that, without waiting for Yuri Banria to speak, he immediately launched instant transmission and disappeared from the shrine with Yuri Banria, returning to his home in the God Slayer continent. Then he reached out and straightened Yuri Banria's body, bowed his head, and kissed her rosy lips. Chapter 1645. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their tips. What a mess, Seito said as he shook his head helplessly. After the explanation of Yuri Banria, the orthodox Musashino, which Seito finally had a general understanding of the Japanese god system. Generally speaking, the Japanese god system could be roughly divided into 4 categories. There was the Takamijahara's Tianjin god, led by the traditional Amaterasu Amikami, the Izumo's Kojin god, Earth god, led by Susan Nanming, the Netherworld's Hades god system, led by Tsukuyami, and the Buddhist god system derived from foreign Buddhism. Coupled with the Japanese tradition of monsters and gods, they formed the 8 million god system that the Japanese people talked about. The only thing that was more confusing was that because of the prevalence of Buddhism at a time, whether it was Tianjin god, Kojin god, or the Netherworld's gods, they all had a name in Buddhism. Therefore, many gods had broken away from the normal division of heaven and earth and directly became one of the Buddhist gods. They could no longer be verified by the records in Kojiki or Neon Shu. This made Sei Ito feel even more troubled about their existence. One had to know that the spread of the god's name would affect the creation of the clergy, and the creation of the clergy would affect the god's combat power. If he couldn't accurately understand the information of these gods, although he wasn't afraid of fighting and killing them, it was always troublesome and easy to fail. Hey, Yuri, if Amaterasu wants to send people to attack the people on the ground, which god do you think is most likely to be sent by her as the vanguard? Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Yuri Banria beside him and asked. Probably Kojin Thunder God. Yuri Banria tilted her head and thought for a while, then said with some uncertainty. Imperial Thunder God, also known as Jianbu Du Shun and Fengbu Du Shun. He was a divine spirit that was born from the blood of the fire god, Jiagu Tu Shun, who was killed by the sword of Tatsuka. He was the direct incarnation of the sword soul and was brave and good at fighting. In the legends of the ancient records, he was the one who defeated the king god of the great kingdom and completed the conquest of the king god of the great kingdom. Therefore, until now, he was still widely praised, and his divine spirit was unusually strong. Affected by this, legend has it that his right hand transformed into a spiritual sword, Futsu no Mitama, was also rumored by the Japanese to be one of the divine weapons, according to the nature of the God-Slayer's world. Just like Sei Ito's divine saber, celestial clouds, it was also a demigod weapon. Therefore, Yuri Banria's conjecture was completely possible. Even if his strength exceeded that of a celestial immortal due to the restrictions of the origin world, he would not be able to descend to the lower realm. Presumably, the deity that bestowed Budu's imperial soul would also bestow upon his spirit generation, using the other party as a doppelganger, just like how Qingqiu Courtyard Huina was controlled by celestial clouds, coming to conquer him. Thinking of this possibility, Sei Ito couldn't help but nod his head. Then, besides the imperial thunder god, which other god is more likely? Sei Ito asked again. Besides the imperial thunder god, probably only the heavenly fire bright god of Amaterasu, Eiju, may be able to fight. Yuri Banria speculated. The so-called heavenly fire bright god was the son of Tennin's swayer god and Takagi god's daughter, Amaterasu's grandson, and the ancestor of the later generations of Owari. He had half of his ancestor, Amaterasu's sun god, and his Tennin swayer god's agriculture god priesthood. In terms of popularity, it wasn't widespread, so very few people knew about him. Even in the entire origin world, only the true Kyoto shrine in Ichinomiya City, Aichi Prefecture, worshipped him. The power of the godhood was very low, but even so, he inherited the divine priesthood of the Amaterasu sun god, so he had some combat power, so it wasn't impossible for him to be sent out. By the way, my lord, why are you asking about this kind of thing? Yuri Banria, who answered 2 questions in a row, was puzzled. Because I may have to fight with the gods of Tianjin God's faction, Seito said lightly. When Wanli Guyoli heard this, his face revealed a worried expression. Seito saw this and smiled gently, reached out and hugged Yuri Banria's slender waist, and joked, "Don't worry. Don't forget that your lord is a powerful god slayer. A mere god is my prey." But now, Seito turned his head and looked at Yuri Banria with a burning gaze. Although Yuri Banria didn't know what was going to happen, he knew that Yuri Banria was going to do something naughty to him. Therefore, without any surprise, Yuri Banria's face suddenly became rosy, which made him look very cute. Seito moved his head closer to Yuri Banria and whispered, "Use your art of bestowment to teach me the information of the 2 gods, Jianuli God and Skyfire Bright God. Didn't my lord already learn it?" Yuri Banria avoided eye contact and said in a flustered tone, "I forgot." Seito replied without hesitation. "My lord," Yuri Banria whispered. Seito didn't talk nonsense and kissed Yuri Banria's lips. His tongue entered Yuri Banria's mouth and tangled with hers. Yuri Banria instinctively let out a low moan from his throat. After the initial contact, Yuri Banria, who was immersed in kissing, reached out and hugged Sei Ito's body. His 10 fingers tightly grasped Sei Ito's skin. After a moment, the two separated slightly. Yuri Banria's face was flushed red, and his chest was rising and falling rapidly. Then, after Yuri Banria caught his breath, Sei Ito kissed him again. This time, Yuri Banria finally remembered what he should do at this time. He hurriedly used the imparted spell and transmitted the legends, origins, and information about the two gods into Sei Ito's mind through the entanglement of their tongues. In an instant, a large amount of information began to appear in his mind. During this process, Sei Ito didn't pay attention to the information that kept appearing in his mind. Instead, his hands began to grope Yuri Banria's body. He broke through Yuri Banria's clothes and invaded her private territory. He took over it. His palms changed, kneading the bulges on Wanli Guyoli's private territory into various irregular shapes. My lord! After a moment, Yuri Banria, who separated again, looked at Sei Ito with watery eyes and called out softly. Sei Ito didn't answer and kissed him again. After going back and forth for more than 10 minutes, Ito-sei reluctantly let go of Wanli Guyoli, who had fallen softly in his arms, and let her slowly recover. It was also until this time that Sei Ito slowly recalled the information that Yuri Banria sent to him before and carried out the second memory. The information was very complicated. There were folk history and myths. Even folk legends, songs, and praises were included in it. The entire information of the Imperial Thunder God and the Skyfire Bright God was imprinted in Sei Ito's memory. And under this influence, the warrior who was one of the 10 incarnations of the war god, Welaslana's golden sword also became brighter, as if he was ready to slay the gods at any time. My lord, can you let go of me? At this time, Yuri Banria's voice quietly sounded. That's it. Sei Ito lowered his head, looking at Yuri, who was lying in his arms. Wanli Guyoli, whose face was flushed, said with a stern face, How can you do this? Yuri Banria said with grievance. I like it. Sei Ito replied in a domineering manner. Yuri Banria was speechless. She could only close her eyes and continue to lie in Sei Ito's arms with a red face. Sei Ito saw this and smiled slightly, and then closed his eyes again to absorb the information in his mind. It couldn't be helped. There was too much information. Without spending a few hours, it was impossible to record all of it. Time passed like this, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. My lord, let me go. I should go and cook. After this short period of time, Yuri Banria, who was no longer blushing, said softly, It's already this time? Okay. Sei Ito opened his eyes and looked at the time clock hanging on the wall and agreed. Then Sei Ito let go of Yuri Banria's arm and let her go. Yuri Banria, who was free, quickly sat up, stood up, and said, I'm going to cook. Then she ran out of the room like she was escaping. Seeing Yuri Banria run away, Sei Ito retracted his gaze and closed his eyes again to continue organizing the information. But this time, while organizing the information, Sei Ito had to start thinking about other things. Although Japan claims to have 8 million gods, most of them are natural spirits similar to A-level masters, and the incarnations of monsters that have been falsely reported. Those who can truly reach the level of gods are those who have been worshipped for a long time, which is the current Buddhist gods such as Mahakala and Vashaman, and the traditional gods worshipped by the Shinto sects. The number is roughly between 300 to 400. Among them, the Buddhist gods are the most, with a total of more than 200. The rest are Tianjin god and Kunijin god, plus a small number of Hades god and the 3 earth gods. That is to say, in the end, there are less than 50 gods who could be correctly classified as Tianjin god. Thinking of this, Sei Ito was slightly relieved, but soon he frowned slightly. But there is one thing that I have to be careful of, that is, Amaterasu and Susanoo are 2 of the 3 sons, and they are siblings. Although there's a lot of filth between the two, if Amaterasu is willing to invite them, Kunijin God may intervene and crusade against me together. After all, no matter what, Amaterasu is the master of all gods, the great royal god. Coupled with the fact that the restrictions on celestial immortals and deities have been lifted, when the time comes, the Tinsho can let a group of low-level celestial gods lead a group of soul soldiers who may not be at the level of a deity, but they are all A-class and above. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Seito sighed softly. So, I still need to continue to strengthen my strength. As soon as this idea came to mind, the idea of going to other worlds to plunder resources involuntarily jumped out again. First, eliminate those worlds that are not of much use to me, and pick out the worlds that can help me improve my strength. First, I have to be strong. Then it's the turn of the people and soldiers in the world in my hands. Seito has been very thorough in implementing this point. After all, only when he is alive can his soldiers have the possibility to go further. On the other hand, if he dies, even if he gives them heaven-defying strength, it will be useless. Therefore, Seito has always put strengthening himself first. Of course, at the beginning of this decision, it was inevitable that he wanted to become a higher existence. I am now at the level of an immortal/god, so there are only a few worlds that can help me. The Shushan world, the D&D world, the Journey to the West world, the apatheicized world, the problem child world, my goddess world, the Saint Seiya world, and other world with immortals and gods. Secondly, I have to rely on painstaking efforts to devour low-end worlds through strengthening Aleya, the world will, and the ultimate primordial spirit of the multiverse, the Great Path. There is no other way in this regard. It's just that the path of the Great Path is too long, and it can't be achieved in a short time. It's a long path of cultivation, so I don't have to worry too much about it for now. At most, when I choose the worlds to go to, I will choose those that can be conquered. Therefore, the worlds that can improve my strength in a short time are the first choice. Thinking of this, Seito began to think of the situations of the worlds for his own reference. Just like this, he did not know how much time had passed until Yuri Banria entered the room again, and he was interrupted. "Sir, it's time to eat." Yuri Banria called out like a little wife. "Oh, okay, coming." Seito smiled. Then he stood up, walked out of the room slowly, and went into the bathroom to wash his hands. After washing, he came out of the bathroom, went straight to the living room, and sat down at the dining table that was already prepared with a lot of food. At the right time, Yuri Banria handed a bowl filled with white rice to Seito. "Thank you." Seito reached out and took the bowl. Opposite him, Yuri Banria also pulled out a chair and sat down and enjoyed dinner with Seito. During this process, the two of them chatted casually. Half an hour later, the two of them finished eating. Yuri Banria really took the initiative to clean up the dishes like a little wife, took them one by one to the kitchen to wash dry, and put them on the cupboard on the side, then returned to the living room to say goodbye to Seito. "I'll see you out," Seito said. "Okay." Yuri Banria first looked up at Seito, then quickly lowered his head and whispered. Then Seito stood up from the sofa and went to the entrance with Yuri Banria, put on shoes, and left the apartment together. Like a young couple in anime, they walked forward side by side. Along the way, the two of them whispered and enjoyed this warm time. After a while, Yuri Banria stopped in front of a 2-story building and whispered, "We're here." "Okay, go in. I'll come and see you next time." Seito reached out and rubbed Yuri Banria's head and smiled. "Okay." Yuri Banria's cheeks blushed and whispered. Then, he turned around and quickly walked into the apartment building, disappearing behind the closed door. Bang! Chapter 1646. P.S. Imitating the ancient style of writing is really tiring. Crackle, crackle, accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking that he had heard countless times. Ito Sei's figure appeared from the void. His body was surrounded by white mist, and he stood on a green mountain with his eyes closed like a person in the immortal path. This situation lasted for 3 or 4 minutes before it suddenly changed. The white mist shrunk back into Ito Sei's body, completely revealing his face. "Phew," Seito let out a long breath. Good air, good spiritual power. Seito slowly opened his eyes and praised. Then his eyes went blank, and he stood in place as if his mind had wandered off. After 4 or 5 breaths, he regathered his divine light and walked out with a smile on his face. In an instant, Seito's figure suddenly disappeared. In an unknown place, in a small village formed by 100 or so guardians, Seito's figure suddenly appeared on the dusty street. Long gown, short gown, I forgot to change before coming. No wonder these people looked at me like that. Seeing the strange gazes that were secretly looking at him from time to time, and the women whispering, Seito couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then, he strode into an alley not far away and hid himself. When he reappeared, he was covered in a cyan gown. However, when paired with his strangely short hair, he looked very different from the rest of the group. Seito didn't care about this and waved a fan in his hand. With his other hand behind his back, he wobbled forward like an ancient scholar. However, it was the turn of autumn and winter. It was the time when the wind was bitterly cold, making his actions look a bit funny. However, the surrounding people didn't seem to be surprised and completely ignored him. However, others didn't care, but some people did. "Brat, stop right there." At this moment, a shout came from afar. Seito stopped in surprise and turned his head to look. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people in dark robes that had been washed so many times that the color had faded. Sheathed padeos hung at their waists. A man wearing a round red hat entered his eyes. His appearance was clearly that of an ancient yamen runner. Judging from his appearance, he was a servant of the Manchurian Qing. Just as Seito focused his gaze, the 4 or 5 government servants walked in front of him. "Monk?" The leading man frowned and asked. The large man opened his mouth. A strong stench of alcohol gushed out of his mouth. Seito, with his sensitive 5 senses, didn't want to smell this stench. He immediately raised his fan. He placed his hands in front of his face and dodged backwards at the same time. Seeing Seito's actions, the man's face immediately became gloomy. "Take out your index card. I want to check it," the man said in a deep voice. The scroll was an ancient identification card. Without it, you couldn't leave the county. Even if you left the county, you couldn't enter other cities. Moreover, if you were caught, you could be sent to prison without any reason. As for whether you would be sentenced to exile or be sent to the market, it depended on the mood of the official. "I don't have it," Seito said indifferently. "As expected, I've long seen that you're a traitor. Brothers, seize him." The man's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. "Yes." The government servants on both sides shouted and immediately rushed forward to capture Seito. Based on their understanding, wouldn't it be easy to capture a skinny brat like him? However, the situation changed in an instant, and they were greatly shocked. Seito, who was using his fan to block his face, twisted his body slightly and nimbly dodged the grasp of several government servants. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked several times. With a series of bangs, the bailiffs who had gathered were immediately sent flying. Face down, they crashed heavily into the ground 3 or 4 directions away. "Ouch, ouch! It hurts!" The government servants who had fallen cried out in pain. This was the result of Seito holding back. Otherwise, not a single one of these people would have survived Seito's casual strike. "What are you doing?" The leading man's face turned pale, and he shouted at Seito, who was looking at him. However, his wandering eyes completely revealed the panic in his heart. "I'll ask, and you'll answer. If you answer well, this silvertail is yours. If you don't, you can prepare to spend the rest of your life in bed." Seito flipped his hand, and a small piece of silver appeared in his palm. He tossed it into the air as he spoke. "Please, please ask." The man's expression changed, but the temptation of silver and the threat of martial strength quickly defeated the small amount of official status he had in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and smiled. "Where is this place, and what year is it?" Seito asked indifferently. Replying to this lord, "This is Liujia town near the Jingmen of Jingchu. It is currently the 2nd year of Qianlong." The government servant hurriedly replied. "The 2nd year of Qianlong, this time of year again?" It seems that the story is about to begin. Seito thought to himself after hearing the government servant's reply. With that thought, Seito no longer hesitated. He casually tossed the silver tail in his hand to the government servant and disappeared in a flash. Seeing how Seito had suddenly disappeared, the government servant immediately sat down on the ground and muttered to himself, "Did I meet an immortal?" To the side, the townspeople who had been watching the commotion felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this. Some of the more devout ones even knelt on the ground and kowtowed as they begged. Putting aside the immortal legend that had started to spread in Liuja town, Seito was using the art of Chimin Duanjia to divine the secrets of the heavens. At the same time, he used the art of Chimin Duanjia to sense the mysteries of the heavens. It didn't take long for Edo to appear in the territory of Sichuan under this exaggerated method of teleportation. Seito didn't stop moving. He quickly moved to the vicinity of the Wu Gorge and finally stopped in front of a riverside town by the Wu Gorge. This should be the place. Seito silently calculated with his fingers as he searched for the secrets of the heavens. Seito then stopped his hand gestures and walked to the river nearby. He found a rock that was half the height of a person and smoothed the top of the rock with his hand. As Seito's hand moved, a handful of dust fell from the rock. When he stopped, the originally jagged rock immediately became abnormally flat, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Seito waved his sleeve to get rid of the dust and jumped onto the rock. He leisurely admired the scenery of the river. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, gradually, the rumor that there was a dumb scholar in the river began to spread among the villages and towns along the river. The rumor continued to spread to the villages and towns along the Wu Gorge when the boats stopped by occasionally. In the calm Wu Gorge River, a small boat carrying people was going against the flow of the river. The little boat did not answer. It was only about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was made of gray, not coarse, linen and wrought tan to create a canopy for people to rest and shelter from the rain. In terms of style, it was somewhat similar to the black canopied boats that fishermen in Jiangnan who relied on fishing for a living lived on. There were 3 people standing on the boat. One of them was an old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a bamboo pole. He stood at the front of the boat and steered the boat. Needless to say, this old man was definitely the owner of the boat. He was very old. The other 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a long robe and carried a long bag that seemed to be loaded with something heavy on his shoulder. Half of his hair was white and his face was weathered. Judging from his appearance, he looked to be in his 50s. However, his black and white eyes were clear and bright. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Clearly, he was an expert in martial arts and had profound internal strength. The woman also wore a plain robe, but she was still young. She looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. Her skin was white, and she didn't look like a peasant girl at all. She was full of heroic spirit, like a heroine of the Jianghu. Her eyes were filled with naivety and admiration for the man beside her. If he guessed correctly, the 2 of them were father and daughter. "That's the first time I've returned to my homeland. When will I be able to return to my homeland?" At this moment, the old man suddenly said loudly. However, his voice was filled with sadness and tears filled his eyes. "Father, you're sad again. Everything in the world has its destiny. It's useless to be sad. Father, please take care of your body." The woman couldn't help but comfort him. "Old master, it's already late. The famous crow's beak is in front of us. There are villages and towns there. Let's go ashore and buy some wine and food." At this moment, the boatman's voice sounded. "All right, just go ahead and do it. I'm a bit tired today and won't go ashore." The old man stopped his sadness and nodded. However, at this moment, the young woman's eyes revealed a strange light, and she let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's wrong?" The old man turned and asked. "Father, look, there's someone there." The young woman pointed at the shore and said in a crisp voice. The man looked over, and in an instant, the figure of a handsome young man dressed in a green robe and holding a wine jug drinking under the moonlight, entered his sight. That's the famous foolish scholar in this area. According to the people in the town, this person has been sitting here foolishly for more than half a month. No one knows what he's been doing. The boatman looked at the young man on the shore and said. After saying this, the boatman no longer paid attention to the father and daughter. After anchoring the boat, he jumped onto the shore and strode toward the nearby village. Hearing the boatman's words, the father and daughter looked curiously at the young man on the shore and both secretly said, "What a pity." They returned to the cabin and took out a few dishes and wine. They placed them at the bow of the boat and ate with each other. AI. At this moment, a soft sigh that seemed to resound in the father and daughter's ears suddenly sounded. The father and daughter's chopsticks paused, and they couldn't help but turn to look at the young man. However, I didn't know when, but the young man had come to the side of the small boat they were on and stared at the young woman on the boat. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.